Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a beautiful day in New Orleans. You can see the Big Easy, the city of New Orleans, just in the background. But we are at NOLA Motorsports Park, a very revered racing track that has become well known over the last decade. And we're here for the Speed Tour to get things underway. And we hope to bring you a full weekend of great racing. We're looking high above the last corner, and we turn our attention first and foremost to the Blue Marble Radical Cup, North America, their first run for the season. And we have a host of radicals, and it just gets ever more popular, this championship, which is of course run around the world. They're celebrating 25 years of radicals this year, and just to give you an idea, there are multiple championships around the world, some 14 in all. 3,000 radicals have been sold in the last 25 years, and 1,200 are here in North America. The entries here are mainly from the USA, but a lot of Canadians as well, and it's in different groups. We'll get into that in a moment in terms of size of engines and so on. But basically, radicals, the idea was to build a sports car from scratch that would rival the feeling of a GT3 or a GT4 car. So basically have the grunt, the over 400 brake horsepower in some cases of a super sports car, but also have the cost effectiveness of somebody starting out. So we've got beginners, we've got guys that just love racing radicals, and we've got some experienced drivers, including a man you may have heard of in Formula R, in Formula Regional. That's Nick Persing from California. For Cameron Racing, he's racing for Radical Northwest. As we go through, our good man Tony, Chase Bacon and his father racing to this weekend, Seth and Jace. We welcome them in the 999. And just alongside them, Reed Stewart in the Group A Racing Fasno Textiles car. And as you can see from the drone, just going out on the pit lane. That's looking down on the pit lane high above the NOLA pits. And we've got SVRA, we've got Trans Am, of course, coming up. TA2 as our feature race today, and we'll also have SVRA, we've got Formula V, and we'll also have more from the radicals, as well as the first round of the Formula Regional and the Formula 4. That's the single-seater FIA championship, as young drivers trying to make it into Formula 1 and trying to capture as many super license points. Once again, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers will be our title sponsor. You can see how out into the woods we are here. We are in the bayou of Louisiana, watching out for gators, but looking forward to this radical race, this 3-race weekend to kick them all off. They will be charging around the USA. They do quite a lot of races with IndyCar as well, but a great compliment to any race weekend and an opportunity for drivers perhaps to start their careers out, or for other drivers to try something different, something new, coming from single-seaters to prototypes. Several drivers trying that out, and when we look at the likes of Jordan Missick and Christian Weir and here Nick Persing, all who started out in single-seaters and now turning their attentions to radical. As I mentioned, there is a few familiar faces to the Radical Cup of North America. I mentioned Seth and Jace Bacon, the father-son duo. That's Seth the dad and Jace Bacon the son for Crown with Apex, and they're making their debut. They're based in Arizona. And then there's Kevin Portras from Canada, and like I said, several entries from Canada, so I look forward to seeing them race here. They're coming a long way south. Now we're starting to see the circuit for the first time. We had a little bit of rain overnight, but as you can see, those damp patches are drying out, and as the sun gets on them, they'll be dry. And we're not expecting any rain. We did get some rain last night about 4 o'clock. It went on into the early evening, but as you can see, it's mainly dry at the moment. Looking forward to a good start to this one. Now, you will see on the tail fin the country flag. There is a USA entry. Most of the USA and Canada, but we have got the odd Chinese entry as well. And one Polish entry, Robert Sorako. And we'll try to give you, that's a fantastic shot going through the end of the S's towards the final corner. Our commentary position just up at that final corner, and then you see this long straight which will really let these radicals open up a little bit. And like I said, such a popular championship this. It's just hit the right price point and hit the right imagination, if you will. 14 championships around the world with a network of 33 dealers in 21 countries. So there's no question that the success that started 25 years ago, mostly SR3s, that's what they're calling. Super Radical 3s, and there's the odd SR10 out there. And in a moment, we'll hopefully get the Global Motorsports Director, Tom Drewer, to join us here in the booth and tell us a little bit more about his series and how it's going. Now we see the other side of the track, and as you can see, as they go out of the first corner, they wind through the infield into this first right-hander, then very fast left-hander, into a elongated hairpin, and then an even bigger hairpin. And then you can see this almost triple apex to get onto the back straight. So, talking to the drivers yesterday, they were saying that the unique thing about this circuit is that you just don't get enough time to rest. The main straight is the one place you really get to rest, because even these fast corners here that you're seeing the cars coming through now as they start to line up, and this next one here that the pace car is going through, the lights off now on the pace car, are just kinks, really, and so they are flat out. And in an open wheeler, I was talking to Matthew Brabham, who of course is a Trans Am driver, but he has driven Indy Lights here, and he says these S's that we're going through now are flat out in a single-seater. So you can imagine the concentration is paramount. Now they're forming up 2 by 2, as you should. The pace car pulling away, and that gives the poleman a chance to lead this field around. Looking at the 37 of John Field for One Motorsports, the American, for Bricker Home Design, leading this field into the last complex here before the start. High above, fantastic shots here from the drone. We're about to get underway with our first race of the day. A full race weekend here for the Speed Tour that includes SPRA, Trans Am, Formula 4, Formula Regional, and the Radicals. And coming out of the last turn now, 2 by 2. Looking forward to this. The first of 3 races for the weekend. Up go the revs. And we are racing here at NOLA. Good start from the poleman. Field getting away very well indeed, but as you can see, a massive field of radicals spreading out as they head down towards that first corner, but it is the poleman, the number 37, John Field, who leads the way. So good clean start. He's already making a couple of places up. So good for him. Somebody going wide there. taking a little bit of avoiding action perhaps, but back out on track. That's one of the Canadian entries. That's the 57 of Wayne Williams. Actually, that's the USA entry from S's Racing in Austin, Texas. I know those boys well. Spent some time with them. Louis Schreiber going through for Rhino Racing. He's in an SR10, so we've got three different categories out here. The Pro 1340s, the Pro 1500s, which is the main category, and the Platinum drivers in the SR10, slightly more powerful, but it's the 37 of John Field in his Platinum SR10, leading the field at the moment. And a good battle starting to form here between first and second. 111 of Louis Schreiber right there with him. And you can see already as they come out of that last corner just how quickly this field has spread out. We've got a group of, four at the front, and they've gapped massively the group behind them as they are pushing on now with the more powerful cars. In the background there, the 88 just coming through shot. That's Danny Zielinski in the Wisco Racing USA entry. That's a 1500. That's the first of the 1500s. And he has also gapped those chasing him in the Pro 1500 class. I had a good look at the cars yesterday as they went out, and they're very trick indeed. They've got all the lights, ability to be road cars as well as race cars, but they are purpose-built for racing. And just a really simple dash, but a very modern dash. They've got the flipper gear changing, Hewland gearbox. So it's all state-of-the-art stuff. Whoa. Plenty of room to make mistakes, but also forgiving enough whereby you could be learning without scaring yourself. And now the Platinum class really pulling away at the front, as we'd expected, but it is Field, Miller and Schreiber. Then comes the 1500 of Deleski, Williams, Dersey, Strauss. A lot of talk about Strauss out there today. She's one of the competitors to become an ambassador for the series. That's Aurora Strauss for One Motorsports, sponsored by Richard Mill. Going well in 7th overall. But look at this racing. Great between the four of them here in this group. And this is the start of a brand new season here in North America, and it looks as though it's going to be a competitive one. First of the Bacons down there in 15th position in the 999. That's Jace Bacon, remember, he and his father Seth fighting against each other. They lined up next to each other. There's the 73 of Kevin Portras for Canada. And the SR3. And pockets of Radical Racing all over Europe. Britain, of course, where they're made. And France, Spain, you name it. And there's even Radical Racing in the Philippines, here in North America, and in Canada. And it's just grown exponentially over the last few years. Field now, though, with a 1.6 second lead after 3 laps at the front. And it's Schreiber in third at the moment. Here he is. But it's a good battle for second and third between Miller and Schreiber at the moment. Field, though, has gapped them even further. We'll take a look at the gap as he crosses the line again. Just did so, coming into the first corner. And there's your leader in the 1500 class in what, 4th position overall. Here comes the 57. That's Williams. And then just behind there is Nick Persing in the 19. Now, this is an interesting story. Nick Persing for Cameron Racing, also racing in Formula Regional. He's been a multiple winner and podium maker in Formula Regional in the last couple of years in Formula 4. And the tall figure of Nick Persing, great to see him out there trying radicals for the first time. But been doing the whole series, so big move for him. And as you can see, handling it pretty nicely. So he's on double duty this weekend, so he's getting plenty of track time because his qualifying session is shortly after this. So he's certainly getting the time on track. I don't know if the braking points are anywhere near the same, or it helps or hinders his progress in single-seaters, but it's always good to get track time. There's no racing driver in the world that won't tell you that they need track time, and they do. This is great racing, good grip, good downforce levels, but very forgiving, these cars. Persing trying everything. Ooh, and a nice inside maneuver. Has he made it stick? Oh, a little bit of touching there. Rubbings Racing, but that was a little tight. And through goes Nick Persing. Well, he made it stick just eventually, and once he got through, he was gone, but it took a little bit of touching for a moment. So down the main straight comes Nick Persing for Cameron Racing. Dane Cameron, another man who's tried radical racing. Coming through shot now, that was the 70. Also in the Pro 1500, that was Aurora Strash. We finally got our first glimpse of her. The 24-year-old. And there's Greg Korski in the 24, getting plenty of attention from Yang just behind him there. And this is the battle for the top 10. Meanwhile, out front, the gap between Field and Miller has grown to, 1.8 seconds now. And Miller and Schreiber still involved in their battle for second and third. That, of course, in the platinum field. Now we've got little pockets of racing all throughout this field. Still some 28 minutes to go, though, in this first of 3 races this weekend. There is Field. You can see the gap between first, second and third. So the real battle for the overall race is between second and third. Here it is, between Miller and Schreiber. Miller trying every which way to get past him, but he can't find a way at the moment. Meanwhile, the 500 of Alan Miller. Trying to keep Louis Schreiber ahead of him as honest as possible. Rhino Racing versus One Motorsport. We've got several entries from One Motorsport, several entries from S's Racing in Austin, Texas. So each of the radicals has 2 or 3 teams that they enter. And coming through shot now, Danny Koseski in the Wisco Racing team for the USA. Nice colours. This is the Blue Marble Radical Cup Race 1. Now, interesting on my readout, it tells me that Field has dropped to 4th and Wagner now leading. Well, I'll be interested to see if that's the case. No, it does say Field is now leading the way. Wagner is in 6th place in the number 8, in fact. I think that's more correct. Scott Wagner of S's Racing. Yeah, they prepare several of these cars at S's Racing in Austin, Texas. Great company. Dave O'Neill, former Formula One team manager, part of that group. So Field extending that lead over Miller to 3 seconds. Miller and Schreiber still battling though for second and third. And then we've got a good battle starting to form up for the 1500 class, the Pro 1500 class, involving this man, Nick Persing, who's got some clean air ahead of him. Now he's got ahead. Had a nice little battle earlier on, but even though there was a bit of fisticuffs and a bit of rubbing, he managed to come away unscathed. But he is currently 6th overall. And behind him is 7th place Williams in the number 57. Looking at him now on screen. It's a great little battle. Look at that 5-way battle there. And we head a little bit further back now to take a look at some of the other battles going on. And one of the Americans coming into shot. Bouncing over the curbs nicely. Nice to be precise as well though. That was Seth Braken, I think, just coming through. But look at this way. 4-way battle here between them. Coming out of the last turn and onto the main straight. This should sort them out. Great heat-hate shot here as they come flying towards us. Led by the number 17 of Aurora Strauss. She's trying to hold them all off, but look, they're all spreading out, trying to get past her, and into the first corner she does get overtaken. Or does she? Oh, drama! 2 cars going off, and he made the overtake past Strauss. She survived, but 2 cars involved in an incident, and that could well bring out the safety car. Well, getting through there unscathed, Robert Soroka. And also continuing, 999, that's Jace Bacon, who's now been caught by this other group. There's Jace. And there's the 20 of Austin Riley in the blue and Dayglow yellow. Can't miss him. Now the question remains, will they get the damaged cars out of the way before the end of this lap? So far so good, no safety been called just yet. And the battles continue. In the thick of that one, the 94 of Robert Soroka for Rijspek, a Polish driver, the only Polish driver. Down the main straight comes the 19. Persing leading this group. Wayne Williams in a battle with the 24 of Greg Gorski. Different categories, but they're now starting to integrate, if you will. Somebody else skidding out there. We just missed it off camera there. Can hear it though. So there's some drama. Yeah, I can see it on the infield there from the drone. One car's gone off into the grass, spun it round, and it's stuck in the grass at the moment. Now he gets it going again. He's got some cars coming up on him. Let's hope he doesn't get stuck there. He's out of harm's way, I may add. Now, here comes your leader by some 3.5 seconds now. And Miller with his arm out of the car. Schreiber still behind in third. That may be to warn of a safety car coming out. Yeah, well, or at least of that accident. That's where they're going past now. So we are under caution, no surprise. Under caution now here in this first of 3 Radical races. So once again, this will change the picture here for sure. Now, I mentioned earlier that we might have a guest, and we do. He's been down on the grid making sure everything got underway, because of course that's the busiest time, is the first race of the weekend. After that, everybody sort of gets the hang of it, and it kind of becomes sort of natural to get where you're supposed to be. But the first race, first day of the year, as it were, everybody's back to school. But I'd like to introduce the Global Motorsports Director, Tom Drewer. We got a good start there. We got some good battles going on. How are you?
Absolutely. Look, it's just great to be here at NOLA Motorsports Park and back racing with the Blue Marble Radical Cup for season 2023. And as you mentioned, what a great start. I mean, it's been a great weekend. So we had this amazing qualifying session in the rain. Everyone behaved so well, and to get through that green to checker was unbelievable. And already some strong battles, as you mentioned. John Field, the veteran prototype master, doing the business at the moment. But I'm really interested to see Duchelski versus Persing, 2 young guns that just seem to have an edge over the rest of the Pro 1500 field at the moment.
Now listen, I'm glad you're here, because I've got questions, and I know the audience does, because I'm coming new to radical racing. I'm aware of what radicals are. I'm from Great Britain. I know all about radicals in terms of watching them growing up, but I've never been around them at close quarters. Tell me, first of all, I want to know about the drivers, and I want to know about the categories. Can you explain the 3 different categories we've got out? You just mentioned the Pro 1500, but we've got 2 others as well.
Sure. International Radical Cup racing is unapologetically Le Mans style racing. It's multi-class. We are preparing these drivers to go off and do bigger and better things, and a lot of them do, hence why we're seeing a number of young guns come into the series now. Of course, a lot of gentlemen drivers coming up through our ranks, and for those that follow international motorsport, John Faub is a good example of that. Started his life as a gentleman driver racing at Spring Mountain Country Club in Nevada, and all of a sudden, after working his craft in the Radical Cup, he's running Le Mans every year, running the European and Asian Le Mans series. So you can very much start your motor racing career in these Radical cars, and the cars themselves really do suit that. They're extremely confidence-inspiring. There's a lot of mechanical grip, but a full aero car as well. So you've really got the best of both worlds there. And I always like to think aero is a bit of a drug. Once you try an aero car, it's hard to go back to just a big lump of GT car. And you can see there on screen, big front splitter, big rear diffuser, big rear wing, of course, and these cars produce a hell of a lot of downforce. In terms of the classes, you'll notice on the rear wing and indeed the front splitter, 3 different coloured stripes.
Yep.
In theory, the slowest class is a 1340cc class, dictated by the green on the rear wing. Pro 1500 also uses an SR3 chassis, the same as the 1340, but with a 1500cc engine, and that class just seems to grow in popularity. Interestingly enough, the 1340s are very prevalent at a lot of the country clubs where radicals are also prevalent around the country. Apex, up in Chicago at Autobahn, Atlanta Motorsport Park. So we've got these cars everywhere, and then Platinum is really for all of our big cars, and historically that's included the 600 horsepower RXC and the Spider variant, but now with this SR10, that's the car to have in this class. And perfect example on cue, John Field in the 37 SR10. 425 brake horsepower, 380 foot-pound of torque from a 4-cylinder Ford EcoBoost engine. all developed in-house back at Peterborough. And I think the lights are off on that safety car, are they?
Well, we'll soon find out, that's for sure, because if he does come in, we'll be racing it. No, he's
still
one more.
on. So,
well, that brings me to another question. One thing I noticed looking at the cars yesterday, before the rain I may add, but everybody was just sat there getting on pre-grid. You've got the Hewland gearbox, you've got the paddle shifting, you've got all the mod cons, as it were, of a state-of-the-art racing car, and yet the price point is comparatively reasonable. If you want to go racing, like you say, from the start, is that really the attraction? Is that, I'd love to go racing. When you gave me a Porsche, I'd go nuts, but I'd probably crash it as well, and then give myself $60,000 worth of damage.
As you say, motorsport isn't the cheapest of pursuits, but absolutely, look, these cars are the best bang for buck, if you like, that you can get. The performance level rivals that of GT3 cars. It's certainly an SR3, certainly a lot quicker than a GT4 car, yet you can go and run one of those cars with dramatically more performance for much less money. Very reliable car. Radicals are very sophisticated, as you mentioned, where they need to be. We run a full LMP2 style life ECU, paddle shift with an auto cut on the upshift and auto blip on the downshift. Lots of little sophisticated aids to help ensure that you don't over rev the engines and all those kind of things. But
that's an important point too, with the auto shift and so on and so forth. You're not thinking about, heel toe, blah, you're not thinking about some of the more sophisticated racing sides. You're literally just changing down gears, changing back up gears, and finding the right price point, as it were, or the right rev point to go racing and hit the gas at the right time.
And at the end of the day, that's what all of the cars that you're going to drive above Radical have too. So again, it's preparing the driver for what they're going to expect, whether it's an LMP3 car, LMP2 car, or even the very, very top tier GT cars. So it's a very, very good platform for preparing drivers. A lot of young kids looking at this series as an alternative to F4, FR, Persing as an example, Duchelski another, young Austin Riley, of course, in the 1340 class, Robert Soroka, Aurora Strauss. It seems that we continue to attract a lot of young guns, but again, a lot of, and I hate the word gentleman drivers, because these guys, once they get in the car, they're not gentlemen.
No, of course.
They race fierce, but guys that are coming to the sport a little bit later in life also attracted to these cars because they are a great alternative to the Porsche programs and Ferrari programs, etc.
Before we go racing again, you talked about Aurora Strauss. Tell me, she's been in the headlines.
Absolutely. We just announced that she's now a brand ambassador for Radical Motorsport globally. Excited to have her on board for that, but also in this championship. And she was unbelievable in yesterday's qualifying session. Nearly put it on pole in the 1500 class. Just unlucky not to hold on to that spot. And it looks like we're going green again. Al Miller was using all the track as he exited that final corner here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
This is his best chance to catch John Field as they head down the front straight. You're listening to Tom Drewer and Jonathan Green here as we bring you the first Radical Cup race of the year, the Blue Marble Radical Cup, and already, that's the 57 getting in trouble
that
there.
That was Mr. Williams, and he's a brand new competitor to the Radical Cup series, and he enjoyed the conditions yesterday in qualifying. He's used to driving sprint cars and said in the wet, these big torque monster SR10 machines are just that. They're like sprint cars. But now in the dry, he's struggling around some of these faster Pro 1500 machines. Greg Gorski in the Smoke Buddy machine trying to get onto the back of Duchelski, who is behind Persing now. So that's
almost
change.
Lost it there.
And that's a change for position of the lead. So the 88 has fallen back one. Duchelski now running second. And Louis Schreiber will be another one to watch, sitting third in the 111 machine. He was very racy last year and over the back of the 500. But Duchelski keen to get back into P1. Nick Persing, this is his debut in the series and has done a fantastic job. There we go, the 500 of Al Miller hunting down John Field. It looks like Louis Schreiber, we just mentioned him before, the curse of the commentator. Schreiber in the 111 slow.
Yeah, he slowed right off because before this caution, before you got here, the battle was really between Schreiber and Miller for second and third. But now, as you can see, Field and Miller going at it, and Schreiber's dropped off. Meanwhile, the other battle is now catching them.
And really, this is putting a huge cat amongst the pigeons with the Pro 1500s, because Schreiber's just made a meal of that beautiful three-way battle. And in fact, Jachelski now coming under pressure from the 24 of Gorski. So whilst Persing has got the lucky break with the multi-class racing, it's Gorski who's going to have a crack at Jachelski in the 88.
Great racing here for the Radical. Almost the caution flag because of the crash we had in Field has actually spiced things up nicely, as we hoped they would. But Field still leading, but the gap that was 3.5 seconds is now down to less than a second to Miller in second. Persing now up in the 1500 class to third place. Schreiber drops to fourth, and as you say, Gorski trying everything and every which way to get into fifth place at the moment.
And I'm just looking a little bit back further in the pack, see who's leading the Pro 1340 class, and that's Jace Bacon in the 999, and he's right in the thick of the Pro 1500 classes. In fact, he's got the 2021 1340 champion behind him, Mike Anzaldi, now running in 1500s, and a lot of guys stepping up to Pro 1500 this year, and a pass we can see further back in the pack, and just ahead, or just behind that car was, I think that was Riley, young Austin Riley in car 20, a very distinct blue and yellow livery there, very, very bright on the racetrack. But a strong field, we can hear a bit.
Somebody locked up coming out of one, or into one, I should say.
And you can see on screen there to the inside of the track, just coming back now, is Austin Riley, weaving around a little bit. He's under pressure with a 27 behind him of Reed Stewart. Aurora Strauss keeping a couple of drivers at bay, and there's our leader in Pro 1340, the 999, Jace Bacon, his debut in the series, with father Seth Bacon behind.
Boys, I loved it yesterday, and somebody else spinning out.
Reed Stewart, so our rookie of the year from a couple of years ago. Reed Stewart just having a moment there, but Reed was impressive last year, and I gotta say, he has come on as a driver. It's a great example of being a novice almost to motorsport, jumping into the Radicals and immediately being around all of these competitive drivers and quickly stepping up the personal performance.
And I guess what you're saying also, or what I'm reading into this, is that you could start off in 1300s and stay within the Radical fraternity, if you will, and go all the way up to platinum before you want to venture out of that, which gives a sense of comfort that you're in a in a group of people that you trust and know and have raced against before, and you're just going to progress bit by bit, and they'll tell you when you're ready to go up to the next level, right?
Absolutely, and not only that, you can start locally, start at the country club, start with SCCA or NASA racing locally, step up to the big Blue Marble Radical Cup National Series, and then of course race around the world as well. We have series all around the globe, whether that's in the UK, throughout Europe, in the Middle East, Asia, Australia.
Some 14 championships, something like that?
14 championships, and a World Finals, our inaugural World Finals last year at Spring Mountain. Numerous nationalities, a big grid of 36 cars, and for inaugural World Finals, it was just amazing to see huge talent from across the globe, and we're looking forward to announcing the venue of this year's World Finals soon.
So some great racing here with 16 laps gone, the clock ticking down in the first of 3 races here in the Blue Marble Radical Cup.
A couple of Canadians duking it out there on screen. Robert Soroka ahead of Riley. And that's pretty racy there as well, with the number 09 of Elaine Dursey from Spring Mountain. And he is all over the back of Wayne Williams.
I love his great pockets of racing. It doesn't matter where you are on the field, you're in a battle.
And you can see on Wayne's car, that's the brand new cockpit safety device, almost like a halo on these cars, and a lot of drivers electing to run that now.
Yeah, that's an interesting ad, isn't it? Very safe.
Dursey going for a big move, and you could hear under brakes more squealing of the tyres, the Hankook tyres, as Al Miller runs a little bit wide. But interestingly enough, that means that Miller's fallen way back because he was behind or just in front of Greg Gorski. So John Field all by his lonesome now out in the lead. Louis Schreiber, after having a little bit of car trouble perhaps, sits in second.
Yeah, he's a long way off John Field, who's kind of just got back to where he was before, but increased that lead. Schreiber's still second. Zaleski, how do you say it? Dechelski, that's it, in third at the moment, and then Persing, who we're looking at right now. And
Dechelski has got back ahead of Persing. So lots of switching up there at the front.
Great. But this is Nick Persing. I know him well, and he's going to be loving this. Doing double duty, but he is right in the thick of it and looking for a podium and a win in 1500.
And this is really a battle not only of young guns, but two different variants of the SR3 1500. So Persing in the brand new, in fact it was only delivered from England to the racetrack on Tuesday, a direct flight from England for the number 19 machine. And that's the brand new XXR SR3, the latest iteration of 20 years of development, if you will, of the SR3 against the slightly older model that Jachelski's running, the SR3XX.
Well, I'm sure there's a few people tuning in on the live stream wondering how they can get involved in this, and I know you can literally go down to your local track, like you say, or a private circuit even, and hire a Radical and get some lessons and so on. Where else are you going? Where else are you traveling to? Because you've got some iconic circuits.
This series has just come on leaps and bounds, and we've been so proud to continue to grow it, to continue to foster the competitive nature of it. And we're delighted to join IndyCar 4 times this year. We'll be at Barber Motorsports Park next. That's the first, and we're back on a full course caution, it would appear. So Barber, and then Road America. Then we're off to the streets of Toronto. First time for a street race in Radical Cup history.
Wow.
Then we're going to be joining our fellow USAC series, the Porsche Sprint, and also some of the Road to Indy series at COTA, and finish the year, the finale with IndyCar at Laguna Seca. So it's an epic season, and fantastic to start, of course, here with the Speed Tour this weekend. What an amazing event. I can't believe the sea of people that continue to stream through the gates, the atmosphere at this racetrack with the autocross going on, the car show, everything that's happening this weekend. SVRA, Pirelli Motorsport Holdings, SCCA Pro just putting a fantastic event on this weekend.
So there you go. That's your leader Bacon in the 1340 cars coming through shot there. So
well, and
no, is that Jace? Sorry, that's Seth, isn't it?
Well, that is Seth, and so that's another change of leader. So the old man will be happy because he's ahead of his son, although I just wonder if that may be one of the cars we've lost in this caution period.
Good point.
Because the 999 was leading that class, and so that would be a tough one, wouldn't it? You're obviously be concerned about your son, but you're also happy that you're now P1.
Well, as you can see, they're about to pick up the safety car and things slowing right down. There's John Field leading the way. And behind him, Schreiber, who's made up that 10 seconds now. He'll be happy with that. Dechelski in third place, but leading in the 1500s ahead of Persing. He'll have one more crack, maybe. Let's hope we don't finish under caution, because we'd like to see a nice little one-lap sprint if we can. Miller in the 500 is just behind him. And then it's Gorski, Williams, Dursey. Strauss now back up to 9th position. She dropped a few places, but in that incident, I think she made a few up.
And look, this is a long championship, 18 races. Of course, yes, you can gain a lot of points today, but you've just got to work out what you can take home as well. Bank for that championship haul. And the other thing we need to check out, to explain to those guys that are watching around the world on the live stream, or if you're watching here at the racetrack, the fastest lap times of today's race set the grid for race 2. The fastest lap times for race 2 set the grid for race 3.
I see, yep.
So it's important not only to try and gain track position on your fellow competitor and finish as high as possible, but it's really important to bank a fast one somewhere within this motor race. And you know that there's probably drivers communicating with their crews at the moment saying, where am I? What are my fastest laps? What's happening out there? How am I positioned to for this afternoon's race? And if I quickly look, certainly John Field has set the fastest time in Platinum, so he'd be on provisional pole.
While we've got the caution, quickly tell me more about the Persing car, because obviously if it's brand new off the shop floor, as it were, or it's just been made, what, if any, differences to that car, the latest car, are there than previous iterations?
Well, quite a few. I mean, on the surface it looks very similar to its predecessor, the XX, but under the rear cowling is a brand new 4-cylinder Radical Performance Engines engine. Now, this is derived from a motorcycle power plant, but completely redeveloped in-house, and actually features a completely different induction and injection architecture from its original motorcycle engine. Very different from the previous iteration of engine.
And has it always been one mark of motorcycle engine, or is it?
Correct, yes. But again, Radical doing everything in-house, and so a little bit more horsepower, about 10 more horsepower on the dyno. It's interesting to see how that translates. Different brake package and upright package. The braking performance on these cars also aided, if you will, with this new variant, the XXR, with a nicer sequence, if you like, in the downshift programming that we have on the engine. So it's a fully integrated, obviously, gearbox and engine, being a motorcycle-derived power plant. But we work with Life Racing to program the ECU to manage all of that.
So I'm now getting the hang of this, because I've been in motorcycle racing for a long time. Basically, you've got a compact but very powerful engine. That gives you power to weight ratio. Also, the reliability of a motorcycle-based engine is also very good, and you're not dealing with having to put a V6 in there and so on and so forth. And so there's a lot of reasons, as the checkered flag comes out for John Field, for this to be the price point that it is. So I'm getting my head around Radicals, and so too is John Field, because he's just taken the win ahead of Schreiber, and it looks as though Chelsky has beaten Persing in the 1500 class. Am I right?
I think so. He has done it. So the young gun that finished runner-up, if my memory serves correct, in 1500 at the World Finals, has just won his first Blue Marble Radical Cup North America race. And great success for the Wisco team.
Yeah, confirmation then. John Field with the win for One Motorsports, and leading and winning in Platinum ahead of Rhino Racing's Louis Schreiber. Danny Dichelski, I got it right eventually, for Pro 1500. He wins in that for Wisco Racing. Then Nick Persing for Cameron Racing. Alan Miller is 5th in the 500. Greg Gorski, 6th. Wayne Williams, Alan Dursey in 8th position. Aurora Strauss, who we were talking about earlier, rounds out, or just gets into the top 10 in 9th position. And Mike Anzaldi gets 10th for Rhino Racing. So a good start to the weekend. Now, what will they do? Obviously, they finished under caution, but what will they do now, Tom, to change or mess with the cars, or is there very little they need to change?
No, look, the cars have got a lot of adjustments, from three-way dampers, obviously, springs, bars, all sorts of things. But look, the cars are, generally pretty reliable. So the main thing will be just checking over these cars, making sure that everything is okay, that there hasn't been something abnormal going on, refueling them, checking the ride heights. That's something that we key on a lot in the scrutineering. Also, just refueling and reviving these drivers after what has been some pretty fierce competition.
Well, my thanks to Tom Drewer. We will be back with him and the Radicals later in the weekend. They've got 2 more races to come. But that kicks us off on the Speed Tour here from NOLA. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch! At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth. Which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour, here from NOLA Motorsports Park. As you can see, New Orleans in the background on a hazy but nice day here in the Big Easy, and getting ready for our next race, which comes from SVRA. And that, of course, will be vintage racing, and it comes from Formula V. As you can see, the wind picking up slightly. We had some rain in the area earlier in the weekend, but I'm glad it's not here at the moment, and that means that we should get a good full run at our Formula Vs. These are effectively single-seaters from yesteryear, and Formula V, in fact, has been one of the most popular classes. In fact, that's a bit of a ringer, that car, that number 21, because it's not a Formula V per se. In fact, it's a Honda F4, but he's doing some testing, doing some practicing to get out there and join them. So they've thrown him in this category, and away he goes. But here is your regular 1-1-3. That's a typical Formula V. And that is the Kellison of Baron Hunter in a 1969 March 1. So these are all period cars from the mid-60s, early 70s. And Formula V being exactly what you think it would be, an engine from a Volkswagen Beetle. In fact, a lot of stock parts from the Volkswagen Beetle pre-63. As we take a look at the number 15 coming up next. Getting a thumbs up to our good man, Antonio Garcia. And the cows waiting in the background. Well, we've got horsepower, cow power, we've got it all here. And this is what it looks like from high above. Huge bridge back in the background there to get back into town across the Mississippi. And so we're about 25 minutes just outside of the city of New Orleans. There's the Caldwell D13 of John Williamson in the all green. And next to him, the 102, the Zinc FV in blue and white. All of them 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle engines. And that's Diana Dickman. She's the female competitors in this group. Up next, it's the number 32. The Autodynamics FV of Cassandra Baron Fuller. Up next, the 66. Good looking car. And away. Thank you, sir. So we've got about 20 cars in this. And you just saw the two female competitors that we've got. But also Ross Maddox, Stephen Hild, Scott Eliff, and various different makes of Formula Vs from the various different years. And there's no question that this is pure and utter fun. No question about it. Good cars, built to last, road tires, relatively inexpensive, but with the odd GoPro on top of the roll bar just to make sure that you catch all the fun. That's the 85, the Autodynamics of Madison Knox. And then the 659 of the Zinc Formula V C4 of Robert Phillips. And the cars are, as you can see, just in the middle of your shot there. And on there, what we call a pre-grid. That's a nice setup. Got your cooler, got your camera, got a bit of shade. Ready to go. You can see how simple the suspension is back in the day. As we look at the 141, that's a 1969 in red and white. Donald Rajasingham at the wheel. And then the 401, the Formula V of Ken Milvid. Sitting quite upright, but just about underneath that roll bar. Tall fellow. And as I mentioned, the Speed Tour continuing to go across the United States this year. Tony Pirella and his Pirella Holdings group, who run SVRA, Trans Am TA and TA2. Talking of which, there he is. Tony Pirelli always does this. This is his kind of thing to do. There's a little tap and a little handshake and a fist bump to the drivers, and it's a nice touch from the man who's got some 400 cars at some weekends to go around and just wish everybody luck and make sure that he knows that he's got your back, he's watching. But I mentioned SVRA, well, Trans Am as well, but also this weekend the introduction for the first time in 2023 of Formula 4, the sort of first step on the ladder to either IndyCar or Formula 1, the FIA Formula 4 and the FR Series, Formula Regional Series, which may be more familiar as Formula 3, but now in the new iteration, the new era, it is Formula Regional, and it's pretty much an atypical Formula 3 spec car as you see in the W Series and FIA F3, and this, the American version, the FR Americas Series, kicking off this weekend. A lot of graduates from F4 moving up to FR. We'll see them in action later today. Back in the day, of course, Formula V would have been the way into Formula 3 and onto Formula 2 and Formula 1. So these cars that you're watching now are very similar to what effectively became the Formula 4 of today's era. And that's why you perhaps saw one car there that I think is doing a little bit of testing as a potential entry into the Formula 4 Championship either later this year or potentially next season. Maybe he'll be driving it. He's ready to go. He's got his hat on, got his gear on. There's that Formula 4 car I talked about. And that is an all-modern spec Ligier Honda Formula 4. The Honda Civic engine powering that and a turbo version of it in the Formula Regional Championship. Neat little car. Came out a few years ago, and it has put together some great champions over the years, from Dakota Dickerson to Kyle Kirkwood now in IndyCar, and the likes of Hunter Yaney now in FIA F3, and like I said, a lot of them graduating into our current FR. But this is our first SVRA race of the weekend. Perfect conditions. So they start filing out now of the pre-grid and onto the track for their start. And just to reiterate, cars from the mid-60s, late 60s, and early 70s is what we've got on display. I think the earliest car we've got out there is a 63, a Volkswagen Formula V from 1963. That's the 401 of Ken Milvid. That's the car popping out there in the all-silver. And then the most modern car is that Formula 4, of course, but most modern Formula V car is probably from, what, 1972? Yes, 1972. We've got a couple of, we've got a Pegasus and we've got a Truhaft FV with Bill Griffiths at the wheel, the number 99. So, good field of over 20 cars getting out here for their first run, and they will get 2 feature runs for the weekend. The one thing that people, I've not raced at NOLA before, first time I've been here. Trans Am has been here a few years ago. But all that I've been told is that it's a tricky circuit in terms of it is one of those places that's constantly turning. It's bumpy, but that almost adds to it. We've just come from Sebring. Nobody complains about the bumps there, and adds a little bit of character. It's flat as a surface from above. You can see that. So there's no undulations to get too excited about, but the track itself technically is very demanding. As you can see, it kind of like meanders through several large hairpins. We've just seen 2 of them above from here, and then there's these very fast right-hand kicks. There's the first of them, and then there's the second one coming up now, and that takes us to the back of the circuit. Your rolling start behind the safety car, and the safety car will pull off and allow us to go racing. We're in Avondale in Louisiana, about 20 minutes from downtown New Orleans. And this is an FIA Grade 2 course. There's also a fully lit outdoor karting tracks. They've had SCUSA here in the past. So with skid pad and drifting, autocross, you name it. Pretty interesting facility, and run by Aaron Grosfos and David Pace. Friends of mine from COTA in the past, now here, and looking to bring NOLA back to its former glory. And certainly doing a heck of a job so far. Just looking at the lap records here, US 2000 is probably the most relevant to this group we're looking at. They were doing 136.6s. IndyCar came here. Scott Dixon doing a 128.5 in the 2015 Indy Grand Prix of Louisiana. And ironically, Scott Dixon started in Formula V in his home of New Zealand, Formula First, as it's known there. And in fact, I was doing some commentary on some Formula Firsts just a few weeks ago. There's the VW logo on the side there. Got a feeling we're going to go around one more time with the safety car, because he's not pulling away, or is he? Well, we're about to find out. He's gone. So then, here we go. We're about to go racing. This, the 2023 NOLA SpeedTour Formula V in action. Don't worry about the man leading the race. He is in a very different car. He's testing for Formula 4 in that number 21 Honda. But the rest are Volkswagens as they celebrate multiple years of great racing throughout the world, not just here in the United States, all over the world. Of course, where they came from in Germany, great racing in the UK and in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, as I mentioned, where it's called Formula First, and here in the States. And joining me in the booth, the one and only Ben Sissel. Fresh from the track. What's happening out there?
Well, I got to split cars for the first time, so add that to my resume. But this is going to be the best race of the weekend. I love the Formula Vs. Elliott Barron and his whole group out here. You can see Hunter Barron out there in front with Elliott right behind, sporting that SVRA National Championship helmet. That blue car you just saw may be one of my favorites there, that 103 of John Williamson. Just such a pretty car. But this car here is the one that's really going to give the battle, Daniel Persson to the Barons up there, I think, this black car.
Yeah, I was just explaining the F4 that was on track is obviously a regular state-of-the-art F4, and I guess he's just doing a bit of testing. I'm not sure who it is.
I think she's only 13, so not old enough to be kind of like Wisniewski did last year with us.
Right.
And he did such a great job. He's running an F4 this year, so she's doing the same thing. And so far, talking to the Formula, Ava Dobson, talking to the Formula V drivers, they said that she's given them all the room that they need and a really good driver. So that speaks really well, because a lot of the drivers in this field have 30, 40 years of racing experience. Great shots from the drone. This is the first images I've seen, John. Look at that number 103 there. Beautiful car. John Williamson, Caldwell D13. I personally just kind of like the Caldwells.
Yeah, so a bit like Formula Ford, you've got so many different types or makes and models of these Formula Vs, all with the same engine and many of the VW stock parts, but that's the point. It's affordable racing, even back then in the 60s.
Now look at this long straightaway. Drafting is definitely a factor here. Elliott gets right behind his son Hunter as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. And I misspoke, that 102 is Diana Dickman with that Zinc FV. That's a beautiful car. Just getting passed there by the number 66 of Bill Griffith as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. And then there's that Caldwell.
Yeah, that is a good-looking car. Nice paint job, isn't it? 1970, that.
So we are celebrating 60 years of one of the coolest classes ever created in racing, Formula V. Basically, you could go to a junkyard, buy a Beetle, and use the parts and make a race car. And it was, for maybe $2,500 to $3,500, you got a brand new race car 60 years ago. And then there's the Lynx, real famous, real fast cars there, that white and red. Number 141 of Donald, I'm not going to be able to say her last name, in the VW Lynx Formula V. You can try that as well.
Where am I looking?
141.
Oh, yes. You mean, I know who you mean. You mean Miss Raja Singham.
Ooh, that's awesome. Look at that shot there.
By the way,
Beautiful.
whoa, and onto the grass and dirt for a moment goes the 102. Currently in 6th place, that's Dickman. She did a little bit of off-grassing there, off-tracking.
We appreciate the stunt driving from the front. They knew they were on camera as a hawk flies by right there. Beautiful images here, and you can see it is group racing, like in all vintage racing. Sometimes it's the mid-pack racing that's the best, and they're going to want to get right behind each other. Now this should be single file going into these S's around that bell helmet's turn, and 2 cars equally yoked here, the 103 and 102, followed by that Lynx. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Dobson out front, testing that F4 car. She's going good, and she's way up the road from the 2 Barons. Hill, Person, Dickman, Griffith, Williamson, Rajasingham in 9th position, and then Baron Fuller. We were talking about the history, 60 years. I mentioned Scott Dixon at the start of this for the simple reason that he started off in Formula V back in New Zealand and has the lap record in Indy here from 2015. But when you look at the likes of sort of Emerson Fittipaldi, Niki Lauda, Nelson Piquet, Keke Rosberg, all started in this form of Formula V racing. So, this is where it all begins. You want to find a superstar, This is where to find them.
I can tell you why, too. They're very difficult to drive. It's really hard to drive a slow car fast. Yeah, and I mean no disrespect to that. Elliott Barron, who we just showing right there, would agree with me. And if you get somebody like Hunter Barron, who is fast in a Formula V, and put him in almost everything else, they're going to be fast. We could put him in one of these TA cars, and he's going to be fast right away because he now knows how to drive any car with momentum, and that is a tough skill to learn. There's one of my favorite liveries. This is number 49, beautiful car. Stephen Hild, an RCA Formula V. I think that stands for Race Car Associates, not the RCA Victor Company.
Good point.
But you can see that VW right there in the back, and that little cage, those 2 vertical bars that come down, is to keep you from hitting the shifting linkage, because back in the day, you could get up right behind a car and knock them out of gear and pass them.
Ah, okay. Good knowledge. Like to know.
I love this class. This is such a fun class. Big group racing, and then the cool thing about this, the camaraderie just in this class that the Barons and Big Hammer Racing have developed with the Seavar group out of Texas, and they have their own trophy. They had a trophy ceremony last year for the Formula V Trophies championship that they run, and then this race is one of the first of the season here, I believe. And they run with us, they run with Seavar, they run with a bunch of different groups. It's like a championship within a championship.
Yeah.
And there's that 103, John Williamson. So I'm going to put you on the spot, Jonathan Green. Pick a favorite.
I'm looking at it. The 103, I'm afraid I'm with you. I like the colors. I like the way I like the tub, the way it's designed. I love it. The other one is the all-silver 401, is it?
Uh-oh. I'm hearing some tire squeals.
No.
Come into Mission
the 102.
there we go.
Oh, no, a spinner.
Yeah.
At turn 1.
Great avoidance there by that driver. I can't find the number as they come around Mission Foods turn 15. And look at this. Oh, no, Diana's coming into the pits.
Yeah.
Now, their second race today is their coup de grace, as Elliott Barron said. But look at this now. They're going to come down. There's that number 49, Stephen Hill. You got to look at this car up close. Very beautiful car. And then look at how that Caldwell just kind of cuts through the air there. It's got a little bit of a frog stature to it.
Yeah, you really see the suspension as well when you've got such a long straight like this. See how steady it is. It's really nice to see that. Right behind him, though, Griffiths really putting the pressure on, is bouncing over the turn 1. Now you see why it's a bit of a challenge, that turn 1, because Rajasingham really struggling there over the bumps, and there are a couple of places here at NOLA that can really shake your teeth at.
That is true, yeah. And, man, this is so much fun. If you're watching, joining us on YouTube, please leave some comments. Where are you watching from? We're monitoring that. Which one is your favorite car? Tell us who you're rooting for. But right now, Hunter Barron, who just has been really good in the SCCA runoffs and really one of our fantastic drivers. I'd love to see him in a TA2 car. I think he'd do really well, but keeping his dad behind him. They usually race with us on Father's Day, and they came in like Scott Goodyear and Al Unser Jr. one year at Indy, just side by side. It was really fun to watch.
So you've been watching the 659 of Robert Phillips in the Zig Formula V C4. Here's the 85 coming into shot for the first time. I think that's the first time we've seen him. That's the Auto Dynamics Madison Knox, excuse me.
So there's a Kellison, an RCA, a Pegasus, a Lynx, a Caldwell, a Zinc, an Auto Dynamics, a Warrior. You know, how cool is it? Because basically it was kind of like some chassis designers would put the front and the rear ends together and then make some kind of a fiberglass mold, and that was their car. And like Caldwell was a full-on production unit of these, and some people, they made one or two out of their garage.
You know, and I was reading up the price point. I mean, if you wanted to buy a brand new Formula V, it would still only cost you about $35,000 US. But a second-hand one that's been used and is still in good nick could be less than $1,000 if you're lucky.
Yeah, you can still find these out there. I got to tell you, it's one of the most fun groups to run with. My son, who's here with me this weekend, was asking me what he should race, and I said Formula V for sure because of the training ground. Now, this is probably the oldest car in the field. That's Ken Nolvid. That is a, let me see.
Yeah, 1963, I think.
63, yeah. It just looks like that body type of the first ones, the body types were a lot bigger like that. And then here you see Ava Dobson in the background. This is basically the history of open wheel racing. This Formula 4 has kind of taken over Formula V as the training ground for open wheel racers. So there, right there, is like the genesis of training ground for open wheel racing. And I got to give it up for Ava Dobson. She's doing a great job. Very proud of her, and love the development that Scott Goodyear and the team at Formula 4 put into these drivers and the importance that they put into it. And we're seeing it now with some fantastic drivers coming through.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Brent Cruz might throw his hand at this because he's not quite old enough either. So maybe he'll get in that.
Isn't it funny that he's old enough to run a season and almost a championship in TA2, but not yet for Formula 4?
And he is our younger. He's our Rookie of the Year last year.
Now that was a good corner, Ava. You could see that was a 180 turn, and she held her hand in one place and made the whole corner. So she's becoming a very smooth driver, which is speaks very highly for her and her team.
Yeah, and like you say, it is apropos in some ways that we've got that car out there because these 60s cars that you're looking at are what this car, the F4 that we're looking at, also the Honda state-of-the-art car, you know, if you like, single-seater version out of karts that you would go to. And Formula V is still very much that today.
Now, back in the 60s and 70s, you could go to any junkyard and take your pick of 30 or 40 Volkswagen Beetles.
Yeah.
You know, but now it's even tough to find those. So these Formula V drivers are starting to have some trouble finding some of these parts in the engines and having to get the engines rehomed. But look at this thing moving around, just jumping around.
Cute little thing, isn't it?
Suspensions, yeah. These are torsion suspensions.
Like you say, 1963 Formula V.
So that's 60 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to my math, if it's 2023,
yep,
we've got 60 years out there. It took me that long to do that math, ladies and gentlemen.
That's all right. Here we go with a 1965. Let's see how your maths are this time. And Auto Dynamics is the model, Formula V.
That's under 60 years. That's the math I'm going to give you. But look at the upright on him. So these cars, the drivers sit so different. Hunter Barron's like laid back and like a lazy boy, almost a flat line.
Yeah.
There's a car that Mike Jackson races with us, a Shadow Fax, I believe it's called, and his left and right feet are sideways hitting the pedals because they wanted it to be as low slung as they could get. Real famous Formula V car. But look as they come into Mission Foods Turn 1. And Jonathan, talk to the crowd a little bit about these bumps coming in and how that could really disrupt the vehicle.
Well, you'll watch as they come into this right-hander here, Turn 1. There's a bump right in the middle of the corner. Here we go. Now watch. See how they come in there just on the approach there and then through the middle as well. And if you turn in there and you're not steady, easy to get the back end out. See that happen, and I think that's probably the reason we saw that turnaround a moment ago. But it's a tricky circuit, but people do like racing here, that's for sure.
That's Amelia Phillips there. I got a good story. I just split the cars for the first time, and she came right at me and scared me a little bit, but I deserved it because I put her in the wrong grid positions this morning. So, Amelia, sorry about that. Beautiful car in that number 10, and she is in an Auto Dynamics MK4 Formula V. There's the 19, John Carter Zink.
Yep. With the VW logo on the back.
Beautiful helmet with the racing stripe as well. So if you're in the New Orleans area, come out to the NOLA SpeedTour here. So excited to be here at NOLA. You can see it's a beautiful racing circuit, kind of in the Bayou, Jefferson Parish of New Orleans. We've got a crawfish boil. We've got Trans Am, Radical, Formula 4, FR, and Formula V 60 years.
Got some autograph signings as well from the youngsters later in the afternoon. We've got a car show. And it's a really easy trip outside of New Orleans, about 15, 20 minutes on a good run.
So, Elliott Barron has dropped off. We didn't see him. He must have come into the pits. But we've got Hunter Barron still out there. Elliott Barron, he takes care of like 8 cars while he's here. So he never gets time to work on his own car, sadly. So we'll see what happens. But maybe he's just saving himself for what he calls the coup de grace. Today's second race, and there's Ava Dobson, our leader. Coming up on, she's going to lap our leader in Formula V, Hunter Barron. Hunter Barron, one of the most aware drivers I've seen, looking at his mirrors. Let's Ava go.
Pushing on, she's doing good.
She
really
is
good,
really well.
The point is, there's no drama there. It's just nice and smooth. You can hear the input to the throttle. That's how it's, that's what you want to hear. She's not trying to change the world. She's not setting lap records, just going about her business, and that's all you can ask. I once asked the team manager, what do you look for in a driver? And he said, somebody doesn't crash it. Yeah. He said, we'll test somebody that, we'll take people out who bring the equipment back.
Yeah, exactly. And seat time. Everybody will tell you the most important thing is just seat time. So she's out there getting her seat time, and it's really going to come in handy when she's old enough to race in Formula 4. And there's Hunter Barron. Look at this car. This is a beautiful car, one of my favorites. That is a Kellison Mach 1. Really cool lines. You see the little bulges there. It is shock inputs. That just looks fast. Oh, we have a car off there. Hope that car is in a safe place. Here comes the checkered flag. Give it away, Jonathan.
Yeah, well done to Dobson, taking her first win in SVRA, but of course really here at NOLA to test for F4. Not old enough yet, but already showing good signs that she will be on the grid, as are several women this weekend, and looking forward to seeing her race in the coming years. Barron takes second, but the first of the Formula Vs, and the other Barron going out, and that gave Hild in the 49 a chance to get on the podium. Williamson, fifth.
I got to give a shout out, though, because
one
of Hunter Barron's mechanics, Frankie, first time to NOLA. It's his birthday today.
Hey!
So, Frankie, happy birthday. Hunter Barron's giving you a thumbs up as he comes through Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler. So, Frankie, happy birthday, buddy. Cool shots, isn't it, Jonathan?
I love it. So that concludes our Formula V race to get us underway for our coverage of SVRA this weekend. All part of the Speed Tour. We've got F4, FR, and of course the feature race of Trans Am. My thanks to Ben Sissel. We'll take a short break here from NOLA. We'll be right back. Stay with us. More action to come.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hello and a warm welcome to a very sunny New Orleans, Louisiana, here at NOLA Motorsports Park for round 2 of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series. I'm Jonathan Green, alongside me, Al Unser Jr. We are looking forward, as you can see, the grid has formed up behind us. It's perfect weather for racing. And Rafa Matas, our former champion, leads the championship after Sebring. But Al, I don't think it's going to be that easy this season for lots of reasons, and the obvious reason being Thomas Merrill, the current champion, is obviously a big contender for this title, but it's not going to be that easy, is it?
It's not going to be that easy, Jonathan. We've got some real young kids here with a lot of great talent. We got Brent Cruz and Evan Slater coming in as their second year. They're hard chargers, young, but they've got some experience behind them, and so we've got a new pole sitter with Thomas here. His fourth race, he's learning. He's getting all the experience that he needs to go out there and do. And so we've got some hard chargers out there. So, no, Rafa and Thomas Merrill are not safe at all.
You know, I was just talking to both Rafa and Scott Borchetta. I was like, you know, just as you've got yourself dialed in, they bring all these 16 and 17-year-olds. They don't even know how good they are themselves.
Correct. That's what I was talking about. So they're out there. They're going to be going as fast as they can every single lap, charging every corner. And, you know, that's not always the best to win races. You have to get to the end of the race in order to win the race. And so they're going to be gaining experience, and it's going to be a show to watch.
Well, of course, they're all going for the Rookies Cup and the Young Guns Cup as well. But obviously, Thomas Merrill, our current champion, wants to bounce back after a mediocre Sebring. He'll be in the mix for sure, as will Rafa Matos. But it's these youngsters. That's what we're talking about. And you just mentioned him. Thomas Annunziata from New Jersey in just his fourth race. His last pole position was sometime last year in a Miata. This is the real thing. Ben Sissel caught up with him. First, though, let's take a short break. We'll be back with all the action after this.
Desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle. Driven with passion. With one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Well, here we are on pit lane at the NOLA SpeedTour, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, one of the coolest series ever. Just 4 times here in the TA2 series. Thomas Annunziata, you're going to have to pronounce your name for me, is the Motul Pole Award winner. I got to point this out. Unbelievable. And he actually, you did it with, it wasn't a small margin like it usually is in TA2, almost a half a second. Thomas, how does that feel?
Oh, it feels great. I mean, only 4 times in the series. I'm still learning how to race in this series. They're long races, but I'm starting to get used to the car, and we finally put a lap together in qualifying early, and I'm happy to have early success here in the Trans Am series.
Now, was it only 3 laps on these tires?
Yeah, 3 laps. We did it quick.
So you're one of the young guns, and that's a big story here today, is that we've got 3 young guns ahead of 2 TA2 champion veterans. How old are you, Thomas?
I'm 17.
And what do we need to do to get our eyebrows looking so pristine? Maybe the best eyebrows in motorsports. Check that out. Get closer. Thomas Annunziata, nice job. You have any sponsors you want to talk about?
Yeah, I've got Nerd Focus on board, AI Media, and SC Arms. They've been with me since day one in cars and have supported me the whole way. So I'm looking forward to possibly putting this thing in victory lane and getting the sponsors out there.
Nice. I love it. Thomas Annunziata, one of the young guns. Unbelievable. Austin Green, another young gun, was on the podium here with us at Sebring just a few weeks ago. Here he comes, Austin Green. Look at that, running up like a true racer. Come on up here, Austin. Your finish at Sebring, unbelievable. How does it feel to be back in the TA2 series?
Oh, it's great. Huge thanks to everybody at 3 Dimensional Services Group and all the guys at Peterson Racing. We got another rocket ship today. It's just a long race. It'll be hot, and I think tire wear is going to be pretty abrasive, so just got to be there at the end.
Nice. Beautiful day here at the NOLA SpeedTour, as you can see. Lots of fans. This is going to be so much fun. Let's walk down, talk to Brent Cruz. Where's Brent? Hey, Brent Cruz. Come over here, buddy. Brent Cruz, one of the Young Guns champion last year. You won 3 races in TA2 last year. You're back with us. So excited you're back with us at a season. How do you describe NOLA Motorsports Park?
Yeah, I love it. It's my first time here. I've been to the go-kart track a handful of times, and that was actually probably my favorite go-kart track I've ever been to. And being able to be here is an honor, and it's a great racetrack too. It's one of my favorites as well. So pretty cool to be back here.
Perfect. That's Brent Cruz. Well, Jonathan, I'm going to throw it back up to you in the booth. So excited to be back here with the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, and welcome to the MAV Fast Channel viewers. We have a ton of you joining us. This is Brent Cruz, our Young Guns champion from last year. And Brent, I talked to you after qualifying. Qualified 3rd, and you were disappointed with 3rd.
Yeah, I feel like you can always be grateful, but I definitely wanted to be a little bit better than I was. I feel like I made some errors in myself, and I for sure always want to take accountability for that. I think we have a very strong race car, though, for some race speed, and I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. That's awesome. So the story is, if you're just joining us, we have 3 Young Guns, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then in 4th is Rafa Matos, followed by Thomas Merrill back here. I don't see Rafa anywhere. But here we go, Thomas Merrill. Thomas, champion last year here at NOLA, and I know you've done some stuff with NOLA Sport, but have you raced here before?
No, never. Just tested.
How do you describe NOLA Motorsports Park?
Bumpy, physical, and a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought because it's a very flat racetrack, but it's got a lot of really cool corners, a lot of fast sections, and it's built on a swamp, right? So it's really bumpy, and that adds to the character, and so knowing where the bumps are and how to manage that is going to be a big factor. But I think the big thing, honestly, for today's race is going to be the fatigue. After the 40-minute practice session, my shoulder was already sore, so I think we're going to see some people lose pace kind of towards the end. So I think if you save what you got till the end, you might be there.
Hey, and Rafa, I'm going to have you jump in here with Thomas because the story we're talking about here, these two were at it all year long. They came in, the championship was tied last year, and then Thomas had more wins. It was that close. But it's unusual to be behind all these young guns. How does that make you feel as a TA2 veteran, Rafa?
Well, I'm okay. We had a little bit of a hiccup yesterday in qualifying. We were quickest in practice, and I think we went backwards, but we changed the car back to where it was, so hopefully the car will be fast. Hopefully we'll be in contention for a podium finish, but it's a points race championship. We got to keep finishing. We can't afford to have a DNF, and I'm hoping to have a clean race with all the young guns, and Thomas he's a champion. He's a high caliber driver, so I expect to have a good battle with him as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because I think some of the young guns are really trying to make a name for themselves, and they're also trying to win a championship. But you two, you guys know how to win championships.
Yeah, I mean it's about playing the long game, right? And so you kind of have to know who you're racing against. And I certainly learned that at Nashville last year. Looking at Brent right now, but it's all good. But yeah, you have to know they're coming, and sometimes you have to give way and just play the long game. So experience matters for sure.
And for those of you who are wondering, Brent Cruz kind of said, hey, Thomas, go see how hard these concrete walls are at the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix. Lots of fun. Lots of fans down here. Look at this. We got three weird dudes in these blue shirts. Are you guys having fun at NOLA SpeedTour?
We're having a great time. I mean, this is amazing.
It's so much fun. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, thank you guys for joining us. So much fun. Thomas Merrill's car here. Here, we got to talk to this man. And from Argentina, Mariano Warner, we might need an interpreter, but maybe, from what I'm seeing from his followers, the second most famous athlete in Argentina.
Segundo piloto más argentino, más popular en Argentina.
Bueno, thank you very much. Very, very happy. Thank you, Trans-Am category. We are going for good race. Esperemos funciona bien.
Nice. How cool is that? In Argentina, if you're tuning in, this is the man to watch here. Check out this car, number 12, Mariano Warner. We've been so impressed with him, a huge fan base. Speaking of huge fan bases, the man that won the Sim World Championship against even the likes of people like Max Verstappen here with the food processing equipment company car. Dylan, I was talking to you today. You seemed a little bit disappointed. You thought you should be up in the front row.
Yeah, I mean, Evan and I both made quite a few mistakes in our qualifying run. We know we got a good car, so we just got to work to the front and make it happen. But, yeah, just thankful to be here and looking forward to putting on a show.
Nice. Dylan Archer, we got to get a shot here. Bobby Archer. Look at that hunk of a man there in the blue. Check that out. That's Dylan's dad, Tommy and Bobby Archer, some of our legends in Trans Am. And then speaking of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, we've got the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 car here, the number 48, Scott Borchetta. Scott, you had some great runs last year. I think Sebring was maybe a little bit disappointing start for you here in 2023. How are you going to change it here at NOLA?
Well, starting 10th, so I only got 9 guys to pass, so there's the mission. But, no, the car is good. Guys really worked hard on it, and we didn't fire off really fast. So finally, by qualifying, driver and car got together and put up a good number. I think we'll race well. So it'll be really interesting. We've never raced here before as far as this group of us. And going into turn 1, everybody's just got to be a little bit patient. We shouldn't be 3-4 wide because you're not going to get 3 or 4 through there. So hopefully we can get clean through the first few laps and then go racing.
So you joined the series here a couple of years ago. Then we bring in this Young Guns thing that now we have like 25 drivers with a ton of talent. But you owning an Xfinity series, are you also kind of looking at this as a little bit of scouting?
Oh, yeah, it's always great to be out on the track and just see what these guys do. And also watching somebody like Evan Slater who I first met him at Lime Rock, and watching him really start to get consistently really strong. So watching the arc of growth, it's not only coming in and being fast, but watching the improvement as well. But no, you look at Brent and Connor Zilich, and I got a shout out to Connor Mosak, who's getting ready to start his Xfinity series debut this week. So he's a big machine driver for us for this weekend. But yeah, man, they're always nipping at my heels. Every time I think I've made a gain, it's like there they are again. So it just keeps us working really hard.
And I love all that you've done for motorsports. And speaking of Connor Mosak, that's so cool. With Xfinity here in the Trans Am Series, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. And Adrian Lostowski, I love the awkward questions. And you came in, you were had a great fight in our GT classes with Lee Saunders. You started TA2, did really well your first season. Last season, I feel like you were a little bit disappointed. It seemed like you got the bad luck. Are you back in the good luck this year?
Yeah, we feel like we have a lot of good luck this year. We finished 10th in Sebring last weekend, and now this weekend we made a lot of adjustments coming into this race. We worked our way up in practice. We worked our way up in testing. We're starting 9th today. Chaz Howe, he helped us out a lot. The crew worked really hard with adjusting the car to get where we are now. I feel like very confident we're going to have a really fast car today. And also Hawk Brakes. Definitely want to thank Hawk Brakes and AMT Motorsports. They've been supporting us last year through the bad luck, right? And now it looks like we have a good year ahead of us.
This is the year for Adrian Lostowski. We're rooting for you. From New York, we're going to come by here. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Look at this. The two Fros. Boris said the third, right? And Boris said the fourth. How does it – I'm going to talk to you first. Trans Am legend here, Boris said – and we've talked a little bit. You're probably more nervous to watch your son race than you.
Oh, my God, yeah. I mean, I'm super proud of what he's done so far. I mean, to go from the Miata into this three-dimensional Trans Am car, I mean, he's only done a couple races so far, but he's doing really good. And I mean, he's better than me in a lot of ways, racing and smarter and a lot of things, better looking. So, but super proud as a parent to watch him, and nervous, though. It's a lot different now. Last week I was racing during the race, so my mind wasn't so focused on this, but it's going to be good. Can't wait to get going.
Nice, and I love it. And now to have the name, to share the name with such a Trans Am legend racing in Trans Am, do you feel that's more weight, or are you totally comfortable just showing who you are?
I mean, I think the main weight, for me personally, is just, to perform myself and just do good myself. And, it's just, there's a lot to live up to. I mean, these are fast cars, thanks to Doug Peterson for, even giving me this chance. And I know there's pressure from that, but not really from the name, but, obviously there's some pressure from that too as well.
Is there a Boris Said hair product that I can buy to get such a great sheen?
If there is, he hasn't told me yet.
It's top secret, the product. But yeah, once again, I want to thank Doug Peterson. I mean, he's doing so much for the sport to bring two young Americans up and give them this first-class ride. It's amazing.
Nice. I love it. Boris Said Jr., good luck out there. Doug Peterson, Three-Dimensional Services Group. So cool. All right, we're coming back here to Nathan Hearn. Sorry, Tony, we're running because Nathan Hearn, you had to start at the back of the field at Sebring and moved your way up. An unbelievable showing. Back here with Cube 3 and Nick. So happy to have you here, but I'm sure this is your first time to NOLA Motorsports Park.
Yeah, it is. And look, we hit the ground running. We'll P1, practice 1, and right at the front, practice 2. And it was just a shame how qualifying worked out. We had a really fast race car, and unfortunately just qualifying didn't go away. So 15th now, although, yeah. I mean, I've already done it at Sebring, so I've got practice at least. So, yeah, we just got to keep it tidy and try and get the Cube 3 racing mobile up the front. Steven Spiller Racing's works bloody hard to get the car going. And, yeah, I mean, fingers crossed we all have a good race.
Nice. And NOLA, it's tough passing here. Where are going to be your passing opportunities?
Yeah, look, we're struggling a bit in the straight line handling side of things. So, for me, my best pass opportunity is after a corner into another braking zone. So, I've got a few ideas. I don't want to say too much right now because I've got to keep that up here and put them to work. So it'll be a good race, so we'll look forward to it.
And, Nick, thank you so much for your support. Cube 3, but, gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you so we can make our way up to the invocation.
Great stuff, Ben, as always. Yes, watch out for the Q3 car of Nathan Hearn, he's certainly made a splash. In some ways, better than others. Last time out at Sebring, he was very quick there. He came from the back all the way up. Unfortunately, got tangled with Scott Borchetta. And as he said just then, he has been up in the field early on in practice. Didn't qualify perhaps as well, but Nathan Hearn is definitely one to watch. The current TA2 Australian champion coming here to race at the Trans Am Series here in America, the home of Trans Am, for the first time. We are here at NOLA for the first time, but one man who has been here is sat alongside me. He is, of course, Adam Andretti, and great to have a guy who's been in the thick of it literally within the last couple of weeks. But you know this field all too well. You've raced against all of them. You've also raced here, more importantly. Tell me about this track. We just heard a little bit about the bumps and bruises that this place can cause. But what is it like to race?
It's a very, very challenging track to actually get a hold of race-wise. It's really built for that overall lap time and not really what I would call the easiest track to race on. There's two definitive passing zones. The turn one passing zone is actually trickier than you may think. It's a medium speed turn one, and also it's really, really bumpy towards the inside. So what we'll see a lot of our passing going into here will be turn 13. It was a pretty hot spot for us, Jonathan Green, because you're coming out of the S's, and it's about getting a better handling run on somebody, and it's a much smoother braking zone down to there. So I'd look to have a lot of our passes right there.
Perfect stuff. We'll be hearing from Adam throughout the race. Let's head down once again to Ben, who's ready for the invocation.
All right, well, welcome back, and I want to introduce my friend Bill Knox from Road Race Ministries to deliver the invocation. If you would, please remove your hats.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for this glorious day and this great establishment. Father, we ask for your protection upon all the drivers, the crews, the spectators. Father, keep us all safe. Father, we ask for your hand also upon the EMS, our first responders, our police officers. Father, keep them safe as they do their best to protect us. And Father, watch over our military across the world, within the country, Father, as they protect this great country that we all love. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Bill Knox, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce Keely LeCompte, here local. I've heard a lot of great things about you, to deliver our national anthem. Keely, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Keely LeCompte, absolutely beautiful. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to take a little break here, send it up to you to walk us through our huge grid in the TA2 series.
Thank you, Ben. A fantastic rendition once again of the national anthem as you look down on this purely fantastic shot of Trans Am at its finest. Let's take a look at the grid, and it is the youngster Thomas Annunziata, just 17, in pole. Austin Green alongside him, Brent Cruz and Rafa Matos, former champion on row 2. Merrill, the current champion. Slater. Then it's Werner. Coming into the championship, the Argentinian alongside the Texan Archer. Lostowski and Borchetta. Borchetta not finishing the last race on row 5. Further down, Zilic, Said, Sarge, Mock, Nathan Hearn, we heard from him, the young Australian, then Gray Moffat, of course, grandson of Richard Petty, Ben Meyer, another youngster, Barry Bowes, having problems yesterday, but A-OK now. Keith Prochuk just behind him on row 10. And a little further down, let's have a look and pick out Brad McAllister, also one worth watching. Obviously, another former champion in Doug Peterson, the owner of the Three Dimensional Services Group. Tommy Sheehan, who's raced here before. Abate also has raced here before. No time for Dylan McAvern out at the moment. We think has got a little bit of bug, and so I don't think Dylan will be taking part, but it's still a massive field. Let's head down now once again to Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I am here with Greg Cada, or most of you know him as @Gregisms at TikTok, and we had so much fun watching your TikToks. I got to say, you're a lot funnier than you look.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you. That's probably the nicest compliment I've ever had. Thank you.
And you did some hot laps here yesterday, and I saw that you posted it. How many times did you say, "Oh my God"?
I think the tally that people counted was at least 126. Yeah, you called it a hot lap. It felt more like a hot flash.
Exactly. Now, how can people find you on social media?
I am at Gregisms on TikTok or at Gregisms Official on Instagram and Facebook.
And how cool is it to have a circuit like this here in your backyard?
Oh, it's amazing. I really just became aware that this was even here, and just learning about all the different drivers and just seeing how young they are. I was like, do some of y'all even have a driver's license? Like, is this legal? But I think we're good. I
love it. Well, now, take it away. Deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Greg Cada.
New Orleans, are you ready? Oh, we can do better than that. Are you ready? Drivers, find your joy and start your engines!
So as the engines roar into action, a couple of men who've already found their joy in motor racing. They are, of course, Alan Jr. and Adam Andretti. Delighted to have both of you here. Always great to have two guys who've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. And more importantly, with Adam, you were in the thick of all of this last week or the other week. So you are close at hand as to what we're about to see and how competitive everybody will be. So first of all, Adam, this circuit versus Sebring, I mean, there's a lot of similarities in that it's flat, it's bumpy, but that's probably where it stops.
Yeah, it's flat, it's bumpy, it's swampy. It's Sebring in that aspect, but pretty much where it stops, right? You know, Sebring carries so much history and character with it, and this is a relatively new facility. It's a wonderful facility to visit here at NOLA and here in Avondale on the skirts of the Big Easy. But the competition is thick and heavy, as you saw at Sebring, and there's even some competitors in this mix like Mariano Warner I've never raced with. So, I mean, I have no idea what to expect out of this young man, but everything I've seen, everything I've read, Little Al, about this kid is he's like an ex-phenom. He is from Argentina. We know some great drivers from there, right? The Fangios.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's going to be someone to watch today.
Yeah, I think, you know, especially these opening laps, because of the way it is at the beginning of the season right now, everybody's really feeling everybody out, especially it being the second race. You've got, like I said in the introduction, the young kids, the young guns out there. They're going to be going flat out, and then you got the experienced guys with Rafa and Thomas that are going to go, hey, I've been here before, we know what's going on, and so we'll just see how it unfolds.
So as they start to take to the track for the first time, go ahead, Adam.
No, I was just saying it looks like one of the 90. It looked like the 90 car, one of the Nitro cars, had a hard time firing and getting off the grid there. So hopefully they get that sorted. You know, sometimes just sitting out there in the heat for a little bit, you know, causes a little vapor lock, and and you just got to bump through it, and so hopefully they'll get that thing going. But yeah, they're rolling out here on grid, and this is going to be, and this is also one of those racetracks, Jonathan Green, that you got to be careful of the rear tires, just like all Trans Am, you know, all Big Machine Vodka, Spike Cooler, TA2 races. You have to take care of those rear tires. It's so pivotally important once we get here too, because you could buzz the rear tires off here at NOLA Motorsports Park in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I was talking with Evan Slater before the start of this race, and he said tire management is going to be key in today's race.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and they've already started doing it. You put me right after qualifying. I was watching everybody on the pit lane with about 20 minutes to go, and I was kind of scratching my head as to why someone like Brent Cruz wasn't going after the pole that his teammate at Nitro Motorsport had set, and likewise Rafa Matos and the three-dimensional boys. And the reason being, and you confirmed it, that they basically don't want to waste tires when they felt that they'd already done the optimal time that they could do on the tires with that temperature and so on.
You're exactly right, Jonathan Green. I was sitting there like on my pretend radio during qualifying yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, no, you guys got to pull these things in. I mean, when I was seeing guys out there for 5-6 laps, I was like, you have no idea what you're doing to your 100 miles tomorrow. It was going to be, the money lap was on lap 3. It was like that for almost everybody, unless they just couldn't find their way in traffic. But that money lap was there, and even the cars that I saw come bleed down the tire pressures to try and get another run at it, they could see it on their dash that they had nothing in it, and even by the time they got to the back straightaway, they cut it off, Al.
Yep. The smart thing to do would be to save their tires.
And as you can see, we're shuttling through the onboards. We'll be on board with the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Scott Borchetta, who, as he said, only got 10 to pass, so he's in a good position. But it is good qualifying for him, and I'm expecting big things from Scott. He got taken out, as we heard, at Sebring, so he'll be wanting to change that. We'll always be on board with Rafa Matos and the three-dimensional services group, the Ford Mustang. And I did ask Rafa just exactly what his plan was, and he was quite cunning. I've got to know him over the years, and he basically said, you know what, I'll take an opportunity if it avails itself in the opening lap, but after that, I'm going to sit and wait.
That's spoken like a two-time champ and the absolute professional that Rafa Matos is. I've been blessed to be his teammate in the past, and he's really, really smart behind that wheel, and he makes sure. And it looks to me like our pole sitter, Thomas Annunziata, is the one that had trouble getting off pit road as I see the full scope of the field here. So hopefully they got that sorted out, because that's going to drastically affect the grid. Then our previous winners here in the corner of the screen, you know, another two-time champion, Gar Robinson, and another past champion, Tony Buffamante. So, and
you were here that weekend?
I was here those weekends, absolutely. As a matter of fact, a little privately, Jonathan, I'll tell you a story about that one.
Okay. Yeah. It was a championship on the line.
Yeah, it was a championship on the line right there. It was a key moment in my championship, and a key moment for Gars. I'll say that.
I'll reserve a quiet table in a small restaurant for that then.
But it looks like this grid is forming up, and again, I don't see our pole sitter. Thomas is not up front where he is, so it might be a little bit of a different there.
Okay, let's take a closer look at this NOLA circuit here in Louisiana. Straight, and that's, I think, the big thing about this place. But Adam, jump in when you want. We're going into the Bridge Hall Bennett's turn 3, and then it opens up with these very fast right-hand kings.
Yeah, it's really, honestly, it's really lead follow through there. You could be 4 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field through turns 2 to 5, and you're going to be stuck behind them. So you got a high-speed S's here, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Like I said, that exit of 13 is crucial, because 14 is the real absolute passing zone. At 15, 16, 17, another place you do not want to find lap traffic.
And obviously getting a good exit out of 17 out, key to that long straight.
Absolutely. It's everything down that front straightaway.
Now we can start to see that turn 3, the Bridge Hall Bennett's turn 3 from high above. And now we're starting to see, guys, it looks a challenge, doesn't it? It's a hairpin, but it's not a hairpin.
I mean, it's decreasing radius, so you're not letting, like, we as race drivers, we want the horse to have its head, right? We want to let it go. And with decreasing radius, it's patient, and it's a really difficult balance to find on the car too, because you need the front end to be positive to make that exit, but at the same time, you don't want that rear end to chase it around.
The more positive that front end is, the later in the throttle you can get. It's that simple.
Exactly right. So that's where this challenge comes in. That's why I say it gets to be real follow the leader through that part of this course here. So again, patience is going to be key here, which which is tough to say to a 14, 15-year-old, is be patient. But we have some of the best on the planet when you look here at the Young Gun Championship.
Well, I was just looking, Austin Green high up, obviously, in the actual overall championship, but leading in the Young Guns. And just look at that list. Connor Mosack, Brent Cruz. Connor won't be doing the full season. He's at Xfinity. Evan Slater's here. Zilich is here. Mark Gray, Moffitt. Ben Mayer had a chat with him. And Boris Said Jr. is making his way in the three-dimensional services group. We're on board here with Austin Green. And what an opportunity for this man. He starts on the front row alongside an Enciata. And if he's going to make a mark with his teammate Rafa Matos and actually sort of give his presence or make a presence felt, and you know in a four-man team that the only way you're going to get respect and not all be behind Rafa is to say, well, I'm going to beat Rafa then.
Absolutely, and we've had a change up front, Jonathan Green. If you notice, Thomas isn't up there. Austin Green
oh, my word, you're
pole
absolutely
position.
right.
Brent Cruz is now up to the front row, so this is a young gun front row still. But Austin Green, back to your point, what a talented young man. He comes from a wonderfully famous father, a very talented father in David Green, and NASCAR, an ex-Xfinity Series champion, and I'm proud to know them personally, and they're going to come to Green Flag, John, and give us a show.
So here we go then, a huge field of TA2 for round 2 of the 2023 TA2 Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series. We're about to get underway. Brent Cruz on the right-hand side, and Rafa Matos effectively vaunted forward. Austin Green there alongside Brent Cruz, but Rafa with a chance now to go for the lead, but already Merrill makes his move, and round the outside goes Rafa, side by side with the youngster, the 15-year-old Brent Cruz, sponsored by Franken Road.
And, yeah, you better watch out because Thomas Merrill's coming on the flank. They're going to make it three wide. Thomas Merrill for the lead. Look at the champ, 2022 champion. He's going to get
Cruz picks it up.
Yeah, because he got a good hook in the back there by the 89. I'm sure that was unintentional, really close, tight racing, but
and Rafa Matos got beaten up then.
Back. Brent Cruz, and look at Evan Slater, the youngster, up to P2. I promise you, that owner of Ken Thwaites is certainly enjoying the start of this race for his youngster.
Well, Dylan Archer, who we're on board with now, he got a good start. They all went past Rafa. He got kind of balked there. But yeah, Evan Slater, look at him go. Dylan Archer losing out then to a couple of guys, including Lostowski as he goes by. Great onboard pictures now.
Yeah, that'll be a great replay actually to get is on that start, because what happened there was the 89 started to hook. Started to hook the 26, last year's champion, and that was starting to send a little bit of a spin, and everyone checked up and did the right thing, so we didn't have a wreck, but it really lost a lot of spots and mixed it up really quite well. As we're on board, the Hawk on board here with Adrian Vlastowski.
Yeah, Lostowski, we're getting great onboard shots already from this race, but we have lost the pole man. He has disappeared, and Enciata, the young 17-year-old man from New Jersey, getting his first pole in just his 4th race, but doesn't even make the pace lap. Out of the last corner comes Brent Cruz, our Rookie of the Year last year at just 15 years of age. Behind him, though, Thomas Merrill, the champion.
Yeah, Brent's a phenom here, and he's already getting a little protected. Oh, Mariano Warner. You know, we had such high hopes to watch Mariano go out there and do his thing, and he's on the hook coming back, so that's a shame. But still got a great race up front as we come back to Austin Green here in the number 89 three-dimensional services group Chevy Camaro. He's leading around Evan Slater, and those two youngsters, as you see, Rafa Matos diving deep on Evan Slater.
Rafa. Well, he said he was going to hold back, but I think he's got a bit ruffled from that opening salvo, and Rafa wanting to stay with the leaders. He told me he just wanted to sit back and watch what happened to the front, but he doesn't want to lose the front, and so he wants to stay with the lead group, that's for sure. That's the plan, right?
I just find it adorable that Rafa said, I'm going to lay back. I think that's so cute of him to say that, because that's not his style.
I do not believe that at all, Adam. Not at all. I mean, he's just being super careful that opening lap, and then now let it get single file as a champion would, and then start picking them off one by one.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to really rely on his teammate there. Austin has got, he's got some speed to show right now, and he's really on the charge. I think he was expecting to get out front and kind of take off with this thing, but he's going to battle pretty hard up there. He's P3 right now, Austin Green, that we're on screen with Rafa Matos, the two-time champ.
So good clean start, and besides Enciata going out, and of course Werner, this is a real sad start for him because he was really desperate to effectively get the start to his Trans Am career that he wanted.
So bummed for Thomas. What an absolute bummer as we're looking at the three-dimensional services group. But yeah, absolutely bummed for Thomas to not even get off of pit road, and and end up there. And as you see, very protective here on the front straightaway. It looks like Thomas has a little bit more straight line speed, and he's going to pull up alongside.
Use it into turn 1.
And this is a really good move to have, because if you could keep the outside of turn 1, Jonathan Green, you got the inside into turn 2.
Yeah, and Zillage on Slater at the same spot. There's Archer. Archer currently in 8th position. Nathan Hearn behind him. We're on board now with the young Texan. And as you can see, Archer in 8th position at the moment.
Exciting start to this race. Nose to tail, throw a blanket on the top 4. A little bit of a gap to the next 4.
They're mixing it up now.
Here we are. You got the 89 of Austin Green up underneath the last year's champ of Thomas Merrill. This is going to be a drag race down the straightaway. Merrill's got some good forward bite. He's going to take this corner, and yeah, absolutely.
Now, I have got some updates on Thomas Annunziata. He's in the race. He's currently 17th. He started right at the back because he couldn't roll off the pit lane. But more overtakes going on while I'm reading that to you. Guys, Austin Green and Rafa, yeah?
Yeah, Rafa got around Austin Green right there, made a move on Austin, and Austin got checked up a little bit trying to make a pass on Thomas. Thomas got a little bit more forward bite and a run in the corner.
Oh,
Thomas!
Well, they've got a lawnmower here. They don't need an extra one, but they found one there. But he's managed to gather it all together and gets behind Zillage. Big moment then for the champ.
Excellent save. And to not tear up the car, because when you get off-road here, Little Al, it wants to rip the splitter off, so he really got away with one there.
Absolutely, yes.
On board with Lostowski now. You can see how fast and furious and how they're bumping over the curbs here, coming into the stadium section and out of the last corner. Crucial corner this to get it right, but Brent Cruz leading the way, and the heat from Thomas Merrill dissipated somewhat. Now he's got the 2 yellow perils behind him of Rafa Matos and Austin Green.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Thomas went for a little bit more straight line speed, has a little less rear end grip, a little less wing angle on that car. He's not getting through the handling section as good, but he's definitely down the straight line.
Guys, what do you see here as we look at the replay?
So yeah, Thomas just got too much of the curb.
Loose.
Yeah, he got too much of the curb.
Yep.
He grabbed a little bit too much of that curb, and we run a very aggressive suspension setup on these TA2 cars right now to get the best advantage of that Pirelli tire. And really, you come to find that if you grab too much of the curb, it releases too much of the energy that's built into that suspension, Little Al, and it really makes the car a handful for a moment.
Yeah, and it would make it snap out running stiff springs like that. Yep. Yeah, there's Rafa. I mean, he's doing a great job. 1 by 1 is what he's doing, and so look for him to close this gap and see what happens there.
I see, knowing what I know about Rafa, he's at this point right now in the race that he knows that he can run this pace and feel like that kid is pushing his car to keep the pace ahead of him of Brent Cruz. So with Brent, he feels like he's pushing Brent, and if he's just nice and relaxed, it's only going to help him save those also precious Pirellis for the end.
You're listening to Al Unser Jr. and Adam Andretti as we take a look at Brent Cruz going about his business on board with Matos. Green, Zillage, Merrill has recovered to 5th place. And that's your top 5. Still a long way to go, though, in this race. 4 laps of the 37 gone. And this has far from started, even, in many ways, with Annunziata already starting to come through the field.
Yeah, just listening to his throttle.
I'll keep an eye on Annunziata. Sorry, I hold you up there. Al, carry on.
Yeah, I was just listening to Rafa's throttle coming off. And he's just being super kind to his tires now. It's too early in the race. Like you said, Adam, if he could close in like he's doing right now, he'll see this. Brent Cruz see this, and he's not caring about tires. He's caring about Rafa.
Right.
And so Rafa's doing perfect right now.
I agree. Here we go for a replay.
From high above, from the drone.
Inside pass.
You can see how they're spreading out, though.
Looks like we had maybe an inside pass here in the rear of the field here. It's hard to make out on who that might have been. A nice shot of the youngster of Evan Slater coming out right behind Thomas Merrill. He's in the Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro, and they got a really good program over there at Showtime Motorsports. And
yeah, big move for him.
Yeah, it's a lot of exciting things over there. He's a great young man. He's a fun racer to be around. He's got great driving abilities. He doesn't drive over himself. The moment is never too big for him. He's very calm. So it's a pleasure to have him in this series. He's 17 years old and he's a professional race car driver. You talk about living the dream, right?
Oh, no kidding.
That's totally it right there. And he's soaking in every moment. You know, to get to work for and to drive for a man like Kent Waits, it's a great introduction for this young man's career for sure.
So then we're watching Evan Slater go about his business. He's just moved to that Franklin Road apparel team for showtime. So Kent Waits will be watching on. He'll be in action in TA tomorrow. Looking forward to that one. That's our feature race for the Speed Tour. But at the moment, we're watching Brent Cruz as bit by bit, Rafa Matos is reeling him in. Austin Green still very much in the hunt. And Connor Zilic has put himself in a position to go for it.
Connor and I had a wonderful talk before the race. So, yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
Now, it could be a full caution yellow here at NOLA. If you've just joined us, welcome to NOLA Motorsport Park, nolamotor.com, for those who want to go online and have a look at it. But we have a full caution, our first of the race, and just trying to make sure that we keep up to date with who's where. And Inciata, the pole man, is now up to 16th position, having started at the very back. He's putting in some sensational laps. And remember, we changed the point system this year, and so now it's 101 for a win and all the way down to 40th place. And Al, that makes a big difference when you're racing if you can get back from the end up to 16th.
Yeah, what I was just thinking, you know, he's the pole sitter that had problems starting his car. So he started in the back of the field. He is not thinking about tire management at all. He is thinking about passing is what he's all about.
Yeah, and he's going to use these cautions because, I mean, Adam, you tell me, a caution like this is going to help your tire management because you're not wrecking them all the time.
Well, that's the thing. The Pirelli tire, the TA2 tire that they have in these cars, it's a sensitive tire in the sense that if you upset it, if you abused it, you can't really at race pace bring it back to you. You can't be gentle on it and still hold lap time. You need to actually get a caution to cool the things down to bring it back to the right operating pressure. And that's really the tricky balance of this Pirelli tire and those that understand it the best. This is a 100-mile race on one tire. And those are some of the most challenging kinds of motorsports out there is because you don't get that great feeling of, hey, I'm going to come in and put a Band-Aid on this car and get 4 new tires. You know, you're kind of stuck with what you have here. And so, yeah, you know, he's not thinking tire management. He's thinking all pass, but you still can't be just negligent of your tires because you'll have nothing. I mean, if you use up all your tires on the easy part of the field to get through, once you get up to where it gets really difficult to overtake, you have nothing to get around those guys.
Correct. He's doing everything he can to pass. And then the other thing about this caution tightens up the field. So that helps the back guys close up to the field, gives them great opportunities when this thing does go green.
Yeah, that Thomas that was a big thing for him, right? Because he was able to come from the tail, and this actually closes that gap that was caused from him not starting.
So we're under caution here at TA2 in NOLA in Louisiana. Beautiful day here, a bit overcast, but it's hot out there, and it's going to certainly weigh those cool suits. And ironically, Annunziata was one of those who failed from it last time. And it was Thomas Annunziata. We're keeping a watchful eye on the pole man who didn't get off the line in the roll-off of all things. And he looked so cool, calm and collected. Had a chat with him beforehand. And he was really looking forward to this race. So he's going to be mad as hell inside that helmet. But he's doing the sensible thing. And you can see from the board here, he's in 15th place now. So he's got past both Mayer and Prochuk. And now going in pursuit of Gray and Moffitt. Mock ahead of then Sergej Borchetta still in the top 10, just behind Archer. Lostowski in 8th, Hearn, Slater. Hearn's got up to 7th, so the Australian on the move yet again. Merrill still in the top 5, Zilic in 4th, Green, Matos and Cruz. And at the restart, I wonder what Matos will do. I'll turn to my learned gentleman here. How do you do the restart, and what do you do at the restart?
Well, Rafa's kind of a master of these restarts. So, you know, for Brent Cruz, this is a great learning curve for him as far as, you know, keeping a great champion like Rafa Matos behind him on these restarts. That's the trickiest part. But the people I'm really watching on this restart, Jonathan Green, are a little bit deeper in this field. Connor Zilic, he looks like he's ready to go. He had a really good short run car, it seemed. Nathan Hearn, he really needed this yellow also to get him back tight with this field. I think he's going to be definitely a driver that we see on the move. and obviously Thomas. So like I was saying, you know, Connor Zilic had a nice little chat with him before the race, and he's more poised than I saw him last year. He's even more mature, and he's looking ahead and really excited for what's coming. But I think we're going to go, well, I don't think we're going green this time by. I believe the pace car is going to do
the pace car's still out there.
Still out. I've still yet to see why we were under yellow anyway. I haven't seen any car that was kind of in a harm's way or anything like that.
So as you can see, the pace car coming down the main straight again, and we will be doing another lap under safety. So the pace car on track here at NOLA. Brent Cruz chasing it, keeping the tyres mechanically warm, and likewise Rafa Matos winding his way behind, and then comes Austin Green. An important race for Austin if he wants to make his name on the team. Second in the championship, and looking for first in the young guns as well. Remember, the drivers under 25, and that includes Thomas Annunziata, Dylan Archer, Caleb Bacon, Kylie Bryson, Brent Cruz, Parker DeLong, Taylor Gray, Austin Green, Nathan Hearn, the Australian, Tad Moffat, Darren Mock, Connor Mosack, who's only doing a shortened schedule, and Luke Rumberg. I'm here with Adam Andretti and Al Unser Jr. And Al, from what you've seen, the thing about Brent Cruz is that most 15-year-olds, and we watched him kind of crack out and was born under our watchful eye last year, but we thought, is he going to crack under the pressure? And he never did he?
He never did. That's what I was going to mention a little bit ago, that, you know, Brent is drives with so much experience, and so having Rafa behind him, I don't think is going to bother him at all. I think he's preparing his car, getting it ready to do a restart, cleaning his tires, cooling his brakes. He's going to be ready, and knowing from what I saw what he did last year, he's going to come off of there. Knowing Rafa's super good on restarts, he's going to do everything he can to jump him.
Yeah, and Brent Cruz, you got to remember, you know, this he didn't start racing last year. He just started racing in the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers TA2 series last year. He is a world karting champion. Yeah. He knows how to keep the best in the world behind him, and Rafa is certainly one of the best in the world. So this is not unknown territory for this young man. So he's a special talent. I call him the exception to all the rules, because he's that generational talent. You know, just like you and my cousin Michael were back in that era, Al Jr. You know,
thank you.
We get that generational talent, that once in a generation talent, and Brent Cruz, Connor Zilic, Evan Slater, these kids, Nathan Hearn, Dylan Archer, these are those next level generation talent.
Well, guys, the lights are out on the pace car, which means that Brent Cruz is now going to lead this field to green again. We've still got a long way to go in this one, and we've had our first major caution, fastest lap so far, a 1:42.3 from Austin Green in third position. We're coming out of the final loop now, the pace car out of the way and into the pit lane. Brent Cruz now in charge of the restart. Now, what will Rafa, what will Austin Green, who we're on board with now, do at the start or the restart of this? Great opportunity for those chasing.
Restarts are tricky in TA2. You are not allowed to make a pass until after the start-finish line. So you're not even allowed to poke out. So you're not going to see any movement. So you'll know exactly where the line is, because that's when the cars are going to scatter.
Yeah, absolutely. But a good, clean start by the looks of things. And, yeah, nicely done by Brent Cruz. Austin Green's lost a place to Zilic, maybe. No, he holds it in through the Big Machine. Spike Coolers, turn one, and holds on, does Evan Slater.
I told you, Connor Zilic, watch out for my youngster right there, because Connor is on the hunt for Austin Green right here. He is tucked on the 89. Also, over the break, want to make sure all the Boris Said Jr. fans out there, unfortunately, the 86 went back to the paddock. So, unfortunate for that Peterson Racing team and camp. Sorry to see that, but wanted to make sure that we reported on that youngster and where they're at for their fans.
Well, here comes the Aussie too, because Nathan Hearn is making waves on board with Dylan Archer. He's just behind this battle. 9 of the 37, a long way to go yet, but already in this opening restart, the field's starting to spread out, and Brent Cruz pulling away at the front ahead of Rafa Matos, but still under pressure. Austin Green from Connor Zilic.
Yeah, Connor wants his P3, and watch for this passing zone right here. Right as I said, coming into turn number 13 here, this is where we could see a big dive bomb move here by the youngster of Connor Zilic. But it looks like Austin Green gets through the S's a little bit better, doesn't he, a little while?
Yeah, it looked like he pulled him going through there to open up that, take that passing zone away from him.
Well, it looks as though Hearn has got past Slater, and he's now around the back of, and you can see it for yourself, of Thomas Merrill, our current champion. So the Aussie champion against the American champion on track, the 26 versus the 29 as we go on board with the Aussie.
You know, I had the pleasure of having quite a few conversations with Nathan Hearn this weekend, and what a fine young man he is, and a talented driver. Looks like we're under a full course caution again, so don't know what's caused this one, but cautions do what, little Al?
Breed cautions.
Absolutely.
It's Barry Bowes who had a problem yesterday. They towed him back to the pits yesterday, but we could see from the bottom left-hand corner the Texan there with the glasses on there, looking up and looking in the mirror, hoping that somebody will come and collect him, or he can get out, and he's safe to get out, but he's in a safe spot, that's for sure. I think he's on the exit of turn 1 there.
Yeah,
so why don't we...
I hate that for Barry and that whole BC crew. They come all the way from Canada down to these races, and that's a lot of effort, and to have it done right now, apparently done on lap 8 or 9, it's just a real shame. Sorry to hear it for those guys.
So we're under our second major caution. Cruz, Matos, Green, Zilic, Merrill, Hearn, the only mover. He's up to 6th place ahead of Lostowski. Slater's dropped to 8th. Archer, Borchetta still in 10th position. And Annunziata has made up another couple of places. He's gone from 15th to 13th. He is going to score big despite the fact that he started from the pit lane. So this is a big story that we're starting to hot up here, which is that the 17-year-old Annunziata, Thomas Annunziata from New Jersey, who's only starting his 4th ever Trans Am race. He's a good friend of Brent Cruz. They raced for Nitro Motorsports together. He invited Thomas into the series. He said, come and race this with me. And right now he is doing just that. But right now it's his buddy, Brent Cruz, who is leading the way here in TA2. So then, Rafa Matos waiting to build. He didn't get the perfect restart last time. In fact, Cruz got away better than did Matos. Boys, you watched that restart. Anything you want to talk about in terms of what they're going to do the next time round?
You know, I thought Rafa laid back a little bit too much. I thought he should have been a little bit closer to Brent coming down for that restart.
Yeah, I agree, and you know, that's kind of the product of this not being able to tuck out before the line, is you're trying to give yourself that space so you're not, you know, stuck too tight and too up on, you know, the car in front of you. So that's a big thing, and I think we lost our pace car. No, there's our pace car. But no, I think that's where that can be kind of an improvement and something to look on for there. And when you're talking about the youngsters there with Brent Cruz and Thomas, yeah, they ran karts together. Not only that, like their same coach, Ashley Rojero Butcher, you know, and in celebration of International Women's Day, which was on Wednesday, you know, there's so many wonderful women in our sport that not only you see the ones like Michelle Abate, who are the drivers that are out there, but there's so many behind the scenes, and Ashley being one of those, and she's also really high up at SRX, so she's definitely a pretty special talent to have here in our paddock.
All right, well, let's head down to Brent Cruz's spotter. He's with Ben Sissel.
So I'm with Nick Tucker, who usually hides from me, actually the crew chief for Brent Cruz. I found him up here in the bleachers. So what's your driver saying right now, Nick?
Yeah, we're just a little bit tight, so hopefully as the run goes here, we'll get a little bit more front turn and be okay. But our cars are pretty historically good on the long run, so if we can just stay out front, clean air, and we'll be okay.
Perfect. Well, there we go. You can't hide from me too long, Nick. Back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, he said it right there. Nick said it right there. It's all about saving clean air. If you don't have the front end underneath you, you're going to need that clean air to keep the front tires on you for the rest of this battle. Nick Tucker's wife, another one of those great women, Johanna, behind the scenes, and Brent Cruz's mom, Marisha. She's, I was joking with her. I said, you're really important because of the support role, and our mothers and our wives and are so important to us in our support roles. My wife Tabitha being one of those. But Marisha, she's got to drive Brent places. Brent can't even drive himself to these races. Right?
That's a good point.
So he needs his mom there to be taking him away. As we see Barry Bowes on the hook there with the BC Racing Chevrolet Camaro. Don't want to see that. Hopefully they get it sorted out. Maybe he can get out there and collect some points and finish this thing off.
Yeah, so just to remind you, Barry Bowes out, Boris said Jr. out, obviously Werner out early, the Argentinian, and of course we're keeping an eye on Annunziata, who is coming through the field bit by bit. He's currently in 13th position, having started right at the back, even though he was pole position. Nathan Hearn's the man to watch, no question about it. He's behind Merrill, and it's going to be interesting to see how these two get on, because by now Thomas Merrill will be all too aware who's behind him and knows that he's an aggressive driver.
Pace car's off, and we're coming around turn 17 or turn 16, 17 here to get ourselves another green flag, Jonathan.
All right, Brent Cruz will do it again. Let's see if Rafa Matos holds back or goes with him this time. Hearn looking for a way past the champ. The green flag waves. Brent Cruz accelerates away. Everybody line astern. They can't commit to overtakes yet, but now they're starting to spread out. Zilic looking for a place. Green trying to defend. Into turn one they go. Rafa Matos tucked in nicely this time, and Merrill under pressure this time from Zilic.
No, Thomas Merrill took that spot from Zilic.
Sorry, yes.
So that was a beautiful move by Thomas Merrill on the outside of Connor Zilic, getting that inside run.
Whoa! And Hearn takes both of them.
And look at Hearn, Nathan Hearn, knowing what he needs to do. What did he say, Jonathan, at the pre-race? I have to find the gaps in between the corners and really make that dive bomb move, and that's exactly what he did right there.
That was
Open up the door. It looks like Thomas is going to give him a little shoulder rub and say, hey, buddy, you're looking at the American champ here.
This is great racing. Merrill got through, but Zilic, and now the Hawk-sponsored Adrian Lostowski in the hunt, but Nathan Hearn just stole a march on both of them as wide goes Lostowski. Luckily, he gathers it all together, keeps it forward, just about.
Yeah, Adrian, boy, it caused a little bit of an effect back there, a little bit of a cause and effect. He had another car that ran off right as they went off the shot there. So looks like Adrian lost all the air on the front of the car, and the car just shot. He tried to get it recovered, but he put the wheel in, and we didn't get any turning.
Yeah, he did. He overshot that corner.
So we're underway again. 12 of the 37 gone. A long way to go in this one. And it's fast and furious here at NOLA in the Big Easy. But it doesn't look that easy at all at the moment for Rafa Matos. He knows that he's built up respect. He was asked about that by Ben on the grid. What about all these youngsters? And he said, I'm fine with it. But the truth is, Rafa Matos has been, since his first win in 2018, he could kind of look across the paddock and see where his rivals were. And most of them were in his team. This weekend, he doesn't know who he's going to be fighting with.
That's exactly right. This field has gotten so deep on so many levels. We have great commitment from other big operations that are really up in the game to match the Peterson game. So, and you're seeing that, right? And then there's that talent that's coming in from all over the world, right? We had Mariano Werner, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to see his performance, but he's looked great all weekend long. We're seeing what Nathan Hearn could do. He's from P15 to P4 right now on one of the hardest tracks to pass.
Oh, Lostowski had another look at that. Good save, Al.
Yeah, he did. He did a great save, for sure.
It looked like he was tossing a pizza in there for a second. One of them New York pizzas there.
He was tossing everything he could.
He was throwing lids, that's for sure. But we're back to the action now as they come out of the right-hander. Fast down the back straight they come. A little bit of dust flying up there. But perfect conditions for racing as we go back on board with Austin Green in third place, looking to lead the rookies. But Brent Cruz will have something to say about that afterwards.
And for those at home think that Brent was swerving to get away from Rafa, that wasn't it at all. Remember, that's where everyone went off. There's a lot of gravel on track. That was a veteran move. You don't want to be the first to that gravel and puncture one of these tires. We don't have a whole lot of, it's not even, it's a slick tire, so there's very little rubber that protects it from the track. So it doesn't take much to slice one of these tires open.
Annunziata up to 11th now. He's going to be in the top 10 before you can blink an eye. Great racing.
Yeah, and then also what I'm noticing, Adam, is offline, off the groove, is super slippery. I think that's what caught Thad out there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. You don't want to get offline here, and it's not only more slick, it's even more bumpy, right? Because as we alluded to, we're built on a swamp here, so the ground is always settling. But if the ground seems to settle smoother, where the heavy cars run over it, as opposed to where the ground has had very little traffic. So on board here with Nathan Hearn, he's got himself a gyro cam on the inboard. It looks like there, but really, really good shot here that we have from our Green Light TV crew as we come forward. And it looks like Connor Zilic is being held up by last year's champ. He wants to get around, And this was a great battle at COTA last year between these two, if we remember correctly.
That's right, yeah. Zilic, the youngster, just 16 years of age. And, of course, Thomas Merrill, our current champion from Salinas, California. Grew up racing at Laguna and has finally got that championship that has so eluded him over the years and deserved it in many ways. He was there at the end. It's the key to motor racing. You've got to be there right at the right time, and he was. And he took it away, sadly, from Rafa Matos, who did everything right, and then it all fell apart at COTA for him. But Rafa will not be intimidated by that. He knows that's racing, and he'll be back this year, and he already is. You can see he's already vying for a race. I've got some big news for you guys. They're all watching in Australia. I know that for a fact because I'm getting messages. They're all watching Nathan Hearn. They're watching in both Argentina and Venezuela because there's big fans for, of course, Werner, who is out. They call him Zorro or the Fox, but he sadly has gone to the foxhole, I'm afraid. But he'll be back in action again, folks. So please stay tuned in those countries because we want to bring you TA2 action every weekend that we can, and this is the very best in the world. Brake crews now, under pressure as they dive into the big machines. Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 1, there it is.
Yeah, it looks like you could throw a blank over the top 4. I think the top 4 are setting themselves up. They're almost half distance right now. They're really measuring everything up right now to get to the end of this event.
You're exactly right, Al. I mean, I kind of was witnessing that in practice. I've been in this big machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 class for so long that you start to be able to read practices into our qualifying and know what the race, how it's going to unfold if you don't have any crazy untangibles. And what we saw in practice was exactly what we see here. These were our top 4, and they kind of were separating themselves from the rest of the field in consistency over the long run. And over the long run is what matters here on a 100-mile race on the same tires. So yeah, this is playing out very similar to the way I was kind of visioning in my head. Nathan Hearn is really throwing this thing around, and I mean, again,
he's driving it.
I tell you what, he is holding a pretty wheel, and he's making those Australian folks proud back home because that's really driving the heck out of one of these big machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 cars. That's for sure. As you can see, the gyro cam in the back, in the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah, I love it. I love this camera that you've got down here. It's superb. Hey, and listen, guys, I've got news for you watching in Argentina and Uruguay. Hola! He's back on track. Zorro, the Fox, he's back on track in 28th position. He's a few laps down, but Werner is back. So watch out down there because he's back out on track and we'll try to side his way through. But the man we're watching is Nathan Hearn, without a doubt, and Annunziata, the youngster from New Jersey, as they too side their way through this pack.
Yeah, it really looks like those Peterson Racing three-dimensional services group cars are coming into their own in this after this last restart. They're starting to really close the gap and to do it pretty handily and easily on the leader of Brent Cruz in that number 70 Franklin Road Apparel Ford Mustang out of Nitro Motorsports.
Wow, first look at Dylan Archer on board. Not the start he wanted, Dylan Archer, for the FBEC. His dad came in this weekend, and of course he comes from a family of great racers, so I saw his dad at the hotel, and he just sort of wanted to keep an eye on what was going on with Junior. He just felt that it wasn't as settled as it needed to be, and he wanted to come down and just sort of help out if he could, and that's what he's doing.
Well, and his Aunt Katie, another shout out to another excellent woman behind the scenes of our motorsports deal, and in honor of International Women's Day, and Katie Archer. She's at pretty much every one of these events supporting her nephew, their Dylan, and so she's out there also to make sure that that they're want to make sure that Dylan's getting all his needs met. Mainly you want to make sure off the track so you have no distractions. As we're on board with Adrian Blastowski again, and he's starting to recoup and needing to recoup from his little off-course excursion that he had a little bit earlier, because he had a really good run going. He was hanging tight up there in the top 10. Mariano down again. He's out again. That's a shame. So sorry for all the Argentina fans that tuned in, but yeah, I do not believe this is the last we'll see of Mariano. He is actually driving the Mike Cope chassis that won the championship last year with Thomas Merrill behind the wheel.
Yeah, and he's a good friend of Thomas and of Keith Prochuk, and in fact, he came to COTA last year, took a look, and really liked it. He races in Argentina in TC cars, and obviously very similar in many ways, but this he felt was a much bigger step up, and obviously the competition and he's just excited to be here. So we're going to be seeing much more of Mariano Werner.
And we're grateful to have him, right? The international flavor is just outstanding within this Trans Am paddock. And now we'll look at the 3 wide. Adrian going in on Keith Prochuk there, right behind Thad Moffitt, Richard Petty's grandson, right in front of him. As you see, Brent Cruz trying to get everything out of his Mike Cope race car right there, prepared by NOLA Motorsports. That's a really good look at how that kid holds the steering wheel, and it's really, really nicely done.
So Cruz, Matos, Green, Hearn now in 4th place. This is a fantastic run from Nathan Hearn, who started off one of the free practices the fastest out there. Remember, he's never seen this circuit until this weekend, and he's just blazing a trail, no question about it.
Oh, Rafa, get a little bit too much of that curve, almost like what we saw earlier out of Thomas Merrill. So you don't want too much of that, but Brent Cruz just absolutely blew the apex just in front of him, tightened up the gap, not what Brent wanted to do there.
Yeah, you know what I'm noticing here? We're right at half distance, and I'm noticing most all the cars are losing that tire grip.
Yes, they are.
Now here comes Rafa. Is this the chance into turn 1? On the leader, Brent Cruz.
Yeah,
it's as close as he's been.
Yeah, no, that's not that, and that all got set up when Brent lost the apex of turn 13 there. That's where it set all that up, was right then. So, yeah, I mean, this fight for the lead is real. We do not want to leave it because it is a 3-way battle for this lead of this big machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 race here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Yeah, it truly is coming down to the true setup of the car right now on making the tires live the longest. And so, honestly, I see the 3-dimensional cars having a better setup right now overall.
It looks that way. It would appear that way. And you got Nathan Hearn here, too, that looks like he's just looking to see if he can kind of pick up the crumbs of what's left over in this fight that's in front of him.
Yep. He's going to let them guys duke it out in front and then just cruise by.
Well, I had a talk with Nathan, and one of my talks was, I was encouraging him in the sense that I see so much talent in this young man that I was really encouraging him to race it as a 20-mile race at the end. He's got enough talent in reserve that just to race at 80% for that 80% of the race, well, he could turn it up to 100% for the last bit of this, and he could be a challenge for this win.
Just looking at his style, though, he just looks to be throwing that car, and if I know, just watching from the outside, it looks as though he's going to have absolutely no tire at the end, but we'll see. But I tell you what, it's absolutely explosive to watch. Great stuff. 18 of the 37 gone. We have a 4-way battle at the front, and it's a cracking 4-way battle. Zilic and Merrill doing their own battle, but Cruz out front.
Yeah, speaking of Zilic and Merrill, another couple women, right? Laura Hall, she's the owner of, of Silver Hair Motorsports, so that's another good one to shout out.
So we're 19 laps into the 37 of the Trans Am race here at NOLA, and Brent Cruz leading the way from Rafa Matos, and they've pulled away, the 4 of them. Hearn at the back of this group. Rafa just looking for a waste pass. Yeah, go ahead.
It's all about not making any mistakes. You see, Brent made a slight mistake, and 3 corners later, there was almost a pass. So it's all about not making any mistakes because you've got the guys behind you. As much as you're pushing on the guy in front of you, you got the guys behind you. See, this is just no mistakes from here on out.
No, absolutely not. And then just as you were saying that's what the 89 was making, right? He was driving out of the rearview mirrors, caught Nathan, and was not, necessarily battling what's in front of him. But he's lost a lot of rear grip in Austin Green. He's hanging on to that thing. Give him a lot of credit, but he's going to have his hands full of Nathan Hearn because Nathan is chomping at the bit. Right
here we
here's
go.
The dive bomb in.
Ninth one, Nathan Hearn from Australia. Too right, mate. Have a bit of that. Up to 3rd place he goes. And I tell you what, he was using the curves like nobody's business on Austin Green, and that was a cracking overtake. And that's the first time we've really been on board with Nathan while he does one of those overtakes. We've seen him side through the pack, but we saw it for ourselves there. That guy is not holding back.
His car control is absolutely admirable, because it's one thing to slide a car and catch it. It's a whole nother thing to slide a car and not lose your momentum. And that's what he's been doing. I mean, he's been throwing that car around. And, yeah, this has been damage on the front. I think we might be Austin might have a problem. I think he's dropped pace dramatically, so he may have an engine issue, might be a cooling issue. It looks like smoke coming out of the dashboard here. He's got smoke coming out of the dash in the bottom left of the screen.
I see
Windshield is full of oil. So I'm wondering if Austin Green's numbers up, and that would be an absolute shame for this youngster. He is so talented. I rate this driver so high up, and he's just a great young man, too. He is so much fun to be around.
Something going on. Yep.
Something's happening because Merrill's passed him now, so they're all having a crack up, and poor old Austin, having been in third position, second at one point, is dropping down. He's also got the fastest lap at 1:42.327 so far, but as you can see, that visor all messed up.
He's having to fight the wheel harder than you have to in a TA2 car. I'm wondering if he lost power steering. That would be probably something that's not going to kill your race. You know, you can hang on to the thing, but it's going to crush your lap time.
Absolutely, it's going to crush your race without a doubt, Adam.
Right.
I mean, you know, when you have a car with power steering and then the power steering goes away, you just can't drive it.
Well, yeah, you're working the hydraulic fluid with no assist, right? You're fighting the fluid plus the mechanical. And no, what I meant by that is his race won't necessarily be over in the sense that he'll collect points, which are crucial towards the end. He doesn't have to park it. He should be able to still finish. But Rafa's going to carry the banner now for Peterson Racing. He's very used to doing this, and he is right on the heels of Brent Cruz. And it looks to me like we have settled back in third there with Nathan Hearn, but Connor Zillage has picked up some pace and has walked away from Thomas Merrill a little bit. Did we notice someone come in the pits out?
Yeah, the third dimensional car came in the pits.
Okay, so the
honestly, he can't drive it without power steering.
So if that is indeed the case.
Austin Green then into the pits, and sadly his game over as we go back on board with Dylan Archer. Archer's still very much in the thick of it. A sixth place would be a good recovery from Sebring. He was disappointed with both qualifying and the race there. And so they've stepped things up a little bit in the Archer camp, and the FPEC there, you see the 89 in. Let's see what they do, guys. And, well, he's got... that could have been a problem, too. The grill heating up the engine as well.
For sure, and when you have a little damage on the front of these cars, it can really disrupt the airflow to the front. And it needs to be an efficient airflow to be able to cool these engines, to be able to even feed the air intake for the fuel air mixture to even fire these engines. So this, again, tough break for Peterson Racing, for Austin Green and this whole group.
Well, they're having a good look at it, as you can see, but what a beautiful sight that is as well. If you like your muscle cars, there's a good eyeful of one. But the man leading the way in our muscle car race of TA2 here at NOLA is Brent Cruz. But this man, Nathan Hearn, who we're on board with now from Australia, is the man of the moment. He has come to America without absolutely no fear whatsoever. He came to COTA and was running fourth at one point, really showed just what he could do, and then jumped on a plane that night, went back to Bathurst, raced there, and now he's back here for the full season. So who knows what he could do here?
Yeah, and it only took him a few laps to close the gap between first and second, so he is definitely on the move.
And you can see Rafa really tucked in on Brent there, because Brent had another really challenging turn 13 section there where he's having a hard time getting to the apex, and that to me says that he might be just a little too free on entry. And because if you don't feel like you can turn the wheel to the apex, you tend to miss the apex. And I'm wondering if that's what we're kind of seeing out of Brent Cruz here up ahead, because he's been kind of floating himself away from the apexes a little bit. So don't know if it's in the front or the rear, but he is definitely struggling with the handling of that number 70 Ford Mustang.
No question that Hearn is just a few tenths quicker than the men in front of him. So that could get interesting as the laps tick down as we go back on board with Adrian Lostowski trying to recover. And he's got an Annunziata, I think, in front of him. Annunziata now in sixth place. Wow, absolutely incredible. Thomas Annunziata, the 17-year-old, well, while his mate Brent Cruz is making a name for himself, Annunziata is doing exactly the same. The car we're on board with now is that man Lostowski down in 13th position, just behind Taylor Gray and Tad Moffitt. Hearn now is on the rear, having caught up with Rafa Matos. I said he was going a couple of tenths quicker. Well, now he's caught the time up, and it's a three-way battle at the front.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. I mean, I believe that honestly, Rafa's got a little bit more speed than the Franklin Road Apparel 70 car in front of him, of Brent Cruz. I just really believe that this is that difficult of a place to pass. You need a big mistake out of a driver when you're up at the pointy end of this field. You need a really big mistake or a really open opportunity to be able to stuff your nose in there. So this is going to be a heck of a battle all the way to the end. And these drivers are knowing right now that we're with like 14 laps to go with this thing. We're coming to the end of this, and it's time to be go time.
Guys, how did the car feel? You've had 2 cautions to slow things down. The fuel load, therefore, will be a little bit higher, perhaps, than would normally be the case if you'd been green. The tyres are starting to go. 23 of the 37 gone, as again the leader goes wide, makes another mistake. He's missed a couple of apexes, but how's the car feeling for you now?
Well, if I'm Brent Cruz, I'm saying my car's not feeling good at all. It doesn't look like he's enjoying that thing. It looks to me like he's trying to find a brake balance, is what it looked like to me, because, yeah, he was really loose on entry, releasing the brakes. What I was witnessing, and this is, again, I'm speculating from a 30,000-foot view, folks, so don't take me completely to heart. I'm just trying to think of what could be going on with this young man, and I believe he dials too much front brake in. We locked up the front brakes getting into turn 5 there.
You know, I just heard from the pit lane from Ben Sissel that Austin Green, it was power steering failure that knocked him out.
Adam, you called it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, again, it's spend a lot of time in these cars. You realize it doesn't take that much effort to turn, and he had a fighting grip on that wheel, and a driver of his talent doesn't need to put that much grip on the wheel. But look at the onboard here of Nathan Hernan, how he closes up under braking. He's been saying all weekend long he's down on power. So not to see him do anything special at the end of these straightaways, but if he could tuck up in this draft, Al, if he could get that sniff, that might actually kind of subsidize that down on power.
Definitely helping him. Definitely helping.
So 23 of the 37, another bit of news, right rear shock failure for Brad McAllister. That's what's put him out of this race, but it's A-OK for the top 3, as you can see from high above. Hearn still trying to stay with the leaders. 24 of the 37 completed. They're about to start that 25th lap.
You know,
so out of the Bridge Hall Bennett's turn 3, they enter and exit. It's great to see from this angle because you really get a perspective as to see the gaps as well. And you can see that Matos is glued to the back of Cruz, and Hearn isn't that far away. But how does he play it now? He's played the aggressive role. He's caught up with them. But now what?
Oh, you know, Hearn just was hoping that maybe he had a better starting position at this point, because that would have closed up that gap completely and he had maybe a little bit more to fight with. But we're on board here with our buddy Scott Borchette and the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ford Mustang. You know, he always does a great job, and but he's been hanging on to a loose race car, Al, like you've been pointing out a lot during this race.
Yeah, he has been, and I can tell you, Thomas Anciato is praying for a yellow flag.
Yeah.
He is out there. That's all he's thinking about, is some kind of yellow flag to tighten everything up.
Yeah, because he just cut himself a 1:42.9. Nobody's been in the 42s since the beginning of this race, and to think he drove through the field. So when we talk about tire wear, right, you know, I mean, he drove through the field, Jonathan Green, and he's still cutting the fastest laps on the track right now by far.
Yeah, I'm going to say before that it was Austin Green with a 1:42.3, but now 1:42.9, the fastest lap, his fastest lap out there, and Anciata, and he is so much quicker than those he's chasing. Scott Borchetta going through the motions and smoothly going about his business here at the bumpy NOLA circuit. 25 of the 37. In fact, Borchetta in a good position. He's in the top 8 here. We forget sometimes that he's relatively new to Trans Am 2. Did a lot of racing in SBRA before he came to Trans Am, but he is flying, Scott Borchetta, from Nashville, Tennessee. He'll be in action in Nashville in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, he just actually put some front brake into the car. If you look, that hand went down in front of the shifter. That's him adjusting the brake bias.
Yep, just adjust the brake bias. Scott Borchetta on form at the moment in 8th position. Going through the gearbox, you can see him bottom left here. And great to see the RPM, how he's moving his hands on the wheel, the G-force involved, and the speed he's going, coming into this last corner at what, 60 miles an hour? So, Cruz, Matos, Hearn, Zilic, Merrill, and Anciata in 6th place. How far can he go, Adam? And Anciata, I mean.
You know, I mean, again, like Little Al just said, he's praying for a caution because that's his best hope, because he's sitting there with a 4-second gap to Thomas Merrill, and you know, when you look at his lap time, you know, he's maybe a second, a little bit more than a second, so that would take, you know, at least 6 laps, 4 to 6 laps to catch. And catching and passing Thomas Merrill are two different things. Like I said, around NOLA Motorsports Park. This is not the easiest place to get around somebody. So as we're witnessing that with these battles up front, as Brett Cruz has found exactly what Nick Tucker was hoping he would find, and that's that long race balance of those chassis, the way that Nick Tucker sets them up. And he's one of the brilliant minds in our paddock. I truly, truly, truly appreciate his talents. And it's showing right there as we look at Thomas Merrill, and he's got Thomas right there, Thomas Annunziata right behind him on the hunt. And these are both Cope cars. So again, some women in racing. Mike Cope will say that he cannot run Mike Cope race cars without his wife Jane and Megan, and that is totally, and his daughter Megan, and that is entirely sincere. And he's got one of the best, coolest mechanics out there in Becca. She also runs short track, and my wife Tabitha and I, and another woman in motorsports, just like your wife Norma, another one of those.
That's right.
You know, and a shout out to all the wives, the mothers, the girlfriends that are out there, because you're the ones that make this great sport what it is for us to go out here and do it. We certainly appreciate you all.
Thomas Merrill a 143.9 last time out, and Annunziata a 143.3. So Annunziata, the man you're looking at now on track, the 17-year-old, catching bit by bit on that man Merrill, our champion. Or with Archer again. Looks like his one of his sensors has come loose, but it's okay. It's still tied in.
Yeah, no, Dylan Archer sitting there holding a pretty wheel. You know, he completed his first ever year in car racing, period. You know, he's done awesome simulator work and really honed his skill in a simulator. And now he's coming here and he's doing another full season. But this is one of those tracks that is new on our schedule. So again, a place he doesn't have any real track experience other than the test. They did come here and test, which was very, very helpful to this young man. As you said, a little GPS sensor flopping around out there. That could be a sensor for...
That'll just be annoying rather than anything else.
Yeah, he's not even noticing that. So you're looking at Thad Moffitt. He's the only one flying SLR colors, Scott Legacy Racing colors this weekend. As you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Jonathan Green, unfortunately Dylan McIvern came down with some sort of bug. So we're wishing you the best, Dylan, and get back out here on the grid. Believe me, I was trying to get your seat. You know, they weren't giving it up for me. So Dylan, your seat was safe inside that trailer. But awesome, you know, and again, some more great women behind the scenes. Scott Legacy, he's got Alyssa, who was a graduate of the Peter Gregg Foundation. You know, Simon Gregg, a competitor in Trans Am, Peter Gregg, a Trans Am great. Has a foundation to find this young talent. They helped move her down, and she's now in engineering school at University of North Florida and earning scholarships there.
That's our first look at Taylor Gray in 12th position as we go back with Nathan Hearn. Not many more inroads made in the man in third place. He's sticking there with Rafa, but he's not making any inroads at the moment, but he stays half a second off the lead with Matos second and Cruz leading the way as he has done all the way. This is a very good, mature performance by Brent Cruz, because he may be only a youngster, but boy, he hasn't had that problem, has he?
Yeah, that's what I was noticing just now, is the fact that you got Brent not making any mistakes out there, inching away from Rafa, and that's what he's doing right now. I believe Rafa with 10 to go now. Rafa wants to be on his tail, on it, just pressuring him right and left. Rafa's doing everything he can to close that gap on Brent, and Brent's doing a fantastic job not making any more mistakes like he was doing that was keeping Rafa there.
That's exactly right, and that's the key to that right there. And Rafa, you know, you see him, he's trying on the braking zone. He's going deep. He's trying to close this gap, and he may have opened up a gap a little bit too to cool his tires, to keep the pressure off, and now he'll kind of poise himself for an attack under these last 10 laps.
Well, if anybody, Zilic is about to join the party too. Zilic in 4th position, did a very good lap last time out, and he's closing in on Hearn as we get down to the nitty-gritty of this race. We're now with less than 10 laps to go in this 100-mile race.
And this is wonderful parity as well. You have a Mike Cope race car leading this race. You have an M1 race car in 2nd place, and then you have a Howe race car in 3rd place. So, and you have, you know, 2 Fords and a Chevy. This is amazing parity in the Trans Am Series, and it speaks so well to how the series is organized. It speaks really highly to Ricky Brooks and how he's running the technical department, because these are some very, very even yoked cars, and we're seeing some great racing as fans of this.
So we've got two distinct battles here. We've got that battle between Merrill, the champ, and Annunziata, the poleman. Then we've got this battle at the front. As you can see, Brent Cruz trying to hold off Rafa Matos, and as he tries to do that, two others are coming after him, and one of them is this man, Nathan Hearn. We're on board with Rafa now as he comes out of the last corner and onto the main straight again to start the 29th lap of this 37 laps.
A shout out to my old team here at Peterson Racing. They have two outstanding females as well, Heather and Haley, two outstanding women in this motorsport that helped this deal go around. So thank you to you guys as well. Great shot of here of the Australian Nathan Hearn, who is, again, just seems like he wants to pick up those crumbs again now, like he did it earlier before, and we look like we're there right now.
Yes, sir.
So on board with Nathan Hearn in the Cube 3 Ford Mustang. He's put on a heck of a show, and he has done since the get-go. I mean, he is at least, if nothing but explosive. He came from the back at Sebring, and were it not for it coming together with Scott Borchetta, which I think was unfortunate, it certainly wasn't purposeful, and it took them both out, unfortunately. And Nathan Hearn has just been the, well, not the star of the show, that's the wrong word. He's just been the surprise of the early season, should we put it that way. And it's never easy. Remember, different tyres in Australia. They use the Husias compared to the Pirellis. They also have a different sort of gearboxing in terms of the length of the gearing and also the way the cars are prepared and so on and so forth. A little bit heavier, a little bit older cars in Australia. And these are all the things that Nathan, I don't know those for facts, these are all the things that Nathan's described to me. And I know, Adam, you've been thinking, ooh, I wouldn't mind go at one of those Australian cars.
Oh, no, I'm already begging Nathan for a ride at the Phillip Island event because that's the spot to go.
Oh, everybody else wants to go to Bathurst. You want Phillip Island. Well, you're a bike guy, that's why.
Well, I mean, because people don't know about Phillip Island, right?
Right, yeah.
If they knew about it, that's where they'd want to go. I mean,
that's true.
That's the spot. I mean, and when the way Nathan describes it, you're in the top of fourth gear on flat out. You come over the hill and you just pitch it in the corner and you ride the left rear around the corner with some pitch in it. I mean, I can't. That's my kind of racing. That's my style of driving on the Bias Ply tires. So Thomas and the Thomas show. Thomas Merrill, Thomas Annunziata, the crafty veteran of Thomas Merrill, the youngster of Thomas Annunziata, who is really probably, by the looks of it, by his lap times, by what we're seeing, not having a problem on pit road, probably would have run away and maybe stuck up this show, Al.
He would have been leading this race for sure. No doubt about it.
So we're looking for a grandstand finish to this one. 30 of the 37 gone, and already Annunziata making his final run here at our champion, Thomas Merrill. But the clock is ticking, and Dylan Archer looking for a good finish for him. A good 7th place would be not bad for Dylan Archer. That would get him back on track, if you like, especially as he's going to beat Evan Slater, the likes of Borchetta and Gray. But the real battle here is between Merrill and Annunziata, and to see if Zilich, Hearn, and Matos can get on board and get ahead of Brent Cruz. We could have a real grandstand finish in two ways here as the laps come down. But we're now getting down to the business end, boys. What are your thoughts? How's this going to play out?
Well, back to Dylan. Dylan is at that point in his career where this is what he needs to do. Consistent 7th place finishes and more. And then you're going to be consistent top 5s. Then you're going to be consistent podiums. Then you start winning races. So he's doing the methodical approach the way he needs to do it at his experience level. So my hat's off to Dylan Archer and how he's driven this 100 miles up to this point. The race has kind of unfolded how I envisioned it to be a little bit, once it's sorted out, a little bit follow the leader, because it is a very difficult plus to pass. I hate to beat that dead horse, but it just truly is, as you can see it. And when you have a tightly controlled rules package like we have in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, then you're going to make sure that it's very difficult to pass at a place like this. So that's what we're seeing here. And Dylan is at this point really all by himself. He's hoping for a caution too, Al.
Absolutely. With those guys running behind that top 4 trio, that's all, and they've pulled out away. Yeah. So the only way to get to them by the end of the race is to have a full course unit.
That's it. Slater going past Raymond at that point. Bruce Raymond currently in, 20th position. And a little damage to the cars following. And there's Keith Prochuk in the number 9 coming through. Shot there. Not a big weekend for him so far, but still going well in 13th position just behind Ben Meyer.
Keith is so much fun to be around. He's such an awesome person in our paddock, and always has a big smile on his face, always great conversation, has some great insights to the world of motorsports. His company there, HP Tuners, is all over the world. They do great work for your road car, for your race cars, whatever you got. They can tune you up just awfully nice and good right there. And as you talked about Bruce Raymond, he's got Maria Crudy, an avid motorcycle racer, on his crew, and that's kind of a cool to have. A nice shout out to another one of our women in motorsports celebrating those. And then we have to celebrate our women driver here in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, and that's Michelle Abate. And she's been a wonderful, wonderful addition to our series. And Ghost has been a great partner to her. Lucas Oil, I know those partners she would definitely want to get as much exposure for them as they make the world go round for her.
And by the way, running in 15th, she's going to be a lot happier with that. That is a really good result. She's behind Doug Peterson right now, the Ghost-sponsored Michelle Abate from Las Vegas. She's looking forward to the Formula One, that's for sure. But one of the most popular drivers in TA2, Michelle Abate, currently in 15th place at the moment, just ahead of Tad Moffitt and Tommy Sheehan. So she's got both youth and experience behind her. And confirmation then. There she is, Abate in 15th position.
And then we see some moves deeper here in the field as we see Adrian Vlastowski's got some front end damage from when he ran off there. As I said, these splitters are so sensitive that, here at NOLA, you cannot make that mistake because it is like Baja out there in the swamp, and it just takes one divot to dig that in.
Rip it right off. Yeah.
And I hear something dragging on Rafa's car right then. I'm picking up a little bit of a touch. A little bit of a drag that I didn't pick up. Hear that? So I'm wondering if he's got a splitter brace that broke and he's got a splitter on the ground, which will dramatically affect how that thing drives, because I'm definitely hearing a noise I have not heard before out of that 88 car. And I promise you Rafa can hear, but I don't see anything wrong up there, Al.
His front end looks good.
Well, he wants that spot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. We're coming around now. There's 5 to go. It's time to do it.
It's time to make sure you're putting the deep pressure on the leader, that's for sure. And Rafa's a master at that.
So down the main straight they come and into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1 they come, and Cruz under immense pressure now after the 33 laps have gone. Still some to go.
Yeah, this thing's not over by a long shot, and I hope we get to keep it under green because this is going to be a great battle right to the end.
These top 4 guys, they're the ones that are going to decide who wins this race.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. And Connor Zilic, again, you know, he's just been cracking it off right there. He is still running lap times quicker than Nathan Hearn. I do believe you called that shot earlier between you and I don't know if it was you, Al, or Jonathan, that said, man, it looks to me like he's driving to a point that I don't think he can keep the tires underneath him.
Yeah, well, I thought that about Hearn, and I think that's why Nathan Hearn has not gone any further forward than he has already. And I think actually third is going to be pretty darn good. And I think at this point in his career after the DNF last time out, he doesn't need to finish with any heroics in this one. He just needs a clean finish for the team, for Cube 3. And I'm sure that's the advice he got given, right, Al?
Absolutely. That's seeing the big picture in mind. Seeing the big picture in mind.
I say that, and he's closing in on Rafa.
Just as we say that, he just goes ahead and makes liars out of all 3 of us.
Yeah, look at him go.
And like we told you, fans back at home, you know, a lot of what we're doing up here is speculation. And Nathan Hearn, to speculate that he was out of this and used up his tire, boy, did he teach me a lesson right there, because he is all over the back of that 88 car. And I'm not entirely convinced that the 88 isn't suffering something again. I keep hearing that clicking. We may not be able to see anything on TV. He's dialing rear brake into this car. There is something going on to Rafa Matos. I truly feel this. So, you know, I'll be anxious to talk to him after the race and see what we can find out there. But that is some impressive driving by Nathan Hearn. Impressive driving by this entire TA2 field. This Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 field is as deep as you'd ever care to like it, and it shows with the very entertaining racing that we're always welcome to.
So then, we are ready for a grandstand finish. We believe Rafa's struggling somewhat. That could play into Hearn's hands. Cruz, on the other hand, is actually cruising along here. He's got us more of a gap than he's had in previous laps. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him, though, and that could come into play. 34 of the 37 gone. We're looking at the Q3 29 of the Australian, the Berryman-sponsored Nathan Hearn. Zilic has dropped off a little bit in 4th place.
I mean, again, I can't say enough about Brent Cruz and the way that how poised he's been in leading this race, operating in this race, controlling the race in the way that he has. You know, from up here, we can only spot a few mistakes, and I'm sure Brent, as critical as he is of his own abilities, he probably spots 2 or 3 per lap. But you know, he's doing such a magnificent job out here in front of in front of probably one of the best drivers that we've seen in a generation, Rafa Matos. And again, one of those generational drivers that I spoke to before. We're seeing last generation of Rafa come up against this generation of Brent Cruz.
I totally agree with you, Adam. Brent's just doing a fantastic job today.
It's a very accomplished performance because Rafa's no fool, and he would pounce if the opportunity was there. He's been close enough the whole time, and he'd prefer to lead, I'm sure. He doesn't want to sit there in second and risk anything. He wants to win races.
And again, you know, shout out to John Outwell there, because that was traffic that they came up on, and John made it super easy for all the leaders. As we got a spin from Borchetta.
Now, did he get a tap from behind, I wonder?
I'm sure there's a replay somewhere that'll show us that. That's a shame for Scott here in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, number 48 Ford Mustang. He was running such a solid race. That's probably going to drop him out of the top 10, maybe around 12th or 13th.
That's a real shame for Scott.
Yeah, and Al, as you were pointing out, he was hanging on to the back end of that car for dear life. So
he was loose.
If he did get touched, he wouldn't need to be touched more than
Let's
maybe
have a look.
that much.
Yeah, he got a touch, I think. No, maybe not.
No, he got touched.
Yeah, he got touched. Yeah, the 80 car had a hard time keeping underneath him. Yeah, Taylor Gray had a hard time keeping underneath him in the braking zone, and that was totally unintentional. That was not on purpose by Gray.
No, that was a race in action. Right?
He didn't get 50 shades of Gray, he just got 1 shade of Gray. That's all he needed.
There you go. But a tough start to Scott's year. I mean, they've just been using him like a ping pong ball. And
I know.
It just doesn't seem right, you know. And so he'll regroup. He'll be back and better than ever, I'm sure, for Road Atlanta.
Now Hearn is making one last gasp at trying to get past Rafa Matos. We believe that the adjustments that Rafa's been making means that he's not 100% comfortable, although the lap times haven't come down, and Rafa's still there in 2nd place. He's leading the championship, and he would continue to lead the championship if he comes 2nd here. But it's nip and tuck between these 3, and Zilic isn't that far behind either.
Yeah,
Great racing.
He wants his way. He's trying to find his way. And again, I could be wrong. I could be speculating. I'm just saying I picked up on a noise. He made a rather large brake bias adjustment that time. Usually it's a click or a turn at a time. He grabbed 3 and went at it. So that's an awfully big rear brake adjustment. A lot of times that's to get the car to rotate on entry. It means you're not getting the front end underneath you. You want that car to rotate. I almost imagine like you're pulling the handbrake on your car, and you rotate the rear of the car. That's kind of what he's making it do. And you can see him fighting the wheel there on exit.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can right now to find a way around each other.
Well, this has been a cracking race at the front. I mean, it really has been intense. Everybody else has been trying to catch up with these leaders. They've been on the same pace throughout much of this race, and that is proven by the fact that Brent Cruz has not lost the lead since he picked it up right at the very start. And, of course, he was gifted it by the fact that Thomas Annunziata, the poleman, his mate, at Nitro Motorsport, went out and had to start from the pit lane. He's made it back up to 5th place, which is an incredible result. Has got past Thomas Merrill, our champion, in now 6th place. Meanwhile, Rafa has been able to do nothing to stop Brent Cruz, who's missed the odd apex, but Rafa not in any position so far anyway to make a real proper lunge and make it stick. He said he would save himself till the end of the race, and that's what he's doing.
And I keep on saying he's missing the apex there, but Brent's a pretty wise cat, and I don't think he would keep doing that over and over again. So I think he found something out there. He may have found some grip. He may have found a way to keep that 88 behind him in a different way, but you know, we're at a white flag right now, Jonathan Green, so this is go or no-go time for the 88, and the 70 knows it as he goes to protect inside, but you got to remember, you leave the outside open in turn 1, the inside's available in turn 2, but
absolutely. So Rafa making one more attempt. He's going to try to put pressure on the youngster, and let's see if he crumbles. They're both physically tired at the moment, and these muscle cars are exactly that. You have to muscle them around, and there's a lot of muscle underneath the hood, some 550 brake horsepower.
big
and
lockup.
big lockup from Brent Cruz, and Hearn plays into that as well, and he gets closer. So the pressure's starting to be felt here.
Yeah, you have no idea how big these race cars get in your rearview mirror
I'll
when
bet.
it's the last lap. Little
Again,
knows
it's
something about that.
All about not making any mistakes right now for Brent. Brent just needs to drive his line and ignore Rafa, and he's going to be all right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's one more passing point coming. It's right after the S's here, and I don't believe Rafa is close enough unless there's a big mistake by Brent to make this lunge. He may make a liar out of me. He tucked in pretty tight there, but Brent's been getting through this last section really well.
He doesn't make a mistake right there, Rob.
And he's not going to leave the door open.
Nope.
And that was really,
Oh, you say that, and here comes. Oh, that was a big moment, and Cruz almost blew it, and now here comes Hearn. Hearn comes for second place. It's neck and neck with Rafa Matos, our former champion. Hearn won't be denied. He's going to come alongside and up the inside of Rafa Matos. And Nathan Hearn from Australia has just shown the Brazilian the way and taken second place as he was battling for first. And across the line comes Brent Cruz. Nathan Hearn takes second place, and Connor Zilic may well take third, as absolutely at the dying moments of that race, poor old Rafa Matos was taking it to him, and he has come off very badly from that, and he won't be happy. And Nathan Hearn saw his opportunity and took it in the Cube 3 car.
We may be looking at a young gun 1-2-3. It was too far away to see if Zilic got the number 88 of Rafa Matos at the line, but Connor Zilic with the number 7 silver hair Chevrolet Camaro looked like he had got himself a heck of a run out of turn 17 on the two-time champ Rafa Matos and may have nipped away. Unfortunately, our timing and scoring went off on us right there at the end in the booth, we don't know exactly how that ended up, but
Let's
this
take a
was
look.
absolutely breathtaking. As we look here, Brent Cruz, it all starts with him losing, locking up again, a little bit too much front brake into turn 13.
I've got Rafa finally making it to the line in third.
With only a gap of 46 1,000ths of a second to
Here we
Connor
go.
Zilic.
We'll see it from this angle, obviously.
That was
Zilic was side by side with him. Here we go. Look, just by a nose.
Look at that drag race.
That is great. Yeah, it was too hard to see from the angle we were at, but Rafa just squeaking in there. I think he'll be relieved. He won't be happy, but he'll be relieved. But what a race for Brent Cruz. You've got to take your hat off to him, regardless of what was going on behind. It could have been a 10-second lead, Al, and it's still an immaculate performance.
Hey, Brent did an absolute superb job all day. Didn't make any big enough mistakes to lose the lead. Led it from start to finish. Anytime you do that, that's you and the team. The whole team did a great job.
And Thomas Annunziata there, what could have been for that young man had he not had his problems on pit road. But this
I'll
shows
tell you what, fifth ain't bad.
No, it ain't bad. But this shows the power of Nitro Motorsports, the absolute leadership of a Nick Tucker and that group over there. It really definitely shows what they're doing and how they're disrupting this TA2 paddock. So hats off to them. Great job by our Greenlight TV crew, too, getting us that replay of the finish to see that drag race between Connor Zilic and the two-time champ Rafa Matos. Congrats to Rafa on his P3. I know that's not what he wanted, but he is a big-picture guy, and he knows this is a long, long championship, so he's going to take his medicine like a pro, like he is, and know that they got to go to work, and they got to get some speed to get up on these kids because like I said earlier, you know, we keep getting a year older, but these kids stay the same age.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Jonathan, Adam, you did a great job calling this race. Way to go.
So did you, Al. I mean, it's awesome having you up there. And, I mean, you talk about filling up rearview mirrors. Last week, Jonathan Green had Scott Goodyear up in the booth with him for the for the big machine.
I'm getting all the stars.
But do you realize, I mean, that was one of the best Indy 500s in history was between you and that man. And he filled your mirrors.
It's still the closest.
And he filled your mirrors. And I'll never forget when he went on David Letterman. And like that was tradition for the Indy 500 winner to go on. And David asked you, do they print on the mirrors on the Indy car objects and mirrors closer than they appear?
It was on my car. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Where did you put the transponder? That's the question.
Yeah.
My transponder was in the nose.
Okay.
His transponder was in the side pod. So it's actually closer.
Oh, it is,
than what they have it. And it was 0.043 of a second. It's closer than that.
And it was only one year for that Galmer chassis. and you went off, won the Indianapolis 500 and the championship, if I'm not mistaken. No, Michael won the championship that year.
Yeah, we finished third.
Yeah, so but great history, and back to TA2 and this wonderful victory lane that we see here. Joe's going to help out our winner here, Brent Cruz, and I was talking to Brent's dad early in the weekend, and he goes, it's about time my kid actually win one of these things this year. Every year, this whole time, all year long, he's been second, third, and all the races that they've entered this year. Well, he brought you home a victory this weekend, so he definitely answered the call for his old man, and what an outstanding fashion. So hats off to you, Brent Cruz, and you're the future of the sport, young man. We're proud to have you here.
Yeah, you're going to hear from this kid in a minute, and he's so underspoken. He's got he's got none of that swagger that you'd see from a Tom Cruise, but he is a great kid, and he's going to be a star. There's no question about it. Doesn't matter what form of motorsport you follow, you're going to be hearing this name, Brent Cruz. And I tell you what, the Formula 4 guys are happy that they're not racing against him at the moment, because he was going to do a bit of that, but he's not old enough. Just so you know.
And just like a 15-year-old, he gets out and sprays a juice box.
Yeah, there you go. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's with our young winner.
All right, here I am, Brent Cruz. What a race. Unbelievable. How does it feel?
Feels great. I'm pretty speechless. I just want to thank this whole Franklin Road team, Ken Thwaites. Just want to say thank you for being on this car this year. It means a lot. Nick and Nitro, this whole team, man, they just did such a great job. I just want to say good job to all my competitors. That was a really fun race. I definitely had to work for it. Definitely wasn't easy. I want to thank KHI, MPI, Sparco, everybody on this race car, man. It was a good time.
Nice. Brent Cruz, congratulations. What a great start to the season. We got to go talk to Nathan Hearn, though, because that was an unbelievable performance by him. Nathan Hearn, come over here, man. Unbelievable. Where did you start?
Started 15th, but that race was hard. I was praying for a caution. I don't use a helmet fan. My cool suit failed, and I lost my drink tube after the first yellow. So I'm dead, mate. But we got a good car to come back from 15th to qualify. It's big, but I'll sleep well tonight. I won't need rocking to bed. But thank you to Cube 3 and Steven Spiller Racing and Howe. Mate, it was a bloody hard race, but we got through. So.
Nice. Well, take your breath, because we're going to have a good celebration here on Winner's Circle as we come over here to Rafa Matos. Rafa Matos, you were right there at the end, came into 15, and then you went for it. What happened there?
Well, I was trying to keep Brent honest all race long. We're just putting very similar laps, and I guess the risk reward to overtake him was quite a bit high today. So my plan was to keep the pressure on him and see if he was going to make any mistakes towards the end of the race, but he kept his stuff together, and he deserved to win the race, and he was a clean battle. I had a chance to go side by side with him for a couple times, but unfortunately the move didn't stick. And in the last lap, he blocked me in the last sector, and it killed my momentum, and I lost the position to Nathan Hearn. But overall, a very good day for the championship. Very good points day. Can't be more proud of my team, Three-Dimensional Subs group, again on the podium. And like I said, to win the championship, we got to keep finishing races. If we win races or finish on the podium, it's a big bonus for us.
Nice. And like you said, championship, twice on the podium. What a great start, Rafa Matos. Hey, NOLA crowd, let's hear it for that race. Come on. All right, well, we're about to start with the Winner's Circle celebration. Back to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Ben. Excellent stuff, and an excellent atmosphere down there as we look across the great city of New Orleans. And just to confirm, our winners, Brent Cruz with a sensational Nitro Motorsports win there in TA2 ahead of the Australian champion Nathan Hearn, Rafa Matos taking third, Connor Zilic in fourth, Annunziata, the poleman, just 17 in fifth place, Merrill sixth, Archer, Slater, Gray. Great to see so many youngsters. Ben Mayer, another one of the kids, in 10th position. Lostowski 11th, Prochuk, Buschetta, Moffitt, Peterson, Abete in 16th place in the end. And Atwell, Rumberg, Sheehan, and Raymond. That's our top 20 for round 2 of TA2. A little further down, Sarge, Mock, Bacon, Austin Green, McAllister not finishing, Crambose, Werner, and Boris Said Jr. also pulling out of the race before the time of 37 laps was up. So then we catch our breath after what was a very, very exciting race. But well done to Brent Cruz, no question about it, and he deserves everything he gets from that. But as we look high above New Orleans, don't forget we'll be covering all the action from Road Atlanta and of course the TA race to come from New Orleans coming up tomorrow afternoon. That's our feature race. But that's it for TA2. Thanks for watching. Join us for the next one. So as we wind down from TA2, we get ready for more action coming up from the Speed Tour, but let's look back at some of the great action from that TA2 race as we look at some of the highlights from our 100-mile Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers race. It started off with a big surprise, Annunziata, the poleman, out of proceedings. Then some action off track as Thomas Merrill, our champion, went grass tracking but managed to hold it all together. Out front, Brent Cruz was being pressured by Austin Green and Rafa Matos. Nathan Hearn was making moves, as he did all weekend long, and bit by bit he would make it up to third position, the Aussie. Great stuff from him. He is electric. Sadly, Scott Borchetta, for the second round in a row, was turned around. No big damage this time. Meanwhile, Hearn was still at it. Zilic now getting in on the act, and Rafa Matos almost losing out on third place. Hearn taking second behind this man, Brent Cruz, who is your winner. Now, as always, we have a cool move of the weekend, and that, of course, has to be our poleman, Thomas Annunziata, because the chill-out move has to belong to him. He came right from the back and got all the way to the front, pretty much anyway. A top 5 finish for the man who had pole position. So this week, our cool shirt systems, cool move of the race, and pretty much you could count any one of the moves he made. He got past the champion, he got past most of the field in that number 90 nerd-sponsored Nitro sports car to come right from the back. He basically didn't get off the grid to start the race from pole and therefore had to start at the back, but once he did, he just made his way all the way to 5th, and therefore no big surprise that he is our cool shirt systems cool move of the race. All right, we'll take a short break here from New Orleans. We'll be back at NOLA Motorsports Park. Don't go away, as we've got single-seaters coming your way, and I'm joined by Hayden Bowlesby.
Desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Every weekend, I drive a truck for Clean Harbor. Now, make no mistake, it's hard work. It takes a lot of focus, and you have to know your vehicle's limitations. And more than anything, you have to drive to win.
Nice running, Tad. If you want to drive for a winning team, give Clean Harbors a call at 1-833-32-DRIVE. Visit driveforthebest.com. They have the vehicles and the compensation for every kind of truck driver. And everyone drives home a winner.
A force of nature? Man, that's good water. I feel like Chuck Norris. Seaforce water is a force of nature. What can it do for you?
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park here in New Orleans, and I'm going to welcome a local to us, Hayden Bowlesby, who is the perfect guy to have here in the booth for this one, because not only is he from New Orleans, have I said it right, New Orleans?
Yep.
There you go. He's also been a perennial member of the F4 fraternity, now racing in Formula Regional, and that's the plan. That's what all of these young men want to do, which is progress through the ranks of single-seaters and hopefully make it to the dizzy heights of Formula One, potentially IndyCar, whatever, sports car racing. What is your hope, Hayden? What do you want to do with it?
I think staying in America is probably the most plausible situation, so IndyCar is the goal for me right now, but we have a scholarship going towards Super Formula if we win Formula Regional America, so that is the goal this year. I would love to go to Japan.
Yeah. Good strong field here, as you can see, and I'm sure a couple of your mates from past racing are amongst them, including a teammate or two.
Yeah, I got my teammate on IGY6, Christopher Parrish. Hopefully, I'm hoping he does well and can make some positions up in the start, and yeah.
Well, Hayden will be in action later this weekend, well, later today actually, in the FR race, so we'll be watching him in action in the Formula Regional, the big boys of the Formula 3 FR Regional Championship. But we are now turning our time to F4, United States F4. And a full grid of newcomers, some of them returning, some of them for the first time. This, though, the first race, as away they go. And yellow flags waving at one of the stalls there. Hopefully that wasn't for a stalled car, but everybody away. And it is the 19 of Michael Costello, who looks so good in qualifying, who leads them away, but he's already lost the spot at the start. And everybody jostling for position, including going on the grass and getting a little bit of air there. And we've got an accident with 3-4 cars off track, some with damage, some not, some trying to get back on track. And drama indeed. And Hayden, that's not what you want at the start of a race.
No, it's not. You want to make it through the first lap as clean as possible so you can just continue to chase down the guy in front of you.
Well, I was at the drivers' meeting last night, as you were. And I was listening to Scott Goodyear praise these F4 guys for being as sensible as they were, you know, in the lead up to this. And I'm not saying that they weren't sensible, but this is not what you want. The whole idea in F4 is to finish the races, but of course they are battling for their own championship and their own position. You've got to get your elbows out. It's a double-edged sword. You want to listen to the race director, you want to be clean, you want to race hard, but you also need to make a name for yourself in a field that is over 30 cars. And so if you're going to make a name, you've got to get your elbows out, and you've got to be somewhat aggressive, or somebody else will overtake you.
Yeah.
Whoa. All sorts of dust and grass flying up there, but plenty of position changes. And that's the 19. That's Costello, who led the race early on, and he's, look, got damage to the front end plate there of the front wing. And how much did that affect you, do you think?
Not really too bad in the F4 car. The aero is sort of mild on these Formula 4 cars, but sometimes if you bend it the right way, it'll help you.
Yeah, good point. So Titus Sherlock it is who picks it up, but quickly and very smoothly. Daniel Carter, excuse me, from Woodlands, Texas, and the Carter Origins Motorsport car takes up the lead, and already we've got a big change around at the front of this one. A good start to our feature race 1 of 3 for the weekend. Formula 4 for the first time in action in 2023. Hayden Bowlesby and Jonathan Green bringing you the action here on the live stream wherever you're tuning in from. And Sherlock doing a good job of investigating the front of the field at the moment. Titus Sherlock, Cara in second place, Carl Bennett in third, Frankie Mosman in fourth, Logan Adams in fifth, then the first of the Canadians, Patrick Woods top, and Michael Costello in fact dropped down to seventh place after that shuffle at the front. Then it's the Australian Jesse Lacey just behind him in 8th position. So from high above, Hayden, got plenty of a good view of how they're spreading out. Do you get to a point in a race, in an F4 race, where you can settle down and start to sort of rethink where you are, or is it just frenetic the whole time and just you're going full on?
Generally, when you're in a pack, you're focused on playing cat and mouse.
Yeah.
When you're kind of behind a pack and you're trying to gain up, you really got to be mindful of ways to improve your lap time, and you got to really take care of the tires and, you know, just work your way up. And the toe at this track in an F4 car is actually pretty huge, unlike in a F3 car, but see how he's breaking the draft.
And that's how they're weaving. Just explain that. When you say the toe you're getting, you get a good toe, but of course you want to avoid that if you're the number 10. If you're the guy that leading, you don't want anybody in your toe, but you create it by the fact that you get into a group, and therefore slipstreaming comes into play, and that can suck you into the car in front of you and effectively give you a slingshot pass as a helpful passing maneuver, yeah?
Yeah, man, in F4, you could be 3 car lengths back at this track starting at the straightaway. The toe is so massive in these cars. I mean, in the FR car, you could be a car length and a half behind someone, and the toe is very, very minimal. You really got to get your exits on the corners really down, and that's how you make passes.
And we're looking at the man from Quebec in Canada, Patrick Woods top in the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport team. And of course, Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, the most successful team in American F4. There's the letters on the side of another one. That's Cole Kleck from San Antonio in Texas, looking to make a name for himself. We've had some good Texans over the last few years. Growing up here in New Orleans, I'm guessing you knew this track well. I mean, there's a kart circuit across the way here on the same complex. Have you been here a few times?
Yeah, I started driving here in 2015 in the rental carts over there in the rental cart center, and then Jay Howard was affiliated with the track at the time, and I started karting with him and did some national stuff, and then moved into his F4 program, and it's just kind of gone from there.
Has it grown? You can see the kart track in the distance there. As a complex, has it kind of grown? I know we had IndyCar here in 15, but it still has now started to sort of find its way, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the kart track here was pretty big at one time, and I actually think SCUSA didn't come here for Winter Nats this last year, so it was pretty big at one time, and there are still some races here, but probably about 3 or 4 years ago, it was pretty crowded.
So let's take a look at what happened, and Hayden, I'm going to turn to your wise eye on this, because we had several cars involved in that first incident right at the start. So we'll see the start here, and Costello gets away well in the 19, right at the middle of your shot in the blue and black. It's the cars behind him that we're going to kind of focus on, because as we dive into this next right-hander, you start to see people jostling for position. Carl Bennett is one of them. He takes the lead, but it's just coming up now into the next left-hander that we start to see shenanigans. One car on the grass, another one jumped up there, loses his back wing. It's hard to say if there's anybody at fault there. That was just a racing incident, right?
Yeah, I mean, you had some cars that went into the turn 1 runoff. It's pretty bumpy right there, so you got to wait for the car to settle down before you can really start doing any changes with the pedals and the wheels. And it seemed like a couple people checked up, and it just happened from there. There's really nothing you could have done. It was kind of a chain reaction.
Well, Nicky Ambiando of Davenport, Florida, in the 51 for the Scuderia Buell was involved. He was the one that lost the rear wing. And the ERA car on the inside there, the blue and yellow, looks as though he's slowed down, because through goes the number 12 of Garrett Deltman of the Fishers Industry Momentum Motorsports team. And down the main straight they come again. 12 minutes to go. They don't get a lot of time. Does the car change as the as the race goes on in a Formula 4 race, if there's not too many cautions?
If it's a green lap race the entire way through, you can expect the tires to sort of give a little bit, but it's probably no more than half a second.
Yeah.
It's not to the degree of a F3 car, for example.
So Cara, Bennett, Mosman, Sherlock drops to 4th, having led early on. Woods Toth from Canada is 5th. Adams, Lacey, Kleck. I'm going to get his name right eventually. Boy Aziz. I'll get it right. Durst, Hodson, Berg. Alex Berg in 12th position. Detman, Scott, Higgins. Wazaninski in 16th position. DeFabis in 17th. Juanio, which is a Hawaiian name, but he's from Florida, 18th position. Greenmeyer, Hannah Greenmeyer is in 19th, and Martin is in 20th position at the moment, as we take a look at the number 17, and that is Tyke Durst of Ganella Racing. Several successful teams in this championship over the years, but Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport the most. Oh boy, they're pushing it. How far sideways can you get these things? Can you grab them before they lose it? He was close.
I've done a full 360 and kept going.
Well, do they give you a lot of... Oh, somebody else has just done a 360. But do they give you enough time to react? I mean, some cars suddenly just go. Other cars give you a little bit of control before you actually lose it. Safety car out.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the severity of like how sideways you get and kind of how much load is on the car. Sometimes if the car is really loaded up, it can just give, and then you have no time to react. Or sometimes you go through a corner and it'll just start putting up a slide, and wish that you could, pull a drift and recover.
Good crowd here on the balcony, and that's one of the best spots just by our commentary position, actually, on the last corner here at NOLA to watch from. So a lot of the friends, family, sponsors, you name it, are all up there. Some of the spotters and engineers as well. But we're under caution here for another incident that's happened, and it's all change at the front, because the race was led by Carl Bennett, but now Frankie Mosman has picked up the lead, and so it's all happening here, but we're under caution yet again. And just trying to see David Cara, Frankie Mosman, Jesse Lacey, that's the top 3. Carl Bennett dropping to 4th place. Well, we're on in a few minutes' time.
The Mission Foods Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta March 24th through the 26th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association International GT. Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with parade laps. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Atlanta Speed Tour March 24th through the 26th. Advanced ticket discounts and camping is available. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to NOLA, and as you can see, we're under caution here, and Daniel Cara is the man leading us around. We've got 9 minutes to go. Jonathan Green and Hayden Bowlesby, who'll be in action this afternoon in the Formula Regional. He did 3 years in this level of Formula 4 racing, And yeah, pretty impressed with Kara so far. You were just talking to me in the break. Very little experience.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to the guy who's his mechanic and the guy who's like running his team he's running with. He's had a minimal amount of testing, and he's actually doing pretty good considering in a field of 30 cars. He's in 6th place. I mean, that's really good. That takes a lot of talent. He's a good driver.
No question about it. Well, currently in 6th place, but he's been leading up until one point. Mosman now in the number 6, leading the field from Bennett. Sherlock in 3rd, having led also. And yeah, there's been quite a few changes in this race already from the get-go. We had that big incident at turn 2 right at the very start, and then everything sort of settled down for a couple of laps, and then as you can see, we're under caution. I'm not 100% sure why we're under caution again in terms of who's caused it, but the clock ticks down, and this must be a tough time for a driver because there's actually more than you think. It looks as though you're just sort of sitting there waiting, but you're not actually. There's a lot of sort of things that are going on. You've got to check that the tyres are... Basically, you're waiting and readying yourself for the restart, because if you just sit there and kind of, you know, look out the window type thing, well, not look out the window, you know what I mean, you can easily get beaten up at the start of the restart of the race.
Yeah, if you're not paying attention on the restart, you'll get freight trained down the straight, and that's
Exactly.
not good. So that's a NASCAR term.
Exactly, but that's a much better expression. But as you can see, they're all sort of jostling for position in terms of making sure that they keep their position. And what are the rules here? You can weave, you can keep the mechanical grip in the tyres, keep them warm, but you certainly can't accelerate really and use the brakes to heat the brakes up, really, can you? I mean, or can you?
So here, when I was driving F4, I would, if it was like a bad incident, I wouldn't really even bother keeping my tires warm the entire time, because I'd try and preserve them.
Good point. Yeah.
The hotter they are, the stickier they are, the more it's going to wear on the track. So
there's our incident. So
turn
it's
6.
right at the turn 6, yeah. And so it's a car stuck in the gravel, so that's why it's taking time to get him out.
Yep. So, but yeah. So I probably start warming my tires back up a lap before we go green.
Right.
And
you could see that by the fact that the caution's either being cleared up or you're being told by your engineer, right?
Yeah, and typically what I did is I would use the brakes, like you were saying, to, you know, get the tires warm, because heat typically goes from the bottom to up.
Yep.
So it'll expand out the tires. Scrubbing across the track only does the surface, but you want the core of the tire hot. So, but
thank you, man.
Like you said, you can't give too much of a gap. You kind of have to keep the same pace. I know when I was in F4, I'd give a little bit of gap, maybe about a corner, just so I get a run in and kind of get the tires a little hot. But
and how is the transition? First of all, well, I don't know if you were doing karts, but what about the transition from whatever you were doing into Formula 4? Because for most people, it's their first experience of slicks and wings.
I'll tell you, I drove X30, the IME X30 class in karts. It feels faster than an F4 car.
Yeah.
And it's only because the ground is going underneath you and you can see it. These cars feel slow.
Slower. But what about the fact that you've got the wings and the downforce?
I mean, it helps a little bit in the corners for sure. I mean, this car has a lot more mechanical grip thanks to suspension than a go-kart. But the downside is it's heavier and you can't throw it in like you would on a go-kart. You could dive bomb in a corner in a go-kart. Sometimes you'll go over the top of somebody, sometimes you won't. And these cars, half the time, or most of the time, you go over the top of somebody if you really hit them hard.
Yeah,
so
and hurt you, and potentially hurt and break your car.
Yeah.
What about the gap between going up from F4, which you've just done, into FR? How big a change is that?
Well, I'll tell you, in F4, it's a very tame car. It's a really good entry-level car, and the best way I can explain the FR car is the first time I laid down on the pedal, the turbo spooled up, and then it was like you can hear an audible thump, and then you were like warp speed.
Wow, I bet that was scary.
Exhilarating.
Do you get used to it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that. Yeah, I was talking to Callum Hedge, who I've just been with for the last 6 weeks in New Zealand, doing the Toyota Racing Series. Very similar cars, obviously, but different chassis, different engine. And he's saying, you know, that turbo lag is something to get used to. It really is. It dumps in there, and once it hits.
Yeah. I've never driven the Tatus, but I think it has a tad smaller engine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a 1.6.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But like actually might be a little worse. I don't know the size of the turbo, but if you don't have the same amount of exhaust pressure coming out, bigger engine gives more exhaust pressure. So.
Yep, Ligier chassis here, Tata chassis in New Zealand, Toyota engine here, Honda engine here in the US of A. And we're really appreciating Honda's involvement in the FIA coverage. Hence, we've got the Civic out front as our safety car, and there he is. Yeah. But and of course, all of these cars, in fact, use the Honda Civic engine. In the F4, it's the non-turbo version, and in the FR, it is the same Civic engine but with the turbo. So a little bit more power, a lot more power, I should say. But neat little cars and a great way to learn your racing chops.
Yeah, and it looks like they got the incident cleaned up a little bit, so we should go back green soon for some exciting racing.
And I would have said this is pretty much hell-bent for leather, because the amount of time we've got left on the board, and with the lights off on the safety car as they are, you've just got to give it full beans now. If you're going to make a position up, if you're going to go for some points or a podium, it's got to be at this restart, because we're down to what will be just a couple of laps, really. And who's your money on?
Ooh.
Mosman's got the advantage, but it isn't always the advantage to be at the front, is it, at the restart?
I think Cara or Sherlock really have a good chance. Being P1 right now is kind of the place you don't want to be.
Yeah. Well, here we go then. We're about to find out at the restart of this. Just 2 minutes to go, so we are just going to have a sprint finish here in the first race of the year. And as you quite rightly point out, a bit of a sitting duck. Mosman there as Bennett dives through on the inside. Sherlock's right behind, the 27 of Woods Toff from Canada. And a good clean restart. Some going wide, some on the race line. But that was a great start from Bennett. Carl Bennett out front, but he hasn't got this all done yet. Through comes the 27 of Woods Toff. On the inside is the 31 of Sherlock. And you made a good call on that, because Tyler Sherlock really doing a good job of hanging in there on the outside. Where do you make an overtake here at NOLA?
Turn one's kind of a sketchy area to make a pass. In the turn, if you do it in the braking zone, you're pretty safe. Turns 3 and 4 are some good last-minute passing. And
probably at the end of the S's, I'm thinking 15?
13, you can
13,
really make some passes, yeah.
That's right. Well, that's coming up now. We're heading into the S's, which I believe is flat out in these cars, yeah, pretty much?
Yeah, the first initial bend left is a slight lift, and then it's full throttle there on out. Avoid the bumps, and you're good to go.
Good to go. Coming into that turn 13, the obvious overtake, but everybody line astern this time out. Nobody overtaking this time. We're looking at the 10 of Cara, who we thought might nip it here, but we're going to have one more lap, I believe. Yeah, we're just going to get in and across the start-finish before the clock ticks down to 0. So we should get the white flag out this time round. And Bennett will lead them across the line. And there is that white flag. So last lap here in our F4 race. Hayden Bowlesby with me, Jonathan Green. And in the mirrors, Bennett looks to see how close. He shouldn't have done that, because he'll scare the heck out of himself, because they're right with him. The 27 of Woods Toff in second place. Oh, drama! Round goes one of the Howard Development cars, and it's the number 6 of Mosman, who had been leading at the restart, and he is out. But it wasn't his fault, I don't think.
Yeah, man, that's unfortunate. He was looking really good.
Yep, that's racing, as they say. Back to the action, though. Bennett still leading, but only just. Sherlock looking for every which way to get round. Time running out. This is the last lap, and he cuts the nose off nicely. Woods Toff, though, there in second place. Sherlock in third.
It's going to come down to the wire.
It really is. I don't think I'd want to be leading right now.
No, the huge toe coming up, especially through these S's. There's no air wash in these cars.
Here we go then. Bennett trying to hang on through the S's for the last time. He's flat out through here. Woods Toth trying to make a move, and if he doesn't make it right, the man behind him, the number 31 of Sherlock, will make his move. And now we're coming down to the vital corners. Into 13 they come. Good recovery from Bennett. He's got away at least by half a car length in as we come into the complex. He may have this. He's got to get the run to the line, though. Into the last corner they come.
Oh, he's gonna have a
Four
tow.
abreast. It's going to be a drag race to the checkered flag, but Bennett's got this. Here he comes. And he does take the checkered flag, and just holding off the 27 of Woodstock. 31 is Sherlock across the line, but it is the number 9 of Carl Bennett who wins the race here for the Yorba Linda, California. The man for Ganella Racing, fragrance sponsored, number 9, and that's going to smell pretty good. But he played well there. That last lap was never good, a never easy restart, was it? And he took the advantage right from the get-go into turn 1 and then held the rest of them off.
Yeah, he did his job. He went out there and executed, and he got the win. So good on him.
Well, I got a chance. Tell everybody where to look for you, because you're going to be on this live feed in just a couple of hours. Tell us your number, your sponsors, and how to root for you.
Well, I'm driving the number 3 IGY6 Motorsports Formula Regional car. So, and I believe I'm starting P7, but the grid isn't finalized yet, so we'll see about that. And
what about social? Can we find you?
Yeah, you can get me on Instagram or Facebook, Hayden Bowlesby Racing. And yeah, I think our race is at 3:35.
3:35 local time. Well, look out for Hayden Bowlesby, the local man from New Orleans. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from the Speed Tour after this.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
So as you can see, we are getting ready for our radical race number 2. And this is one of the cars that was right up there in the first race, car number 37. John Field. He is in the primo car, if you will. He's in the Platinum SR10 cars, the more powerful cars, and he had a good battle with this man, the number 500 of Alan Miller. And also the 111 of Luis Schreiber. So the three of them went hell-bent for leather last time out, and they plan to do the same again. And then we move to Donald Cheselski in the 88. Can't miss him out on track in that beautiful baby blue number 88. The 09, meanwhile, is Alan Dursey. There he is, H.A. Dursey. And as you can see on the tail fin there, they've got the country they are representing. There's the Cameron Motorsport car. Quick look in the mirror. Tony almost made it to his own show. Jack Yang, the only... Well, we've got a Polish driver in Robert Soroka, and we've also got a Chinese driver in Jack Yang for the Group A racing team from Radical, New York. The wind has picked up as the day's gone on, but it's also got warmer, so it's a beautiful day here, actually, in Louisiana, I can say. We had a bit of rain yesterday, but that is the main viewing spot. They go in there and have their hospitality, and then they come back out on the balcony to watch all the racing. Coming out of the Spike Cooler's final turn. Just before start of the race here. For race 2 of the Blue Marble Radical Cup. There you see the name, the Blue Marble Radical Cup. Nice view from behind the cars, beautifully designed, and this is a series that has been building race cars, purpose-built race cars, for some 25 years now, and there's some 3,000 around the world. As we look inside the modern cockpit, very brave man is our man Tony, but getting in John Field's car there, but it really is cool. Paddle gearbox on the steering wheel and all the mod cons you'd expect. Plenty of downforce, and even though it's a superbike based power plant, plenty of power to be given, especially with John Field's particular car, that SR10. I'm joined once again by Tom Drewer, who has got up here in miraculous speed, but like I said, as the day goes on, people get it right and they know what they're doing, so Tom can come and enjoy the racing with us. But as they all head out again, I'm sure there's some stories from this morning. How do they all go?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we've lost a couple of competitors. So in the Ford EcoBoost Platinum class, we have lost Scott Wagner. Unfortunately, the chassis was damaged a little bit more than what would it first possibly appeared. And unfortunately, he had a coming together with his teammate, Kent Myers. So disaster for Texas-based S's Racing.
Yeah, no kidding.
Kent
I know them well, because I'm based in Austin, so the S's Racing is a company I know well.
Absolutely. So tough day at the office for them. But no, looking forward to just catching up with a couple of drivers over our beautiful lunch here in the event center, and it was really a case of everyone wants to beat that man in the front, John Field. He's certainly taken to these EcoBoost SR10s very, very well. And Alan Miller, of course, a former champion in this class, wants to get back onto the top step of the podium. Not only that, he wants to take another championship. Louis Schreiber, a former Pro 1340 champion, and he seems to have an issue with Lady Luck. It always seems that things go a little bit of awry for him during the year, but he got off to a good start yesterday, and certainly being third fastest in the opening race today means that he will start from third on the grid. I think the other big news is whether, of course, Jace Bacon can get one over his dad this time. and he'll certainly start a bit further up than father. So
what happened to Jace last time? Because he was ahead of him on the track at one point and then disappeared.
Well, as Seth pointed out in the podium, he ran out of talent in turn 14.
I've heard of that. It's a racing term.
It is, but I thought it was still pretty harsh for a father to say that about his own son. But they're highly competitive, the Bacons, and there's beautiful shots from the
or were they
drone
just
in the
hamming?
sky.
Were they just hamming him up?
I think they were. But look out for Ken Savage as well, because the number 5 of Savage, he's very, very racy, and he was a star. Was Ken in the Lucas Oil Racing School. Kevin Poitras is no stranger to racing, having driven in Trans Am, driven all sorts of machinery, and the 73 will also be one to look out for in the Pro 1340 class. But there's a lot of people that should be storming up through the field. I mean, when you look at Pro 1500, it's not just Danny Jachelski and Nick Persing that could win. Greg Gorski, who finished 3rd, could also do it. Austin Riley, reigning champion. Robert Soroka, another fast young kid from Canada. Jack Yang was quick last year and had a race win. Kent Myers, well, unfortunately he's out, but he had wins last year. Reed Stewart did too. Mike Anzaldi won a championship 2 years ago. You know, Aurora Strauss, an unbelievable talent. Dave Tweedley, a stalwart in the Radical paddock. So really, when we look down throughout the field, it's going to be on for young and old. And looking forward to hopefully a clean race, green to checker.
So just explain to me, because we've got the 3 fields here, and obviously the Platinum, the Pro, and the Pro 1340. How do you stagger them, or how does it work in terms of qualification and how you start them?
So we start them all together just by lap time. So it's, again, multi-class racing. They're completely mixed together. It's a game of chess out there. Sometimes you're going to have a pawn, a car that's out of class between you and your fellow competitor, and you can use that to your advantage. Other times, of course, when you're hunting someone down, you've got to think about, what are my strengths? I might have a slightly slower car on the straightaway, but perhaps my car handles a little bit better than the high horsepower stuff around the twisty bits at NOLA Motorsports Park. And so it really is a case of using your strengths to your advantage, and you can see those different colors on the rear wings as the cars come around. So the Platinum class indicated by the Dayglow yellow, the Pro 1500 indicated by the Dayglow red, and then when you see green on the rear wing, that's the Pro 1340.
Interesting, and I presume that it varies from circuit to circuit. Like you said, when we've got a long straight like we have here at NOLA, the Platinum guys are going to use that horsepower to their advantage, but in the squiggly bits, in the corners, it's going to be harder, or it's going to be pretty much the same. It averages out, and places like Road Atlanta, well, not Road Atlanta, but I'm thinking maybe you were mentioning Canada, going to a street race. I guess it's all negated there. There's no big straights, right?
That's right. So, you know, all the classes run very tightly together. Of course, we expect to, as you mentioned, see a little bit of spread here. But as we saw, I mean, and if we look at the times, Danny Jachelski was 4th fastest, and Nick Persing 6th fastest, Greg Gorski 7th fastest. So the top Pro 1500 runners mixing it up with the best of the Platinum class.
So here we go then, line astern, 2x2 coming down the back straight and getting into position now to go racing as the safety car will come off. John Field in that 37, the car you see leading there in the black and red, will lead the field to green. This is the second race of the weekend for the Radical Cup. The Blue Marble Radical Cup, I may add. And 111 is Louis Schreiber, who gave him a good run for his money last time out.
Yes, and he's sticking close, Louis Schreiber. And look at this field coming to the green here. What an amazing crowd there is today at NOLA Motorsports Park. An amazing atmosphere. And we are about to go racing in the Blue Marble Radical Cup.
Here we go then. A full field of Radicals heading your way up this front straight then. Led by John Field, who had such a good run last time out. Up go the revs and away they go. Good start from Schreiber.
It's got to be 3, 4, 5, 6 wide at the moment. Unbelievable stuff from this field. A mixed bag field, 3 classes of racing, and already we see some separation between those faster Platinum class cars as Duchelski takes the lead, it would appear, from Greg Gorski, who's got a smashing start because he appears to have eclipsed Nick Persing.
Yeah, they both got ahead of him, so he leads in the 1500, but Field also overtaken by Schreiber in the Platinum class too at the start of that one. He got a much better getaway. And now things starting to settle out as one car goes wide. Persing, though, got a good start in the 19, the all-white there, heading out to the back of the field.
Persing with a bit of work to do because he was vying for that win this morning, and now he's stuck in 3rd place behind a very storied radical competitor, Greg Gorski. Gorski has also been running in the Creventex series all last year and has just elevated himself in terms of his driving. It really has done him justice to do a lot of racing in Europe and impressing amongst the young guns.
And already this field's starting to spread out dramatically. Schreiber, though, pulling away at the front, and that was a really good job by the 111, Louis Schreiber, to get ahead. Look at this battle.
Oh, and right down to the inside and getting chopped off. I think that was the number 5 of Ken Savage, and around the outside he goes. Now we have the inside run, so Savage through for position, and the Lucas Oil School of Racing certainly doing its job there, teaching Ken well, and he wasn't going to back out.
No, he absolutely wasn't. So the field spread out as they come back at us down the front straight towards us again, flat out in this long straight.
You can see Aurora Strauss with a huge gaggle of cars behind her. She's got a bit of a clean run, but to the inside again, and just it's very, very close there. That's one of the Bacons. In fact, that's both Bacons.
Yeah, so, Seth Bacon in the grey and red there. Seth in the number 3.
Yeah, hunting down Sun. So Jace in the lead, and they're mixing it up with the 1500s.
Oh, a little touch there, Bacon getting knocked sideways, and he puts an arm out. I don't know whether in gesticulation or to say, don't worry, I see you.
Well, I think Ken Savage might be in the lead of Pro 1340 at the moment.
So it's all going on.
It's a great battle out there, isn't it?
Really good. Whoop, somebody went a little wide, but no harm, no foul. I think he just touched the wheel onto the dirt there. Recovers well. And Schreiber, Field, and Duchelski. That's your leaders at the moment. Duchelski leading the 1500 Pro class.
So what has happened to Indy Al Miller, the 500 machine, not showing on the timing score? That's absolute disaster for him. And someone who's got more radical North America championships than anyone else appears to be out of this motor race.
Yeah, that's a real shame. It's a shame to lose anybody. You mentioned a couple at the top of the show of who you've lost because of damage, a couple of the SS cars going out. You never like to see that of a weekend when there's so much to come.
And through screen, I thought I picked up that 500 machine because he's got some green and blue on it. But it was a couple of the guys a bit further back, and that was our leader, I believe. Oh, in
1340 class.
1340 class.
Yeah.
And Mike Ansaldi muscling his way through in the 61 machine.
This is really good racing, though. Very close indeed. But you can see there's ounces of confidence with racing this close between all of them. They obviously know each other very well.
Richard Millet, driver. Aurora Strauss just on screen before. And now we're back to this battle with Ansaldi, who's fighting with the 27 of Reed Stewart from Group A Racing. And then we've got a Pro 1340 class in the mix as well. So the 999 of Jace Bacon from Apex Country Club in Arizona, Crown Concepts. Crown team, very, very strong, and always seem to field very fast cars. I don't know what it is in the water out in Arizona, but they produce some very quick motor racing drivers.
Well, it's because the sun shines all the time, you see, so they've got plenty of time to go racing.
Well, amazingly, they hadn't driven in the wet until
Yeah, I'll bet.
The qualifying session and did spectacular. So I don't know whether that was just pure naivety or just, again, the raw talent they have.
Now, look at the gap between Jachelski and Persing. Here's Persing coming up, but you saw the gap there. He's got, some 6 or 7 seconds ahead in that chasing battle for 1500.
Crucially, though, Persing passed Gorski and Riley right there as well. So young Austin Riley, what an amazing story. This young man has autism, started off in go-karts, has pursued motorsport, really, if you like, against a lot of odds, certainly more odds than most, and is just turning into the biggest superstar ever. Came onto the scene in Canada, won the Canadian Radical Cup Championship, followed that up by coming down to North America, or down to the US rather, running the North American Championship, won the Pro 1340 Championship last year, and the outright champion. He's off to race in England as a prize for that later this year, and stepped up to Pro 1500 and running 4th in class at the moment.
Very impressive, no question about it. Schreiber continued to pull ahead at the front, 1.5 seconds he leads at the moment. And a good battle also coming up behind.
It's impressive that John Field, or impressive for Schreiber, that John Field hasn't been able to tag on the back of that 111 machine.
But also impressive, the 88, Jachelski now catching up with the 2 platinum cars. And that's in the last lap or so. He's kept that right up there with them. In fact, he's putting in quicker laps.
And think about that. They've got almost double the horsepower. So the young gun from the Wisco Racing camp is just showing his raw talent here. And talk about talent, because he's pulling away from a young man that's been... Oh, he has a massive moment. So the 88 nearly throws it all away.
That was, you could see his hands moving in trying to save that, and he just did it, but he's not letting off, I'll say that. Keep going.
He's on the absolute ragged edge, using every last bit of grip that these hand-cooked tyres will provide. I'd be interested to know how much downforce he's running on that car. Perhaps not too much, which is why his straight line speeds up against some of these other cars. The team electing to run a low wing angle, keep the straight line speed up and say, well, lad, you can drive, so just hang on to her.
Yeah. Well, you've got that one big straight, and that's where you can take a massive advantage here at NOLA. But you can see they're weaving through the S's here at great speed, bouncing over the curbs, using all the track and more.
Austin Riley looking extremely aggressive, as you say, all over the curbs, really hounding the back of the 24 machine of Greg Gorski. He's got the lights ablaze. It's Evil Buddy is what he's nicknamed that car, and you can see the red lights glowing on the front of that 24 machine. But at the moment, I've got to say, even more evil or menacing is that car behind of Austin Riley, car 20, with that fantastic livery. And then looking pretty racy in the platinum class is Dursey, who's going to join this fight, or certainly get in the middle of it. So cleverly, Austin Riley gets out of it, gets out of the way, says, look, I'll just let you pass, and hopefully can have another go at Greg Gorski once the 09 of Dursey will clear him too.
So this race, within a race, if you will, see Schreiber and Field. We're also looking at the Platinum Class 09, who's making his way up to try and join the leaders, but having to make his way through some of the Pro Class entries.
Further back in the pack, it's Ken Savage in the 5 rather, that is leading the Pro 1340 class from Jace Bacon, and then it's old man Seth Bacon behind him. So once again, son is ahead of father, but we know how it turned out for the podium last time.
You know he wants to beat his dad this time after that comment, yeah, for sure.
Robert Soroka from Canada on the screen, hunting down his fellow Canadian of Austin Riley, and a little bit of a disaster, if you like, for Austin, that he's now got that platinum class between him and Greg Gorski, but all of a sudden he's having to defend a little bit from Soroka.
Now let me ask you this, Tom. Do you, if you are a Canadian racing in the Canadian Championship, can you come over and do a race in the American Championship and go back? And so you could, you know, wherever you, if you've got the money, you can go race wherever you want.
Absolutely. And in Toronto, both championships are joining together on the streets of Toronto, so that'll be a huge radical festival. Be fantastic stuff with a lot of cars. And Aurora Strauss, our new ambassador, just coming down on screen, and that's a pretty tight gaggle there as well. Then we're back to this 1340 leader, the number 5 of Ken Savage for G-Tech Motorsport. And we have lost, would you believe, yet again, young Jace Bacon.
No.
So the wise old man, I'm sure, is going to have some more sage advice for his son on the podium.
Oh dear. If it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any, but never mind. He'll live to fight another day. There's another day tomorrow.
Well, I guess he's got years on his side, doesn't he? So
yeah, he's got that. He'll throw it away. He'll throw it off. There's your number 3. There's the other Bacon set. Yeah, he's going about his business. He's all right.
So just ahead of Seth is Savage, and then it's Stewart and Zaudi. It's interesting that Mike Anzaldi it's been running around about the top 10 overall all weekend, and he stormed up through the field. In fact, he was our Sunoco hard charger from race 1. He's got some pace, but he just doesn't seem to be able to find track position, if you like.
Jersey making another move down the straight in the Platinum. You really do see the horsepower difference there, don't you? The way he jinks out like that and uses it to get past Persing.
You do indeed. Of course, that means that Persing's going to be held up just a little bit in some of these corners by Jersey, no doubt. And of course, Persing's trying to get up to the 88, the leader in Pro 1500, Danny Jashelski. And meanwhile, that sets up a great battle between Gorski, Riley, and Soroka for the final step.
Soroka at the back of this group in the yellow, in the blue and orange.
Yeah, so those cars there, line astern, racing for the final step of the Pro 1500 podium.
There's still some 23 minutes left. No cautions yet, although you can see with the dust flying up in the air at turn 6, there are a few occasions when they're pushing to the limit.
Well, I've got to say it's quite a coup for us this year. Our race director, none other than Bo Barfield, and to have a IndyCar and IMSA caliber race director,
yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's just fantastic. And Bo sat everyone down at the start of this event, laid out his expectations for what he wanted, and I must say, touch wood, extremely clean racing, extremely fair racing. It just seems that all these drivers have taken those words on board, and so far providing great action, great passing, but all pretty cleanly.
Yep, and as you can see, Jersey now making his way up to Dachelski in 3rd position overall, and he'll be catching up, hopefully, with Field and Schreiber, who lead the Platinum class, and he'll join them for a battle royal within the 20 minutes left of this race.
Now, meanwhile, I sort of thought Persing had 2nd place wrapped up in Pro 1500.
But he's under pressure.
But he is, all of a sudden, the likes of Gorski, Riley and Soroka are right there. And so this is a 4-way motor race now for 2nd place.
Really
now,
cool.
What could be playing an effect is the tyre strategy. Each car gets effectively 2 sets or 8 tyres to play with from qualifying. Of course, who is elected to run their tyres from race 1? Who's put on new rubber? Who's perhaps put new rubber in qualifying and then race 1 and now has to manage what is some pretty used up rubber around the hot racetrack here at NOLA.
And how does it work with those sets? How long do you get, or is there an optimal moment or lap time and then they drop off, or do they stay steady after a while?
probably, unfortunately for us, we picked a very, very durable compound, and you know, I say that because obviously we have a commercial relationship with Hankook, but the Hankook tire is just fantastic. I couldn't ask for a better tire for this series or for Radical cars, and it lasts a very long time. It doesn't really have a peak. It has a tremendous plateau.
Yeah.
And the performance is really good. Now, of course, there is that little peak, so you can see the guys are definitely dealing with that. It's hotter. Perhaps some of the teams struggling to, you know, we tested here a couple of months ago, but it was a lot cooler. So perhaps they don't quite have the strategy set up for this heat. But no, the tyres will last a long time, and that's why you see in this series qualifying going on for so long, because typically the longer they're out, the better the tyres come up into their operating window, and you see the lap times peel off further and further into that qualifying session.
Well, this is hotting up nicely to a four-way battle, as you mentioned. We've got the Canadians in there, the Americans. Ooh, slightly wide there goes Riley. But you can see Persing at the front of this group, but it's still spread out for now, but I've got a feeling that there's plenty of time for them to start really taking it to each other in the closing stages of this one.
Absolutely, and it's amazing the audio that we're getting here today, because every so often you can hear the brakes lock up, the squeal of those Hankook tyres. You can hear how hard these guys are pushing. We've obviously seen it on screen as well, and it just looks like the rear diffuser of the number 94, Robert Soroka, it's just flapping around a bit, so the Ri-Spec machine with a touch of damage, or perhaps just running over a curb a little too hard. They're definitely using all the curbs. Bo Barfield electing not to police track limits, saying, look, it's not worth it on a racetrack like this. You guys just go for it.
Gorski.
Unbelievable. So Gorski into second place.
Yeah, I think what happened was Persing got held up by Dursey, who, as you said, in the slower parts is going to be slower through those sections, and as they came onto the straight, Dursey took off, and then Persing was left standing and Gorski went through. And now he's in real trouble. Look at him. Persing under real trouble now, the FR driver regularly, but now doing double duty.
And I just wonder again whether they've just elected to fresh set of tyres for race 3 tomorrow, and so they're just doing their best today, just trying to struggle through on this this older set of tyres. But it's really going to play well for Austin Riley, because he is closing in. He's got a crack at a podium here in the second race of this season.
I see what you mean by the diffuser being slightly down on that left rear side.
Interesting that it just appears in different parts of this racetrack. Austin is really, really racy, and then the gap is concertinaing. You can see here it closes up a little bit. Persing looks under pressure again. And then in other parts of the racetrack, perhaps the newer SR3 XXR, just using that extra little bit of horsepower to stretch its legs over the older XX that Austin Riley's running.
This is the battle for 6th place, just up the road. Dursey is pulling away in 4th place, especially here on the straights, and he's going to try to see if he can keep up with Dechelski, who's still leading the pro class in 3rd overall. Field still leading by 1.2 seconds. He's up the gap from half a second to 1.2 now, so he's taken it to Schreiber, who was with him early on, in fact led for a bit. So we're starting to get into the business end of this one. Really good race 2 from the Radicals.
I tell you what, if you're a team manager out there in the rest of the pro paddocks, Dechelski has got to be a name that you're writing down, because this young kid is doing an awesome job. The 88 laying out lap times as fast as some of these platinum class cars. He's in a league as his own. As having a look, the 27, what a great battle this is. Reed Stewart on the back of the 61 of Mike Anzaldi. Anzaldi to the inside, defending well. But you've got to think that Reed Stewart's going to find a way past here. What can he do?
Oh, it's pretty tight, that's for sure. Ooh, car stuck out on track there, but out of harm's way at least.
That's Williams in the SR10, so another disastrous day, if you like, for S's Racing. Wayne Williams is stationary on the side of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's the third S's car to have problems. It's hard to work out exactly where you'd make an overtake. They talk about the overtake at 15 coming in here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really short shoot, and if we were using the IndyCar long straightaway, perhaps it'd be more opportunity. We could see out of that final chicane, or S's, the 61 of Anzaldi just stayed track right, just to cover off any move by Reed Stewart.
Down the straight they come. And we'll try to keep an eye on all three battles. Obviously the Platinum Field and Schreiber going at it. The gap still 1.8 seconds, so it's still on, if you will. We've been watching the Pro 1500s, and we'll try to keep up with what's happening in Pro 1340 as well.
Well, and I don't know if I just missed it in all that excitement, but Field's back in the lead. So Schreiber, of course, the early leader in this race, and had sort of run away with it, if you will, over the America Le Mans Series champion. I can guess you can never count out a driver who mixed it up with those Audi factory boys, with that privateer effort, with the Lola, the black Lola, the 37. You'd remember that from the old ALMS days. And John Field loves his motorsport, and maybe it's a bit of traffic where Field has managed to take advantage and get past a 111. You can see Schreiber's right behind him, but they are carving their way back up through the pack.
I think you're absolutely right. I think Schreiber's been beaten by the traffic a little bit, and that's what's allowed Field to maybe make the move.
If there's one thing I know, it's John Field will go for a pass. I guess it's the America Le Mans Series experience, but he's so aggressive. If he gets a sniff of a slower car, he's into the inside and just fires it in there and says, well, you deal with it now, because I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's still 14 minutes to go, and the gap is just 0.5 between them. Meanwhile, Jersey is coming fast. He's 26 seconds adrift at the moment, but there is plenty of time yet. He's in fourth place. Duchalski still in third, leading Pro 1500.
Oh, we heard a big lock up there, so hopefully that wasn't an issue. Now, that was young Austin Riley trying to get past Richard Girosha from Wisco Racing. So again, these front runners are quick. They're catching the guys at the back of the pack. And this is a whole new dynamic, because we've had a green race so far, and all of a sudden, unlike race one earlier today, they're having to deal with traffic.
Yeah, exactly. We had a staccato race one where it was stop-start a little bit with the cautions, but this has been free and green. I'm loving it. And the 37 bouncing over the curves there once again, John Field. And there you see the gap between the two leaders.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it's still pretty close. With 13 minutes remaining, I mean, Louis Schreiber has enough time just to stay calm, cool, collected, perhaps just get a little bit of heat out of those Hankook tyres for one more charge to the front. And Dan Decker on screen in the number 7, that sort of Porsche homage paint job. And a beautiful car, one of the other Cameron Racing cars entered for the season. And Decker having a bit of a go back at... I apologise, it's Austin Riley's old car. That's got me all confused. So that's the 73 of Kevin Poitras. I do apologise.
Well, we know this is Duchalski, that's for sure, in the 88.
Well, you can tell, because somehow he looks calm, cool and collected, whilst every so often just hanging it out there over the edge. And there's no doubt he is a superstar in the making.
How old is he?
Oh, he's like 15 years old.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
This kid came in, had never really set foot in a Radical, jumped into a car for the World Finals at Spring Mountain late last year, and just set the world on fire. It was an unbelievable performance. Ended up runner-up to Toby Sori, who
Went on to Indy Lights, yeah.
Indy Lights star. So this kid just really cleaned everyone's clock and is showing his caliber again here today. I tell you what, we need to do some media training on him. He's a man of very few words at the moment, gets a bit nervous in front of the spotlight. He's going to have to get to deal with that, because I have a feeling this young man's going to be on the podium more often than he is not.
It's so funny, you've just described the phenom that is in Trans Am, and that's Brent Cruz. Same story, came on to the scene last year, totally blitzed the field, won again today at just 15 years of age. Needs a little bit more media help, but I don't care. He's a man of few words, he does it all on the track.
Well, that's it, you don't need to say much, I guess, when all the, your actions speak louder than words.
Absolutely.
When it comes to racing. You mentioned before, and that rear diffuser on the back of Soroka's car doesn't look any nicer, does it? It looks like it's flapping around even more. But he is past Austin Riley, so that's a change in position. So that diffuser isn't affecting him too much. Young Austin Riley being demoted there, as Soroka finds himself now in 4th place. So it's Dashelski from Gorski, Persing in the podium, the final podium place, and then it's Soroka Riley.
So, great run so far. 10 minutes to go in our race 2 Blue Marble Radical Cup here from NOLA. Great to hear Tom Brewer coming in here to talk to us about the championship. Just let me ask another question. The World Final, how do you qualify for that, and who can go to it?
Well, effectively, if you're running one of the 14 championships around the world, the Radical Cup championships that is, or indeed if you run radicals at a number of the country clubs, SCCA, NASA. So if you're running at a recognised championship, you are eligible. So very, very open. We are limiting it to make sure that we perhaps don't have the dark horses of the Soris come in without running some races earlier in the season. But very, very open. So basically, as long as you can get your backside, trackside in one of these machines earlier in the year, you'll be eligible.
So we're looking at the 09 making his way towards the finish of Jersey.
I tell you what, a very impressive performance for Jersey today. Obviously had the benefit of the 500 machine of India Miller sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah.
But Jersey found some pace. He said this car suits him so much better than the Pro 1500. He's not a small guy, and I think having that extra horsepower, he's not giving anything away.
Right.
And so, but I think just generally the driving style that it takes to run a Platinum class car, they do drive extremely differently from the SR3s. The SR10's more horsepower, but a little bit more push in some of the high-speed areas. You have to manhandle the car a little bit more, and Jersey likes doing that. And all of a sudden, he's looking set for a podium finish. And I tell you what, that'd be a big result. Again, it shows the competitive nature of all of these classes. And he's now coming up through the field and past the 29 of DeRocha, who's in his own battle with Dan Decker out at the back end of the field. And there we go, popping the number 94. This is huge. So Soroka on Persing, and he'll have the inside run into turn 1. Hopefully we'll pick this up.
Yeah, it's all gonna go. Kick it off in a moment between them. Great move there. Here we go.
Right.
Persing.
So amazingly, it looks like Persing's managed to maintain position. So perhaps he got a bit of an eye-opener there. Didn't realise that Soroka was going to have a run, and all of a sudden needed to get a move on.
This is great. Really good racing between them here. Close as you like. Riley's still involved.
Riley is, and I tell you what, you got to think that Riley will just be hoping that these guys perhaps have a little moment, one pushes each other a little bit too much, and he'll be right back in the hunt. But there we go. Persing now having a go on Gorski. So the back markers are making a mix, a melee of the Pro 1500 class, because all of a sudden the number 19 was under attack. Now he's back in the second place.
And as they come back on the straight, he's got it back again. Amazing.
This is epic racing.
Really
from the Blue
good.
Marble Radical Cup. And Greg Gorski, you can see to the inside, the glowing red headlights are having a go at the number 19. He's got back in front. So with under 6 minutes remaining, all of a sudden the lead, or the second place, changes again for Pro 1500.
Really good stuff. And Persing will try and see if he can build up on it again now. It was round here that he got it back last time on Soroka, but now can he build it back at again? He's good through the infield, is Persing, that's for sure.
Wow, and further back, Austin Riley is hustling his fellow Canadian Soroka. And we'll see what happens here as they try and clear the 29 of Jerosha. Now, of course, he's free to race. He's out there too. And Persing is right on the back of Gorski again.
Yeah, this is really good stuff. Battle for 6 overall.
Second in class.
Yep.
And
there's just no give, is there? I mean, this is intense stuff. I mean, they are on it. 10-10s.
Well, the other thing that this proves is you don't have to be a young gun. Greg Gorski is what you'd call a gentleman driver, and there's nothing gentlemanly about him. He's as good as any of these young kids. And that's a great thing about Radical Cup. It's not about the machinery, it's about the driver. And you're going to get pushed from guys that have come to the sport later in life. You're going to get pushed from the young guns trying to make a name for themselves.
Here we go again. The 94 of Shiroka just popping out past the 7 of Decker. That's not full position. He's basically passing a bit of traffic there. Field and Schreiber still coming together with 4 minutes to go. 0.3 between them, so they're going to be glued together on track for the overall lead in Platinum.
Wow. So everything heating up as this race winds down. Now, I don't think anyone out there would have necessarily expected this to go green. It shows the caliber of these guys, but it means these guys are going to be getting hot and bothered under their racing suits, inside the helmets. It's hot out there here today at NOLA Motorsports Park. They have been going absolutely hammer and tong, tooth and nail, and these guys are going to be wearing themselves out.
Here we go. Here's your battle at the front. Field in the black and red, ahead of Schreiber in the 111, the all-white.
If there's no one that knows how to lead a motor race, it's John Field. Louis Schreiber is so hungry for a race window. So hungry. And you've got to think that he's going to try anything. Now, Schreiber's going to have to be a little bit careful because he's definitely under the watchful eye of Bo Barfield. A couple of drivers having quite a big moment at Watkins Glen last year, and Schreiber was one. And there's no doubt that Barfield's asked the guys that were involved in that incident, they've got to keep it clean. They've got to prove their stripes or earn their stripes again. But so far, Louis Schreiber doing a fantastic job at that, getting back into the Radical Cup and straight back at the top of the field.
Well, they're coming through the S's now into the most obvious overtake, but I don't think he's near enough to do that overtake this lap, but we'll get another lap in for sure.
No, it just looks like Field in that part of the racetrack is stronger. And I'm just remembering back to the high-speed S's at Sonoma, which is very similar to this racetrack, and Field attacked that high-speed S's like no one else. He was a wild man at Sonoma last year, and you can see the back end of the car squirming about as he tries to put 425 brake horsepower down. The white flag is out.
Here we go then, last lap of the race, and you can see the battle for the win on this final lap. They've got the 5 in front of them. That's Savage, but he's going to slow them both down here through the wiggly bits.
Yeah, so Field's going to have to be careful here. He's going to have to get cleanly past a back marker. That's going to give Louis Schreiber the opportunity to have a go. Here they go, throw all, and Schreiber's going to have to be careful because he got chopped off by the number 5, but got out of it. Fantastic job by Louis Schreiber to try and keep it clean.
And he's got through now, but that has lost Schreiber a bit of time there, and that was good thinking from Field. He used it well.
You know that Schreiber is going to be screaming inside that helmet, but he did the right thing, got out of it, just lived to fight another day. He's going to get a huge haul of points, whether he finishes first or second. That's going to be an important part of the championship, and I got to say that that shows that he's growing as a driver, because I think a few years ago Louis Schreiber would have kept the front of that car stuck in there.
Good
but
point.
Field is coming down through those S's for the final time.
Yeah, he's won it with that move, no question about it. He used the traffic to his advantage. Schreiber's going to catch up in this last complex, but it's all John Field. He's in a field of dreams right now. Excellent stuff. Schreiber led early on, but Field took the lead while we were watching one of the other battles, which was so good. The Chelsea has dominated in the 1500s, but it's going to be John Field onto the main straight again and taking the checkered flag again. What a great victory for him.
Now, interestingly, I just saw Al Miller in the 500 machine, so an issue for him, but he got out, and that's crucial for him because hopefully he put in a banked a lap that will set the grid, of course. The fastest laps in this race will set the grid for race 3. Now we're waiting for Jashelski to come through. There he is. So the blue 88 machine will take another win in Pro 1500, and then we're waiting to see who will take second place.
Well, that's anybody's game. It's going to be very interesting to see that, isn't it? Between Gorski, Persing and Soroka. Checkered flag is out, but we want to see who's going to come out of that last corner. Durzy's done his bit. Here we go!
And it's Gorski, who seems to have got the jump.
Or is it?
Going 2 and 3 wide, right down to the line. I think it is Gorski from Persing. Did Soroka get past? I don't think so.
Nah, I think Persing got the second of those 3. Great finish.
Epic job by Greg Gorski. Persing with another podium as well. Soroka just unlucky to finish out of the podium positions. And we've got to pick up who was in the Pro 1340 class. And that was Ken Savage, who took the win in the number 5. No wonder he wasn't going to give anything up to Louis Schreiber. Seth Bacon taking second place, and Kevin Poitras taking another podium there, rounding out the top 3 in Pro 1340. Congratulations, so to Ken Savage, who took the win in Pro 1340.
So, confirmation of the result. Well done again to John Field. F1 Motorsports, Louis Schreiber taking second place, Danny Czeselski taking third for Wisco Racing. Alan Dursey with a valiant performance. He fought hard with the 1500s. He had to for One Motorsports, and Greg Gorski getting to the line before Persing and Soroka. Great battle between the 3 of them, with Austin Riley with them for most of that race. Reed Stewart in 9th position and Mike Ansaldi in 10th. Good racing once again from the Blue Marble Radical Cup. Further down in 11th, Strauss, Savage, Yang, Seth Bacon winning the Battle of the Bacons, or the Bacon Boys as they call themselves. Dan Decker in 15th place, Poitras in 16th, DeRocca 17th, Miller, Chase Bacon not finishing, and likewise Wayne Williams. So my thanks once again to Tom, and appreciate it. Another race tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm glad there's only one more, because I've just about lost my voice, and I tell you what, this action has just been amazing. What a job. what a delight it is to call a race like that.
Yeah.
The Blue Marble Radical Cup North America Series. It just keeps getting better and better with every year. And glad we're putting on a show for the race fans here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Oh, no question. Really, really true. Well, my thanks to Tom. He'll be back again tomorrow, I'm sure, if everybody's running right. The karts in the background, the skid pan in the foreground, and we've got racing. So it's all happening here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action after this. That was good.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is
sir.
a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.
So we're getting ready for the first FR Formula Regional Americas race of the season for 2023. A whole host of new drivers and new participants in the championship. Up for grabs, some $600,000 for the winner to go and race in Super Formula and chase the likes of Lawson and Pato O'Ward, who came before him, and now Raoul Hyman, our current champion, who's headed to Japan. But this series has seen some greats come through. People like Kyle Kirkwood, now in IndyCar. And now we've got a whole bunch of new names. And a guy I know well, Callum Hedge. He's right here, coming from New Zealand. He's been racing in New Zealand for the last 6 weeks. But this is his first venture into the States. Callum, how do you feel?
Yeah, good, Jonathan. I'm about to go car racing, and we'll see how we go.
All right, what do you think? What do you think of America?
It's a bit different to little old New Zealand. The population's a bit bigger, the culture's a bit different, and the racing's a bit different as well. But absorbing it all, going as best as we can, and hopefully we go a bit better in the race.
All right, give it full jandle, as they say down there. We'll be watching Callum Hedge. They're watching live in New Zealand, so welcome New Zealand and Australia. Next to him, Cooper Beckland, coming back for another season of racing. Here's a good story. How about this? Nick Persing was in the last race. Nick, how you holding up? You were in the last Radical race.
I'm pretty good. You know, I've been working out harder than I ever have because I knew this race was going to be a tough one, but I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. Front row, just focus on a good start, and hopefully we can drive away with the win.
Do you feel like this season could be yours?
Yeah, I do. We'll see what it has to offer, but you know, still figuring a couple things out, but I definitely feel like I got a shot at the championship this season.
All right, well, watch out for Nick Persing. He's in the number 29. But the big news for the day has to be this man, Ryan Sheehan. He is from Austin, Texas. As an 8-year-old, he went to COTA, fell in love with motorsport. He's never looked back. He, too, has been racing down in New Zealand. So it's obviously been working out, the practice you've been doing down under, because you're pole today.
Yeah, it's helped a lot racing in New Zealand. We had some mega pace in qualifying, so hopefully we can translate that to a race win.
But this is your first FR America's race, so not bad to be on pole, huh?
Yeah, not bad.
All right, can you do it, though?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, watch out for Ryan Sheehan. He's going for it right from the get-go. He's in the number 66. As you can see, they're starting the engine, so I'll get out of the way, and let's go racing. I better piss him.
Well, here we are watching the Formula Regional Americas group going out. NOLA Motorsports Park at the NOLA SpeedTour. Let me run through the grid real quick, and then I'll introduce our special guest. It's an honor to have Carl Bennett, the number 9 from F4 Ganella Racing. He actually won feature race 1 today, so he knows how to get around this track. So let me go through the grid here real quick, and then I'm going to come to you, Carl.
All right.
Number 1 is Oliver Westling, racing with Jensen. Number 3 is Hayden Bowlesby with IGY6 Motorsports. Austin Hill, number 8. Number 12 is Manuel Rosa from Mexico City, Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. We heard from Callum Hedge from Auckland, New Zealand, Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, number 17. Cooper Beckland, number 19, West Lynn, Oregon. Number 22, Max Hewitt, Houston, Texas. Number 24, Kevin Jansen, Deerfield Beach, Florida. We heard from Nick Persing, who's having a really good run this weekend in the Radicals. Number 29, Morgan Hill, California, Cameron Racing. Bryson Morris from my neck of the woods, Nashville, Tennessee, Mount Juliet, Tennessee, Crosslink Kiwi. Ryan Sheehan, 66, starting in first. So congratulations, Ryan Sheehan. Had a great show of it last year in our F4 U.S. Championship. Now he and Bryson Morris have moved up, as it were, into the FR group. So now, Carl, explain to everybody what this NOLA Motorsports Park is to you.
Well, it's I'd say it's a pretty tough circuit. You know, it's got its bumps in the high-speed corners and whatnot. And you really have to just go for it in order to be fast. Overall, it's just a whole lot of fun.
Now, have you raced in Thailand?
No, I haven't raced in Thailand. I've driven like Formula cars a little bit, and they've got a nice track over there.
So, what was it about the F4 U.S. Championship that drew you to compete in that?
I'd say, it seems like a very competitive type of series. That was why I went with it, and I think this year it's going to be even tougher because we've got like 30 cars or something, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the talent pool in F4 keeps getting thicker and thicker. And now when you're on this formation lap and you're coming to grid up on this front straight and you're looking for the lights, what's your heart doing? What are you telling yourself? What are you concentrating on?
Really, I'm just looking at the lights and making sure to just do what I know. And yeah, you know, you can feel like your everything kind of slows down, everything kind of stops. But yeah, as soon as it's go time, you just do what you know.
Yeah, I love it. Well, we had a great grid walk from Jonathan Green, who's going to be joining us here in a little bit. Carl Bennett, the number 9 F4 Ganella Racing, won the feature race 1. So Jonathan, I don't know how you got up here so quick, but you're excited. I know you're a friend from New Zealand's in this race. And
oh, I'm loving this.
This
is what it's all about. Got Carl Bennett here. He should be able to tell us exactly what's going on out there. And like I said, Ryan Shearhan from Austin, Texas, my hometown, on the pole. Still moving into position, though. Thanks to Ben bringing us in. We'll be hearing from F4 driver Carl Bennett as the race goes on. But a small field, but a great chance. 600 grand to be won by Honda to go Super Formula Racing. That's what Ryle Hyman won last year. On go the red lights. Up go the revs. We are racing at NOLA for round 1 of the FR Championship. Away goes Ryan Sheehan, covering his position from the pole. Nick Persing, who was in the last race, funnily enough, in Radical, says he's been working out. He certainly knows the track. He's been out there most of the day. But a good, clean start. And Carl, what's the key to racing here at NOLA? Because it's tough out there. I mean, there's not a lot of places to overtake, and it's bumpy.
Yeah, you really just want to make sure you're on the limit as soon as you get off the line. It's going to be real tricky because the tires aren't up to temp, but you really just want to make sure you have every single bit of time, you know, just going as fast as you can, really.
Good start from Ryan Sheehan. He's pulling away from the pack already, and they won't want to let him do this because Ryan, well known for his metronomic way of racing. He just goes about it, group after group. Good start from Callum Hedge. Hit a bit of dirt there, but he's made up a place. He's up to 3rd place now, is the Kiwi. Runner-up in the Toyota Racing Series down in New Zealand just 5 weeks ago. A former champion in 86 and in lower formula. And will be racing, in fact, for Earl Bamber in Porsche as well this season. So he's already done 1 season. He's starting another one now, and he's going to do a 3rd one before he's done with the month. Pretty impressive stuff. So these guys like racing. Nick Persing doing 2 races in 1 day. Callum Hedge doing 3 seasons in one season.
And one thing I just love about these series with F4 and FR is just seat time. You know, you're really trying to develop drivers. Scott Goodyear, you just can't find a better driver coach, driver development person than Scott Goodyear. We go side by side. Number 39 and the 3 go at it.
Yeah, that's
Bryson
good.
Morris and Hayden Bowlesby from New Orleans hit tire to tire.
Yeah, Hayden Bowlesby came up and did a commentary with me earlier today, so he has got his tail up. He's been 3 years in Formula 4, and this is his 2nd run at FR, so really looking forward to this. Listen, it's wheel-to-wheel action, great stuff. And Callum Hedge learning how America goes for the first time, and he's up against returning driver Oliver Westling from California for Jensen Racing. But it is Sheehan, Persing, Hedge, Becklin, Westling, Morris, Bowlesby, Rosa from Mexico City, Rosa, as is rightly pronounced, Hewitt from Houston, Texas, Janssen and Hill. That's your lineup.
Well, Carl, what are you seeing out there? Because I saw you reach for the brakes with your foot there, and you kind of got really into it. So what are you seeing from a driver perspective?
Well, I just wanted to mention, I mean, man, I can feel how loose the cars are out there.
Yeah.
Like, I saw that Jensen really kicking a little oversteer there, so I guess maybe my feet kind of just went by itself. But, yeah.
No, it's good. You live it, mate. How grippy is the track? Because it doesn't get used as much as some tracks do, and there's a lot of track days here and a lot of tough weather as well.
I have a feeling the grip isn't as good as last year. That doesn't mean the track is worse necessarily. You know, a challenge is always nice. but our times in qualifying are slower than last year's times anyways. So yeah, the grip I think is pretty interesting, and it's been changing, so adapting is important.
Now in these FR cars they were talking about, they have a little bit more downforce and turbo than the F4 cars, and passing becomes interesting. We were talking to Ernie Francis Jr. about that. That's a little bit harder to pass, so coming into 1 down that long straight, that seems to be the place to go, maybe 3, but then if you pass at 3, you might set yourself up poorly for turn 4, which they're coming to now. Where are the passing zones for you?
For me, I'd say turn 1 definitely is the passing zone. Turn 3, turn 4. After the S's, and yeah, mainly those are the places where you can pass, you know, the heavier braking zones.
And Jonathan, I know you got to be just super excited to see the F4 season start. You love these open wheelers.
Yeah, I do, because what you're seeing here is a glimpse into the future, whether you're an IndyCar fan or a Formula One fan. Remember, this is an FIA championship for 18 super license points. So very valuable indeed. The guy leading at the moment, Ryan Sheehan, has been with the F4 championship the last couple of years and stepped into FR, got pole position today, but he's chasing more points. Oh, somebody's spinning there. And that's the number 3 spinning round. Hayden Bowlesby, the local man, getting it wrong at his own track. But meanwhile, the lead of the man I was just talking about, Ryan Sheehan, is increasing. He's doing a good job at the moment. He got a great start. And like I said, he's metronomic in his lap pace. He just doesn't waver from that. Saw that in New Zealand with him. And he's just very, very precise about his racing. Doesn't take risks that aren't needed to be taken. Meanwhile, Oliver Weston, Callan Hedge continuing their battle. Hedge just in front of him in the 17.
I was seeing smoke coming out of the rear of the car as they were coming through 15 there, and that's where the car looped around, so I'm not sure if maybe somebody's dropping something, but you can really see the bumps. There's a part where the inside tire is fully elevated from the track. Are you feeling that in the car?
Yeah, I'd definitely say in the F4 cars we can feel the bumps and everything. So yeah, it is quite a bumpy track.
This is the first of 3 races in the weekend, so that's another thing. It's all about self-preservation as well. You don't want to get into trouble in the first race. You want to make sure that the tires underneath you are working and that everything is going according to plan. And you certainly don't want to get into a tussle, not in this first race, and cause damage that you don't need. That said, it looks as though Hedge and Westling are going for an almighty fight here in 4th place. They dropped a few places. Hedge was up to 2nd at one point, dropped down to 3rd, and now he's battling just to stay in 4th place here. Becklin ahead of them, then Persing in 2nd place, and Sheehan has gone.
A replay of the spin coming up here in just a little bit. So now we're going to get to the bottom of this spin.
Here we go then. Carl, we'll see your genius on this. That's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's real tough. I'm not sure what happened, but definitely looked like he just lost it on the entry, and the rear just came around. I think maybe it could have been the bumps. You know, those that definitely makes it very tricky.
So the race settling down now and starting to spread out as well. The leaders, Sheehan with just just under a second, half a second over ahead of Persing, but the real battle is here between Callum Hedge and Oliver Westling. Westling going round the outside of Callum Hedge. Look, it's great racing. And remember, this is the first race of the season. Hedge had an engine issue in qualifying because he'd been at the top of the times with Sheehan, his teammate, throughout practice, but had some problems in qualifying. And really enjoying working with the Crosslink Kiwi team, and of course a home team for him, having just raced at home. It's been a busy schedule. He heads back tomorrow night, back home, and he'll be off to Australia the day after that.
Wow.
To do Porsche racing with Earl Bamber.
Now that's Bryson Morris, who did really well in our championship last year in F4.
Yep.
Moved up to FR, and I expect him to have a really great FR season this year. I know him to be a really good, talented, smooth driver. So once these F4 drivers get used to this new FR platform, they seem to get really fast, don't they?
Yeah, and it's interesting. You've got the likes of Bryson Morrison, Nick Persing, Oliver Westling, Hayden Bowlesby, all coming back to this series, but weren't big, big I-ams last year. And then you've got the likes of Brian Sheehan coming up from F4. He was in contention for the title throughout most of the year, all the way to COTA. Mathematically, it went wrong at VIR for him. And then you've got, guys that we don't know much about. Max Hewitt from Houston, Texas. And then
Austin
Manuel
Hill.
Rosa. Yeah, Austin Hill. Manuel Rosa from Mexico City, yeah. Yeah, Austin Hill started at the back in the number 8, but we're going to see what he can do, the man from Ohio. I like the colors on the car, though.
Yeah, you're not going to miss that car. So from a suspension setup, you're seeing these cars kind of skip around the turn like that. What are you seeing, Carl?
I'm not very knowledgeable in the setup side of things. I just drive. But these cars, I mean, you could definitely bottom out on the exit of that corner that we saw the 8 going around here. You really don't want to bottom out like you just want to make sure you're on the right places, putting the car where you want it to be. And
Either an engineer's nightmare or an engineer's dream, because an engineer can get the setup he wants and say, that's the right setup, now drive it, Carl. Or he's looking for feedback and they're all going around in circles and he's like, man, I'm just here to drive. So across the strip comes Sheehan again in the famous 66. He's had those colors and those numbers. He needs some sponsors on the front of that car, though. It's a little black for my liking. And there's Nick Persing, decided to write his own name on the side there by the looks of things.
I love it. Nick had a great season with us last year. I believe he was on the podium with us at Road America and at COTA. He was on the podium with us at COTA, not feeling well, and still did it. Still had a fantastic race. So looking for big things from Nick Persing, and we're seeing going right from a Radical into this FR. He is in it to really get as much seat time as possible.
Yeah, it must be a completely different car. As you heard it when I was talking to him on the grid, he was saying, I've had to really work out because I knew I'd hit this situation. He literally didn't get to the podium. That's how much time he had. He had to miss the podium to get to his car to get out there. But yeah, he's a great character, and I wish him well. And you heard I asked him whether it was his season, because he's another one that's returning and looking to make this a big season. And there is a lot on offer for these guys. And don't think for 1 minute that the IndyCar teams and the FIA F3 teams and the teams around the world who are watching this on the live streams aren't looking for young talent to put in their cars. And this is where they look.
Yeah, for sure. If you're just tuning in, there's F4 U.S. Championship that we saw earlier. This is FR or F3, and this is basically the ladder up to F1. But the thing that I love about this, having two sons that are interested in racing, is the driver development, the time, the effort that Scott Goodyear and his whole staff puts into making great drivers all around from a PR perspective, but also on track. And there's a difference between a fastest lap and racing laps. And I love the approach that Scott Goodyear takes with each of these drivers.
Yeah, and in many ways, and I don't know if Carl would agree, but these informative years in F4 and FR are really what makes and breaks a good driver. It's expensive. You don't get a lot of time on track, but the time you get must be used wisely. I heard Scott in the driver's briefing saying, listen, you know, we're here to learn, and if you crash in the first corner because you're really trying too hard, then you're not going to learn anything, and you're going to waste your weekend and your mother and your parents', money. And so, it really is that if you can come through this clean and learning every lap and every weekend, then you're going to go good, and you're actually got a future in this.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult from a driver's perspective that you want to go fast, but you also want to finish the race, So it's really tough finding that balance.
Yeah, you want to be aggressive, but not overly so. So Hayden Bowlesby in
the paddock, yep.
Yeah,
car number 3. Great shots here. Bryson Morris, that number 39. To me, that's Dylan Tavella's car. I don't know if that is Dylan Tavella's car from last year, but it looks like it. Dylan Tavella, one of our fastest drivers, fighting for the championship with Raul Hyman. And like I said, Bryson Morris, Ryan Sheehan, and I heard it.
Whoa,
look at the
big
tire
lockup.
smoke.
Very big lockup.
And he's gone off track, and he's luckily he's got some asphalt there he can use, and he doesn't gain anything from that, so I don't think he's going to be penalized in any way. He just missed his braking point, but he gets back on. Go ahead.
Wisely uses the escape road, but Lockie Hughes, Bryson Morris and Ryan Sheehan were right in it to the end of Circuit of the Americas for the championship in F4. So it's great to see them moving up the ladder as Ryan Sheehan and Bryson Morris are doing.
Yeah, and Lockie Hughes, Josh Carr, 2 Australians who've come through this field, and I'm glad to see so many foreigners coming here to the USA to get a good price point and to get a good championship with safe racing and to learn their way here, and wherever they go afterwards, they'll remember their days here. And it's great to see the Aussies doing well. We've seen Callum Hedge just join this year. We had Ryan Yardley last year. He's still here helping mechanic Cooper Becklin at the moment. And it really is going from strength to strength. I remember when Kyle Kirkwood won the first FR championship, now an IndyCar driver, of course, for Andretti, going great. But it just shows you how quickly these guys can rise to suddenly be the teammate to, you know, some of the greats of Indy. Very quickly indeed. And in fact, in Dakota Dickerson's case, he got taken on by Honda and has been racing sports cars for them. And so there is definitely a future if you are able to get a good result out of this season. Raul Hyman on his way to Japan now.
And speaking of driver development, like our good friend, you know, 6-time, 7-time champion in Trans Am, Ernie Francis Jr., that did one season of FR and now is doing Indy next. He couldn't believe, and I couldn't believe he said this because I thought the Trans Am cars were super rough. He couldn't believe how physical it was in the first couple races, and he's had to really boost his endurance and the shape that he's in to race these open wheel cars just because of the G-forces. Have you experienced that yet?
I'd say in NOLA, the last corner definitely can take out your arms. And in my opinion, this actually is one of the most physical races of the season. But, I mean, we'll see with the changes in grip this year. Maybe that could happen at other tracks, and then it becomes physical also.
Well, Road America is now glass smooth. They've just repaved all of Road America, so that we should be setting some records to that one.
Well, that'd be fun. We're looking at Callum Hedge on track with the Giltrap Group and his sponsors that he had in New Zealand. You can see the Kiwi Driver Fund, Tony Quinn, owner of 3 circuits down there, and they'll be tuning in New Zealand to see how he goes. A lot of high hopes for him. He's following a series of great Kiwi drivers. I mean, look at Indy this year. You've got Marcus Armstrong, who came from the same series that Callum came from. In fact, 2 series that Callum came from. Then you've got Scott McLaughlin, of course, who did most of his driving in Australia in supercars, and Scott Dixon, who came through the ranks in New Zealand. And so we've got 3 Kiwis at the top of Indy right now, and many more underneath. You've got people like Jacob Douglas racing on the road to Indy, and several others. So the Kiwi advance continues here, and Callum's just the next off the boat, if you will.
I love these shots going through Mission Foods turn 15. You can really see when they come out of that rhythm section S's, you can kind of see how the downforce is keeping them planted, and then hard onto the brakes for that right-hander. This is a pretty technical track.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say it's technical. If I had to say which part is the most technical part, maybe I'd say that last sector. So yeah, when you have that big braking into turn 13, I believe it is, and then you've got the left-hander, and then just the last few bits. Yeah.
We're taking a look at the 12 of Rosa, Manuel Rosa of Mexico City. His family here, mother, father, watching him race, and they all came with their hats for the weekend. And he was telling me about the Mexican scene, saying that basically, unless you sort of get out of the NICAM or NACAM series, the F4, and move away from Mexico, really your single-seater options are totally limited in Mexico. And of course, he's trying to follow in the footsteps of a Pato Award and many others to see what he can do. And he's just a teenager, so this is the right time to come. And we wish him well. His first outing in the number 12. Somebody locking up there.
Yeah.
By the way, we've hardly seen Sheehan, but we shouldn't, because he's 1 second up the road at the moment. And when you're having an easy time of it, or at least dominating the race, you don't get a lot of TV time, because we're always looking for the battles. So Sheehan controlling this race from Nick Persing. The gap already quite a mountain to climb for Persing and Becklin in 3rd place.
Ooh,
2.5 seconds at the moment. There is Persing in second. Whoa.
Look at his hands. He's way off wide there.
Whoa.
He was fighting that up his fronts. Nick Persing
side by side.
Yep, Cooper Becklin will take advantage of that. Thank you very much. Nick Persing making a big mistake there, and the battle's on, and this is only going to play into Ryan Sheehan's hands. Originally from Horseshoe Bay, the Austin Texan.
Cooper Becklin was with us last year and had a great outing with us at Dakota last year, but did a lot of the races in the season, so it's great to have him back. But speaking of the season and the championship, Carl Bennett, you couldn't be in a better seat right now than winning the first race. So now approaching for a championship, what's your approach into race 2 and 3 of this weekend?
Just replicate what I did in race 1, really.
There you go. That's the answer.
Yeah.
How do you feel? What are your ambitions? What would you like to do in five years from now? Where would you like to see yourself?
I mean, any professional racing is real nice. I'd say my main aim at the moment is Formula 1.
Yep.
But yeah, just something that I can do professionally.
Who's your man in Formula 1? Who do you look up to?
Well, it's got to be Albon, right?
I mean, as a Thai, it's a pretty big thing, in Thailand. Alex Albon, everybody, loves him. He's a pretty cool guy. But I got to be honest with you. I feel like every single day I'm having to just change who's my favorite. I like them all.
I love it. That's great. Carl Bennett talking to us. He, of course, an F4 driver, an American Thai, as Ben mentions. And yeah, I spent a lot of time doing racing in Asia. Some great talent over there too. And the Thais love their racing.
This is Kevin Jansen. He was with us a lot last year. Really fun to have him out there. He's
slightly older than some of the other competitors.
Definitely older than everybody else, but in better shape than some of the other drivers in the field too.
He loves his racing though, absolutely. And this is not an easy car if you're not a youngster and can be thrown around. As you say, very physical indeed. The thing about these cars is that, they want them as stiff as possible so that the downforce works and they go as fast as possible. But that doesn't make it a comfortable ride. If you put your regular car springs on this, it would be slow.
Yeah, and those hand-cooked tires are doing a really good job of gripping, but they don't get the grip when the car's skipping across the turns like that, making it really difficult to drive.
Well, I mentioned that Ryan Sheehan's not getting a lot of TV time, and the reason is he's 6 seconds up the road as Persing and Becklin started to do their fight. That just played into Sheehan's hands, as I thought it might, and he is off to the races quite literally as we continue to look at Jansen coming down the front straight now. Another good battle here.
They were at it all last year too. Cooper Becklin and Nick Persing. It's really fun to see them back at it. And look at how close these cars are racing.
Yeah, Cooper Becklin has now left his high jump days. I was asking him about that. He was a high school high jumper. Very good one too. He's over 6 foot, but he can jump well over 6 foot too. But he said he hadn't had much of a chance since he's got out of school. But he's continued to do the racing. And here he is, lining himself up through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers to turn 1. Headed down to Bennett's at turn 3 in a moment. Little lock up from Persing.
I think I saw a shot of Bryson Morris back there off track. The number 39 car. Is Bryson Morris off? No, it doesn't say so.
Ooh, a big lock up there by Becklin. So Cooper Becklin pushing on with 3 minutes to go in this race. The first of 15 in the championship. Ryan Sheehan from Texas totally dominating here. 7 seconds. He's going to be back and have a shower and gone home before the rest have finished.
Yeah, it's quite insane, the gap that he has.
Especially in FR. I mean, especially in your first run. I mean, he put on some good results in F4, got some good victories, got some great podiums, was vying for the title. But to come in here with this very strong return E-field of these two included, Persing and Becklin, and then to absolutely dominate the way he is. No cautions, he's just gone for it. Another lockup from Becklin. Is that setup or just pushing?
I'd say that's just pushing, When you're so close to the other driver, it's really, really difficult to be able to focus on just what you need to do. And I would say you definitely get more inconsistent. I'm not too sure how much aero wash these cars have, but I'm sure it's quite tough to drive,
Well, we just got a glimpse of the leader going through his shot there. That's how far ahead he is. He's already going into turn 1 while the battle is on for second and third. 2 minutes left, and Cooper Becklin jinks out now to get alongside, but he's not going to do it this time. Persing's got the better line, and Persing holds on.
Some good racing room, though.
Really good. Persing must be feeling it now, though. This is his, well, he's been out on track for an hour now. In fact, longer than that, because the Radical races are some 40 minutes. These are 30 minutes. So he's been sat in a hot cockpit for the best part of just over an hour now.
And those Radicals are very physical as well, so he's getting beaten up this afternoon.
Yeah, he was in the thick of it there, too. Having a great battle. He's going to continue to do that as well, so good for him.
There is a car off at turn 4, I saw. Unless we're seeing it so fast, maybe that's the corner worker's car, but I think I saw an orange car.
No, there's a lot
there.
of dust flying up.
A lot of dust there, yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's probably the reason.
This should be our white flag lap here.
Yeah, we're getting down to the business end. Sheehan with a 7.6. And I can't remember a race that has been so dominated in Formula Regional in a long, long time. He didn't get a win in New Zealand, but he came darn close, got a couple of podiums, and I think finished in the top 10, got himself some super license points. And this will be a big haul of points here. Here he comes to take the white flag. Young Ryan Sheehan of Austin, Texas. I'm sure his dad, Doug, will be watching and thinking, oh, I've got to get up again early tomorrow and get that sponsorship going.
I've raced against Sheehan a little bit in F4, and I'd definitely say, yes, he's a talented driver.
Good. That's good news, because, yeah, it's a much easier way for you to judge at the wheel. We sit on the outside, and, yeah, we see the results, but we don't see, it's only when you're wheel to wheel where you really give respect and get to understand whether the guy is good or not and whether he's fair or not. And the one thing I know about Ryan is that he's a tough driver when he needs to be, but he's not he's a very fair driver. And like I said, I've described it already. He's very metronomic in his approach, very sated in his, he gets the adrenaline flowing, but he's very calm about his going about his business, and that's exactly what he's done here. Look at this, 9.2 seconds. This is a record in terms of my mind, in terms of Formula Regional, especially for a debut. Absolutely impressive. If this doesn't make some headlines, I don't know what will, but this is a heck of a start to his season. Well, we've got the winner of the first race in F4, and we're watching the winner of FR just stride his way through NOLA. They call it the Big Easy. Well, this was. They'll remember this race as the Big Easy for this man. He's well ahead of Persing and Becklin. Westling in 4th, Morris up to 5th. Hedge has dropped down to 6th place now, just ahead of Rosa. Hewitt from Texas is in 8th position, so a couple of Texans out there. But it's this one from Austin, Texas, the home of the Circuit of the Americas, where he fell in love with the sport, and now he loves it more because he's winning. And he wins the first race of the Formula Regional 2023. Ryan Sheehan in the 2023 season for Crosslink Kiwi wins in the 66, well ahead of this battle for second, which sees Persing take second place and Becklin take third. Well, it wasn't the closest of races for the win, but Ryan Sheehan won't care about that. The more the better. That's the way to race. Absolutely take it to the opposition. And he's been faster, he's fastest or second fastest in most of the pre-practices, so we knew this was on, but not by this much. So, Carl, what's your preparation tomorrow? Rice Krispies and out there, or 3-mile jog, or what do you do?
A lot of my routine before the races, I'd say I'd just be listening to some music.
What do you listen to?
Ooh.
That'd be telling.
I really like hip-hop,
Okay.
Yeah, but I also mix it up with some rock, too. And I've been getting into some reggaeton.
All right.
So, yeah.
Well, we'll send Ben down there. He plays live. He's a drummer. We'll get him down there. We'll get him to rile you up with some. So then, that is how we finish day one at the Big Easy, New Orleans in the background. Bourbon Street awaits for those who dare. But for me, it's a pipe and slippers and looking through the results, I think. Well done to Ryan Sheehan. Excellent race for him. Doesn't get any better than that. That's just what he wanted. And if he can keep that up, the potential of that Honda prize of going to Super Formula awaits in Japan. Well, that's it for this. My thanks to Carl Bennett. He'll be back in action tomorrow. Ben Sissel will be everywhere, as always, in every shape and form. I'm Jonathan Green. We'll take a short break. We'll be back after this. Why not? We'll leave you with those thoughts. My thanks once again to Ben Sissel.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Racing for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.